This is Audible.
Audible presents this brilliant audio production of
Hidden Riches by Nora Roberts. Copyright 1994 by Nora Roberts and performance copyright 1994 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved. To Mom, because she loves trinkets and a good bargain. Hidden Riches. Prologue. He didn't want to be there. No, he hated being trapped in the elegant old house, prodded and pinched by restless ghosts. It was no longer enough to shroud the furniture in dust covers, lock the doors, and walk away. He had to empty it, and by emptying it, purge himself of some of the nightmares. Captain Skimmerhorn? Jed tensed at the title. As of last week, he was no longer captain. He'd resigned from the force, turned in his shield, but he was already weary of explaining it. He shifted aside as two of the movers carried a rosewood armoire down the staircase, through the grand foyer and out into the chilly morning. Yes? You might want to check upstairs. Make sure we got everything you wanted put in storage. Otherwise, looks like we're all done here. Fine. But he didn't want to go up those stairs, walk through those rooms. Even empty, they would hold too much. Responsibility, he mused as he reluctantly started up. His life had been too crowded with responsibility to ignore one now. Something nudged him along the hallway toward his old room. The room where he'd grown up, the room he had continued to inhabit long after he'd lived here alone. But he stopped in the doorway just short of crossing the threshold. Hands jammed into tight fists in his pockets, he waited for memories to assault him like sniper fire. He'd cried in that room, in secret and in shame, of course. No Skimmerhorn male ever revealed a weakness in public. Then, when tears had dried, he'd plotted in that room. Small, useless, childish revenges that had always boomeranged back on him. He'd learned to hate in that room. Yet it was only a room. It was only a house. He'd convinced himself of that years before when he had come back to live there as a man. And hadn't he been content, he asked himself now? Hadn't it been simple? Until Elaine. Jedediah? He flinched. He'd nearly brought his right hand out of his pocket to touch a weapon that was no longer there before he caught himself. The gesture and the fact that he'd been so lost in his own morbid thoughts that someone could have come up behind him reminded him why the weapon no longer hung at his side. He relaxed and glanced back at his grandmother. Honoria Skimmerhorn Rogers was neatly wrapped in mink, discreet daytime diamonds winking at her ears, her snowy hair beautifully coiffed. She looked like a successful matron on her way out for lunch at her favorite club. But her eyes, as vivid a blue as his own, were filled with concern. "I'd hoped I'd convinced you to wait," she said quietly, and reached out to lay a hand on his arm. He flinched automatically. The Skimmerhorns simply weren't touchers. There was no reason to wait. "But there's a reason for this." She gestured toward the empty room. "There's a reason to empty out your home, to put aside all of your belongings?" "Nothing in this house belongs to me." "That's absurd." The faint whisper of her native Boston crept into her tone. "By default?" He turned his back on the room to face her. "Because I happen to still be alive? No thanks." If she hadn't been so worried about him, the curt answer would have earned him a ringing reprimand. "My dear, there's no question of default. Or any kind of fault." She watched him close in, shut off, and would have shaken him if it would have helped. Instead, she touched his cheek. "You only need some time." The gesture left his muscles taut. It took all of his willpower not to jerk away from the gentle fingers. "And this is my way of taking it." "By moving out of the family home." "Family?" He laughed at that, and the sound of it echoed nastily down the hall. "We were never a family here, or anywhere." Her eyes, previously soft with sympathy, hardened.
Pretending the past doesn't exist is as bad as living in it. What are you doing here? Tossing away everything you've earned, everything you've made of yourself. Perhaps I was less than enthusiastic about your choice of profession, but it was your choice and you succeeded. It appears to me that you made more of the Skimmerhorn name when you were promoted to captain than all your ancestors did with their money and social power. I didn't become a cop to promote my damn name. No, she said quietly. You did it for yourself, against tremendous family pressure, including my own. She moved away from him to walk down the hall. She had lived here once, years before, as a bride, an unhappy one. I saw you turn your life around, and it awed me, because I knew you did it for no one but yourself. I often wondered how you were strong enough to do that. Turning back, she studied him, this son of her son. He had inherited the bold good looks of the Skimmerhorns, bronzed hair tousled by the wind, swept around a lean, raw-boned face that was taut with stress. She worried, woman-like, because he had lost weight, though the fining down of his features only heightened their power. There was strength in the tall, broad-shouldered build that both accented and defied the romantic masculine beauty of pale gold skin and sensitive mouth. The eyes, a deep, striking blue, had come from her. They were as haunted and defiant now as they had been in the young, troubled boy she remembered so well. But he was no longer a boy, and she was afraid there was little she could do to help the man. I don't want to see you turn your life around again for the wrong reasons. She shook her head, walking back toward him before he could speak. And I might have had reservations when you moved back in here alone after your parents died, but that too was your choice. And for some time it seemed you'd made the right one again. But this time your solution to a tragedy is to sell your home, throw away your career. He waited a beat. Yes, you disappoint me, Jedediah. That stung. It was a phrase she rarely used, and had more bite than a dozen of his father's raging insults. I'd rather disappoint you than be responsible for the life of a single cop. I'm in no shape to command. He looked down at his hands, flexed them. I may never be. And as for the house, it should have been sold years ago. After the accident, it would have been sold if Elaine had agreed to it. Something backed up in his throat. Guilt was as bitter as bile. Now she's gone too, and it's my decision. Yes, it's yours, she agreed. But it's the wrong one. Rage sizzled in his blood. He wanted to hit something, someone, pound his fists into his flesh. It was a feeling that came over him all too often. And because of it, he was no longer Captain J.T. Skimmerhorn of the Philadelphia Police Department, but a civilian. Can't you understand? I can't live here. I can't sleep here. I need to get the hell out. I'm smothering here. Then come home with me. For the holidays, at least until after the first of the year. Give yourself a little more time before you do something irreversible. Her voice was gentle again as she took his rigid hands in hers. Jedediah, it's been months since Elaine was killed. I know how long it's been. Yes, he knew the exact moment of his sister's death. After all, he'd killed her. I appreciate the invitation, but I've got plans. I'm looking at an apartment later today, over on South Street. An apartment? Honoria's sigh was ripe with annoyance. Really, Jedediah, there's no need for that kind of nonsense. Buy yourself another house if you must. Take a long vacation, but don't bury yourself in some miserable room. He was surprised he could smile. The ad said it was quiet, attractive, and well located. That doesn't sound miserable. Grandmother. He squeezed her hands before she could argue. Let it be. She sighed again, tasting defeat. I only want what's best for you. You always did. He suppressed a shudder, feeling the walls closing in on him. Let's get out of here. 1. A theater without an audience has its own peculiar magic, the magic of possibilities. The echoing voices of actors running lines, the light cues, the costumes, the nervous energy and vaulting egos that bound from center stage to the empty back row. Isadora Conroy absorbed the theater's magic as she stood in the wings of the Liberty Theater, watching a dress rehearsal for A Christmas Carol. As always, she enjoyed the drama, not only Dickens, but also the drama of edgy nerves, of creative lighting, of the well-delivered line. After all, the theater was in her blood. There was a vibrancy that pulsed from her even in repose. Her large brown eyes glinted with excitement and seemed to dominate the face framed by a swing of golden brown hair. That excitement brought a flush to ivory skin, a smile to her wide mouth. It was a face of subtle angles and smooth curves, caught between wholesome and lovely. The energy inside her small, compact body shimmered out. She was a woman interested in everything around her, who believed in illusions. Watching her father rattling Marley's chains and intoning dire predictions to the fear-struck Scrooge, she believed in ghosts. And because she believed, he was no longer her father, but the doomed miser wrapped for eternity in the heavy chains of his own greed. Then Marley became Quentin Conroy again, veteran actor, director, and theater buff, calling for a minute change in the blocking. "Dora?" Hurrying up from behind, Dora's sister Ophelia said, "We're already 20 minutes behind schedule." "We don't have a schedule," Dora murmured, nodding because the blocking change was perfect. "I never have a schedule on a buying trip. Isn't he wonderful, Leah?" Though her sense of organization was hampered, Leah glanced out on stage and studied their father. "Yes, though God knows how he can stand to put on this same production year after year." "Tradition," Dora beamed. "The theater's rooted in it." Leaving the stage hadn't diminished her love of it or her admiration for the man who had taught her how to milk a line. She'd watched him become hundreds of men on stage: Macbeth, Willie Loman, Nathan Detroit. She'd seen him triumph and seen him bomb, but he always entertained. "Remember Mom and Dad as Titania and Oberon?" Leah rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. "Who could forget? Mom stayed in character for weeks. It wasn't easy living with the Queen of the Fairies, and if we don't get out of here soon, the Queen's going to come out and run through her list of what might happen to 2 women traveling alone to Virginia." Sensing her sister's nerves and impatience, Dora swung an arm around Leah's shoulders. "Relax, honey, I've got her covered, and he's going to take 5 in a minute." Which he did, on cue. When the actors scattered, Dora stepped out to center stage. "Dad," she took a long look, skimming down from the top of his head to his feet, "you were great." "Thank you, my sweet." He lifted an arm so that his tattered shroud floated. "I think the makeup is an improvement over last year." "Absolutely." In fact, the grease paint and charcoal were alarmingly realistic. His handsome face appeared just short of decay. "Absolutely gruesome." She kissed him lightly on the lips, careful not to smudge. "Sorry we'll miss opening night." "Can't be helped." Though he did pout just a little. Although he had a son to carry on the Conroy tradition, he'd lost his 2 daughters, one to marriage, one to free enterprise. Then again, he did occasionally Shanghai them into a minor role. "So my 2 little girls are off on their adventure." "It's a buying trip, Dad, not a trip to the Amazon." "Just the same." He winked and kissed Leah in turn. "Watch out for snakes." "Oh, Leah." Trixie Conroy, resplendent in her costume complete with bustle and feathered hat, rushed out on stage. The Liberty's excellent acoustics carried her throaty voice to the rear balcony. "John's on the phone, dear. He couldn't remember if Missy had a scout meeting tonight at 5 or a piano lesson at 6. I left a list, Leah muttered. How's he going to manage the kids for 3 days if he can't read a list? Such a sweet man, Trixie commented when Leah dashed off. The perfect son-in-law. Now, Dora, you will drive carefully. Yes, Mom. Of course you will. You're always careful. You won't pick up any hitchhikers. Not even if they beg. And you'll stop every 2 hours to rest your eyes. Like clockwork. An inveterate worrier, Trixie gnawed on her bottom lip. Still, it's an awfully long way to Virginia, and it might snow. I have snow tires. To forestall more speculation, Dora gave her mother another kiss. There's a phone in the van, Mom. I'll check in every time we cross a state line. Won't that be fun? The idea cheered Trixie enormously. Oh, and Quentin, darling, I've just come from the box office. She gave her husband a deep curtsy. We're sold out for the week. Naturally. Quentin lifted his wife to her feet and twirled her in a graceful spin that ended in a deep dip. Conroy expects nothing less than standing room only. Break a leg. Dora kissed her mother one last time. You too, she said to Quentin. And, Dad, don't forget you're showing the apartment later today. I never forget an engagement. Places, he called out, then winked at his daughter. Bon voyage, my sweet. Dora could hear his chains clanging when she hit the wings. She couldn't imagine a better send-off. To Dora's way of thinking, an auction house was very like a theater. You had the stage, the props, the characters. As she had explained to her baffled parents years before, she wasn't really retiring from the stage. She was merely exploring another medium. She certainly put her actor's blood to good use whenever it was time to buy or sell. She'd already taken the time to study the arena for today's performance. The building where Sherman Porter held his auctions and ran a daily flea market had originally been a slaughterhouse and was still as drafty as a barn. Merchandise was displayed on an icy concrete floor where cows and pigs had once mooed and squealed on their way to becoming pot roasts and pork chops. Now humans, huddled in coats and mufflers, wandered through, poking at glassware, grunting over paintings and debating over china cabinets and carved headboards. The ambience was a bit thin, but she'd played in less auspicious surroundings. And of course there was the bottom line. Isadora Conroy loved a bargain. The words "on sale" sent a silvery tingle through her blood. She'd always loved to buy, finding the basic transaction of money for objects deeply satisfying. So satisfying that she had all too often exchanged money for objects she had no use for. But it was that love of a bargain that had guided Dora into opening her own shop, and the subsequent discovery that selling was as pleasurable as buying. Leah, look at this. Dora turned to her sister, offering a gilded cream dispenser shaped like a woman's evening shoe. Isn't it fabulous? Ophelia Conroy Bradshaw took one look, lifted a single honey-brown eyebrow. Despite the dreamy name, this was a woman rooted in reality. I think you mean frivolous, right? Come on, look beyond the obvious aesthetics. Beaming, Dora ran a fingertip over the arch of the shoe. There's a place for ridiculous in the world. I know, your shop. Dora chuckled, unoffended. Though she replaced the creamer, she'd already decided to bid on that lot. She took out a notebook and a pen that boasted a guitar-wielding Elvis to note down the number. I'm really glad you came along with me on this trip, Leah. You keep me centered. Somebody has to. Leah's attention was caught by a colorful display of depression glass. There were 2 or 3 pieces in amber that would add nicely to her own collection. Still, I feel guilty being away from home this close to Christmas, leaving John with the kids that way. You were dying to get away from the kids, Dora reminded her as she inspected a lady's cherry wood vanity. I know. That's why I'm guilty. Guilt's a good thing. Tossing one end of her red muffler over her shoulder, Dora crouched down to check the work on the vanity's brass handles. Honey, it's only been 3 days. We're practically on our way back. You'll get home tonight and smother the kids with attention. Seduce John and everybody'll be happy."
Leah rolled her eyes and smiled weakly at the couple standing beside her.
"Trust you to take everything down to the lowest common denominator."
With a satisfied grunt, Dora straightened, shook her chin-length sweep of hair away from her face, and nodded.
"I think I've seen enough for now."
When she checked her watch, she realized it was curtain time for the matinee performance back home. Well, she mused, there was show business, and there was show business. She all but rubbed her hands together in anticipation of the auction opening.
"We'd better get some seats before they—"
"Oh, wait!" Her brown eyes brightened. "Look at that!" Even as Leah turned, Dora was scurrying across the concrete floor. It was the painting that had caught her attention. It wasn't large, perhaps 18 by 24 inches, with a simple, streamlined ebony frame. The canvas itself was a wash of color, streaks and streams of crimson and sapphire, a dollop of citrine, a bold dash of emerald. What Dora saw was energy and verve, as irresistible to her as a red tag special. Dora smiled at the boy who was propping the painting against the wall.
"You've got it upside down."
"Huh?" The stock boy turned and flushed. He was 17, and the sight of Dora smiling at him reduced him to a puddle of hormones.
No, ma'am."
His Adam's apple bobbed frantically as he turned the canvas around to show Dora the hook at the back. When she owned it, and she certainly would by the end of the afternoon, she would fix that.
"This, shipment just came in."
"I see." She stepped closer.
"Some interesting pieces," she said, and picked up a statue of a sad-eyed basset hound curled up in a resting pose.
It was heavier than she'd expected, and pursing her lips, she turned it over and over for a closer inspection. No craftsman's mark or date, she mused, but still, the workmanship was excellent.
"Frivolous enough for you?"
Leah asked.
"Just. Make a terrific doorstop."
After setting it down, she reached for a tall figurine of a man and woman in antebellum dress caught in the swirl of a waltz. Dora's hand closed over thick, gnarled fingers. "Sorry." She glanced up at an elderly, bespectacled man who gave her a creaky bow.
"Pretty, isn't it?"
he asked her.
"My wife had one just like it. Got busted when the kids were wrestling in the parlor."
He grinned, showing teeth too white and straight to be God-given. He wore a red bow tie and smelled like a peppermint stick. Dora smiled back. "Do you collect?"
"In a manner of speaking."
He set the figurine down, and his old, shrewd eyes swept the display, pricing, cataloging, dismissing.
"I'm Tom Ashworth. Got a shop here in Front Royal."
He took a business card from his breast pocket and offered it to Dora.
"Accumulated so much stuff over the years, it was open a shop or buy a bigger house."
"I know what you mean. I'm Dora Conroy." She held out a hand and had it enveloped in a brief, arthritic grip. "I have a shop in Philadelphia."
"Thought you were a pro."
Pleased, he winked.
"Noticed you right off. Don't believe I've seen you at one of Porter's auctions before."
"No, I've never been able to make it. Actually, this trip was an impulse. I dragged my sister along. Leah, Tom Ashworth." "Nice to meet you."
"My pleasure."
Ashworth patted Leah's chilled hand.
"Never does warm up in here this time of year. Guess Porter figures the bidding'll heat things up some."
"I hope he's right." Leah's toes felt frozen inside her suede boots. "Have you been in business long, Mr. Ashworth?"
"Nigh under 40 years. The wife got us started, crocheting doilies and scarves and what all and selling 'em. Added some trinkets and worked out of the garage."
He took a corncob pipe from his pocket and clamped it between his teeth.
1963, we had more stock than we could handle and rented us a shop in town. Worked side by side till she passed on in the spring of '86. Now I got me a grandson working with me. Got a lot of fancy ideas, but he's a good boy."
"Family businesses are the best," Dora said.
Leah's just started working part-time at the shop. Lord knows why. Leah dipped her chilly hands into her coat pockets. I don't know anything about antiques or collectibles. You just have to figure out what people want, Ashworth told her, and flicked a thumbnail over a wooden match to light it. And how much they'll pay for it, he added, before he puffed the pipe into life. Exactly. Delighted with him, Dora hooked a hand through his arm. It looks like we're getting started. Why don't we go find some seats? Ashworth offered Leah his other arm, and feeling like the cock of the walk, escorted the women to chairs near the front row. Dora pulled out her notebook and prepared to play her favorite role. The bidding was low, but certainly energetic. Voices bounced off the high ceiling as the lots were announced, but it was the murmuring crowd that fired Dora's blood. There were bargains to be had here, and she was determined to grab her share. She outbid a thin, waif-like woman with a pinched mouth for the cherry-wood vanity, snapped up the lot that included the creamer slipper for a song, and competed briskly with Ashworth for a set of crystal salt cellars. "Got me," he said when Dora topped his bid yet again. "You're liable to get a bit more for them up north." "I've got a customer who collects," Dora told him, and who would pay double the purchase price, she thought. "That's so." Ashworth leaned closer as the bidding began on the next lot. "I've got a set of 6 at the shop, cobalt and silver." "Really?" "You got time. You drop on by after this and take a look." "I might just do that. Leah, you bid on the depression glass." "Me?" Horror in her eyes, Leah gaped at her sister. "Sure, get your feet wet." Grinning, Dora tilted her head toward Ashworth's. "Watch this." As Dora expected, Leah started out with hesitant bids that barely carried to the auctioneer. Then she began to inch forward in her seat, her eyes glazed over. By the time the lot was sold, she was snapping out her bid like a drill sergeant commanding recruits. Isn't she great? All pride, Dora swung an arm over Leah's shoulders to squeeze. She was always a quick study. It's the Conroy blood. "I bought all of it." Leah pressed a hand to her speeding heart. "Oh, God, I bought all of it. Why didn't you stop me?" "When you were having such a good time." But, as the adrenaline drained, Leah slumped in her chair. "That was hundreds of dollars. Hundreds." "Well spent, too. Now, here we go." Spotting the abstract painting, Dora rubbed her hands together. "Mine," she said softly. By 3 o'clock, Dora was adding half a dozen cobalt salt cellars to the treasures in her van. The wind had kicked up, stinging color into her cheeks and sneaking down the collar of her coat. "Smells like snow," Ashworth commented. He stood on the curb in front of his shop and, with his pipe clenched in his hand, sniffed the air. "Could be you'll run into some before you get home." "I hoped so." Pushing back her flying hair, she smiled at him. "What's Christmas without it?" "It was great meeting you, Mr. Ashworth." She offered her hand again. "If you get up to Philadelphia, I'll expect you to drop by." "You can count on it." He patted his pocket where he'd slipped her business card. "You 2 ladies take care of yourselves. Drive safely." "We will. Merry Christmas." "Same to you," Ashworth added as Dora climbed in the van. With a last wave, she started the van and pulled away from the curb. Her eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror, and she smiled as she saw Ashworth standing on the sidewalk with his pipe in his teeth and his hand lifted in a farewell salute. What a sweetheart. I'm glad he got that figurine. Leah shivered and waited impatiently for the van to heat. I hope he didn't overcharge you for those salt cellars. He made a profit. I'll make a profit, and Mrs. O'Malley will add to her collection. Everybody gets what they want. I guess. I still can't believe you bought that hideous painting. You'll never be able to sell it. Oh, eventually. At least you only paid $50 for it. $52.75, Dora corrected. Right. Twisting in her seat, Leah looked at the boxes packed into the rear of the van. know, of course, that you don't have room for all this junk." "I'll make room. Don't you think Missy would like that carousel?" Leah imagined the outsized mechanical toy in her daughter's pink and white bedroom and shuddered. "Please, no." "Okay." Dora shrugged. Once she'd cleaned up the carousel, she might let it spin in her own living room for a while. But I think she'd go for it. "You want to call John and tell him we're on our way back?" "In a little while." With a sigh, Leah settled back. "This time tomorrow I'll be baking cookies and rolling out pie dough." "You asked for it," Dora reminded her. "You had to get married, have kids, buy a house. Where else is the family going to have Christmas dinner?" "I wouldn't mind if Mom didn't insist on helping me cook it. I mean, the woman never cooked a real meal in her life, right?" "Not that I remember." "And there she is, every Christmas underfoot in my kitchen and waving around some recipe for alfalfa and chestnut dressing." "That one was bad," Dora recalled. "But it was better than her curried potatoes and succotash casserole." "Don't remind me. And Dad's no help, wearing his Santa hat and hitting the eggnog before noon." "Maybe Will can distract her. Is he coming alone or with one of his sweeties?" Dora asked, referring to their brother's list of glamorous dates. "Alone, last I heard. Dora, watch that truck, will you?" "I am." In the spirit of competition, Dora gunned the engine and passed the 16-wheeler with inches to spare. "So, when's Will getting in?" "He's taking a late train out of New York on Christmas Eve." "Late enough to make a grand entrance," Dora predicted. "Look, if he gets in your hair, I can always—" "Oh, hell." "What?" Leah's eyes sprang open. "I just remembered. That new tenant Dad signed up is moving in across the hall today." "So?" "I hope Dad remembers to be there with the keys. He was great about showing the apartment the last couple of weeks while I was tied up in the shop, but you know how absent-minded he is when he's in the middle of a production." "I know exactly how he is, which is why I can't understand how you could let him interview a tenant for your building." "I didn't have time," Dora muttered, trying to calculate if she'd have an opportunity to call her father between performances. "Besides, Dad wanted to." "Just don't be surprised if you end up across the hall from a psychopath or a woman with 3 kids and a string of tattooed boyfriends." Dora's lips curved. "I specifically told Dad no psychopaths or tattoos. I'm hoping it's someone who cooks and hopes to suck up to the landlord by bringing me baked goods on a regular basis. Speaking of which, do you want to eat?" "Yeah. I might as well get in one last meal where I don't have to cut up anyone's food but my own." Dora swung toward the exit ramp, cutting off a Chevy. She ignored the angry blast of horns. There was a smile on her face as she imagined unpacking her new possessions. The very first thing she would do, she promised herself, was find the perfect spot for the painting. High in the glittery tower of a silver building overlooking the cramped streets of L.A., Edmund Findlay enjoyed his weekly manicure. The wall directly across from his massive rosewood desk flickered with a dozen television screens. CNN, Headline News, and one of the home shopping networks all flashed silently across the wall. Other screens were tuned into various offices in his organization so that he could observe his employees. But unless he chose to listen in, the only sounds in the vast sweep of his office were the strains of a Mozart cantata and the steady scrape of the manicurist's nail file. Findlay liked to watch. He'd chosen the top floor of this building so that his office would overlook the panorama of Los Angeles. It gave him the feeling of power, of omnipotence, and he would often stand for an hour at the wide window behind his desk and simply study the comings and goings of strangers far below. In his home far up in the hills above the city, there were television screens and monitors in every room, and windows, again windows where he could look down on the lights of the L.A. basin. Every evening he would stand on the balcony outside his bedroom and imagine owning everything, every one, for as far as his eye could see.
He was a man with an appetite for possessions. His office reflected his taste for the fine and the exclusive. Both walls and carpet were white, pure white, to serve as a virgin backdrop for his treasures. A Ming vase graced a marble pedestal. Sculptures by Rodin and Benichot filled niches carved into the walls. A Renoir hung in a gold frame above a Louis XIV commode. A velvet settee reputed to have been Marie Antoinette's was flanked by gleaming mahogany tables from Victorian England. Two high glass cabinets held a stunning and esoteric display of objets d'art, carved snuff bottles of lapis and aquamarine, ivory Netskis, Dresden figurines, Limoges ring boxes, a 15th-century dagger with a jeweled handle, African masks. Edmund Finlay acquired, and once he acquired, he hoarded. His import-export business was enormously successful, his smuggling sideline more so. After all, smuggling was more of a challenge. It required a certain finesse, a ruthless ingenuity, and impeccable taste. Finlay, a tall, spare, distinguished-looking man in his early 50s, had begun to acquire merchandise as a youth working the docks in San Francisco. It had been a simple matter to misplace a crate, to open a trunk, and to sell what he took. By his 30th year, he had amassed enough capital to start his own company, enough savvy to play heavily on the dark side and win, and enough contacts to ensure a steady flow of merchandise. Now he was a wealthy man who preferred Italian suits, French women, and Swiss francs. He could, after decades of transactions, afford to keep what appealed most to him. What appealed most was the old, the priceless. "You're all done, Mr. Finlay." The manicurist placed Finlay's hand gently on the spotless blotter on his desk. She knew he would check her work carefully while she packed up her tools and lotions. Once he had raged at her for 10 minutes for missing a minute speck of cuticle on his thumb. But this time, when she dared to glance up, he was smiling down at his buffed nails. "Excellent work." Pleased, he rubbed his thumbs and fingertips together. Taking a gold money clip from his pocket, Finlay peeled off a 50. Then, with one of his rare and disarming smiles, he added another 100. "Merry Christmas, dear."
"Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Finlay. Merry Christmas to you, too."
Still smiling, he dismissed her with a wave of his buffed fingertips. His sporadic generosity came as naturally as his constant greed. He relished both. Before the door had closed behind her, he had swiveled in his chair, folded his hands over his silk vest. Through the stream of sunlight he studied his view of Los Angeles. Christmas, he thought. What a lovely time of year. One of goodwill toward men, ringing bells and colored lights. Of course, it was also the time of desperate loneliness, despair, and suicide. But those small human tragedies didn't touch or concern him. Money had catapulted him above those fragile needs for companionship and family. He could buy companionship. He had chosen one of the richest cities in the world, where anything could be bought, sold, possessed. Here, youth, wealth, and power were admired above all else. During this brightest of holiday seasons, he had wealth, and he had power. As for youth, money could buy the illusion. Finlay scanned the buildings and sun-glinted windows with his bright green eyes. He realized with a vague sense of surprise that he was happy. The knock on his office door made him turn as he called out, "Enter."
"Sir?"
Abel Winesap, a small, stoop-shouldered man with the heavy title of executive assistant to the president, cleared his throat.
"Mr. Finlay?"
"Do you know the true meaning of Christmas, Abel?" Finlay's voice was warm, like mulled brandy poured over cream. Winesap fiddled with the knot of his tie.
"Sir?"
"Acquisition. A lovely word, Abel, and the truest meaning of this delightful holiday. Don't you agree?"
"Yes, sir."
Winesap felt a shiver whisper down his spine. What he had come to report was difficult enough. Finley's happy mood made the difficult more dangerous.
I'm afraid we have a problem, Mr. Finley.
Oh? Finley's smile remained, but his eyes frosted.
And what might that be?
Winesap gulped in fear. He knew that Finley's frigid anger was more lethal than another man's rage. It had been Winesap who had been chosen to witness Finley's termination of an employee who had been embezzling, and he remembered how calmly Finley had slit the man's throat with a 16th-century jeweled dagger. Betrayal, Finley believed, deserved quick punishment and some ceremony. Winesap also remembered, to his dismay, that it had been he who had been delegated to dispose of the body. Nervously, he continued with his story.
The shipment from New York, the merchandise you were expecting? Has there been a delay? No, that is, in a manner of speaking. The shipment arrived today as expected, but the merchandise—
He moistened his thin, nervous lips.
It isn't what you ordered, sir.
Finley placed his pampered hands on the edge of the desk, and the knuckles turned bone white.
I beg your pardon? The merchandise, sir. It isn't what was ordered. Apparently there was a mix-up somewhere.
Winesap's voice petered out to a whimper.
I thought it best to report it to you at once. Where is it?
Findlay's voice had lost its jovial warmth. It was a chilly hiss.
In receiving, sir. I thought—
Bring it up immediately.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Winesap escaped, grateful for the reprieve. He'd paid a great deal of money for the merchandise, and a great deal more to have that merchandise concealed and smuggled. Having each piece stolen, then disguised, transported from various locations to his factory in New York. Why, the bribes alone had run close to 6 figures. To calm himself, he paused by a decanter of guava juice and poured generously. And if there had been a mistake, he thought, steadier, it would be rectified. Whoever erred would be punished. Carefully, he set the baccarat lowball glass aside and studied himself in the oval George III mirror above the bar. He brushed a fussy hand over his thick mane of dark hair, admiring the glint and gleam of silver that threaded through it. His last facelift had smoothed away the sags under his eyes, firmed his chin, and erased the lines that had dug deeply around his mouth. He looked no more than 40, Finley decided, turning his face from side to study and approve his profile. What fool had said that money couldn't buy happiness? The knock on his door shattered his mood. "Come," he snapped out, and waited as one of his receiving clerks wheeled in a crate. "Leave it there." He jabbed a finger toward the center of the room. "And go. Abel, remain. The door," he said, and Winesap scurried to shut it behind the departing clerk. When Finley said nothing more, Winesap blanched and walked back to the crate.
I opened it as you instructed, Mr. Finley. As I began to inspect the merchandise, I realized there had been an error.
Gingerly, he reached into the crate, dipping his hand into a sea of shredded paper. His fingers trembled as he pulled out a china teapot decorated with tiny violets. Finley took the teapot, turning it over in his hands. It was English, a lovely piece, worth perhaps $200 on the open market. But it was mass-produced. Thousands of teapots exactly like this one were on sale across the world. So to him it was completely worthless. He smashed it against the edge of the crate and sent shards flying. "What else?" Quaking, Winesap plunged his hand deep into the crate and drew out a swirling glass vase. Italian, Finley deduced as he inspected it. Handmade. Value of $100, perhaps $150. He hurled it, barely missing Winesap's head, and sent it crashing against the wall.
There's teacups."
Winesap's eyes darted to the crate and back to his employer's stony face.
"And some silver, 2 platters, a candy dish, a pair of crystal goblets etched with wedding bells." "Where is my merchandise?"
Finley demanded, biting off each word.
"Sir, I can't. That is, I believe there's been—"
His voice drained out to a whisper. "An error."
An error.
Findlay's eyes were like jade as he clenched his fists at his sides. De Carlo, he thought, conjuring up an image of his man in New York. Young, bright, ambitious, but not stupid, Findlay reminded himself. Not stupid enough to attempt a double-cross. Still, he would have to pay, and pay dearly for this error.
Get De Carlo on the phone.
Yes, sir. Relieved that Findlay's wrath was about to find a new target, Winesap darted to the desk to place the call. As Winesap dialed, Findlay crunched shards of china into the carpet. Reaching into the crate, he systematically destroyed the rest of the contents. 2. Jed Skimmerhorn wanted a drink. He wasn't particular about the type. Whiskey that would burn a line down his throat, the seductive warmth of brandy, the familiar tang of a beer. But he wasn't going to get one until he'd finished carting boxes up these damn rickety back steps and into his new apartment. Not that he had a hell of a lot of possessions. His old partner, Brent, had given him a hand with the sofa, the mattress, and the heavier pieces of furniture. All that remained were a few cardboard boxes filled with books and cooking utensils and other assorted junk. He wasn't sure why he'd kept even that much when it would have been easier to put it all in storage. Then again, he wasn't sure of a lot of things these days. He couldn't explain to Brent or to himself why he'd found it so necessary to move across town, out of the huge old colonial and into an apartment. It was something about fresh starts, but you couldn't start fresh until you'd ended. Jed had been doing a lot of ending lately. Turning in his resignation had been the first step, perhaps the hardest. The police commissioner had argued, refusing to accept the resignation and putting Jed on extended leave. It didn't matter what it was called, Jed mused. He wasn't a cop anymore. Couldn't be a cop anymore. Whatever part of him that had wanted to serve and protect was hollowed out. He wasn't depressed, as he'd explained to the department shrink. He was finished. He didn't need to find himself. He just needed to be left alone. He'd given 14 years of his life to the force. It had to be enough. Jed elbowed open the door to the apartment and braced it with one of the boxes he carried. He slid the second box across the wooden floor before heading back down the narrow hallway toward the outside steps that served as his entrance. He hadn't heard a peep from his neighbor across the hall. The eccentric old man who had rented him the place had said that the second apartment was occupied, but that the tenant was as quiet as a mouse. It certainly seemed that way. Jed started down the steps, noting with annoyance that the banister wouldn't hold the weight of a malnourished 3-year-old. The steps themselves were slick with the sleet that continued to spit out of the colorless sky. It was almost quiet in the back of the building. Though it fronted on busy South Street, Jed didn't think he'd mind the noise and bohemian atmosphere, the tourists or the shops. He was close enough to the river that he could take solitary walks when he chose. In any case, it would be a dramatic change from the manicured lawns of Chestnut Hill, where the Skimmerhorn family home had stood for 2 centuries. Through the gloom he could see the glow of colored lights strung on the windows of neighboring buildings. Someone had wired a large plastic Santa and his 8 tiny reindeer to a roof, where they were caught in the pretense of flying day and night. It reminded him that Brent had invited him to Christmas dinner, a big, noisy family event that Jed might have enjoyed in the past. There had never been big, noisy family events in his life, or none that could have been called fun. And now there was no family at all. He pressed his fingertips to the ache at his temple and willed himself not to think of Elaine. But old memories, like the ghost of past sins, snuck through and knotted his stomach. He hauled the last of the boxes out of the trunk and slammed it with a force that rattled the reconditioned Thunderbird down to its tires. He wasn't going to think of Elaine or Donnie Speck or responsibilities or regrets. He was going to go inside, pour a drink, and try to think of nothing at all. With his eyes narrowed against the stinging sleet, he climbed the steep steps one last time. The temperature inside was dramatically higher than the wind-punched air outside. The landlord was generous with the heat, overly generous. But then, it wasn't Jed's problem how the old guy spent his money. Funny old guy, Jed thought now, with his rich voice, operatic gestures, and silver flask. He'd been more interested in Jed's opinion on 20th century playwrights than in his references and rent check. Still, you couldn't be a cop for nearly half your life and not understand that the world was made up of a lot of odd characters. Once inside, Jed dumped the last box onto the oak table in the dining area. He dug through crumpled newspaper in search of that drink. Unlike the crates in storage, these boxes weren't marked, nor had they been packed with any sort of system. If there had been any practical genes in the Skimmerhorn blood, he figured Elaine had gotten his share as well as her own. The fresh thought of his sister made him swear again, softly through his teeth. He knew better than to let the thought dig roots, for if it did, it would bloom with guilt. Over the past month, he'd become all too aware that guilt could give you night sweats and a dull, skittering sense of panic. Sweaty hands and panic weren't desirable qualities in a cop, nor was the tendency to uncontrollable rage. But he wasn't a cop anymore, Jed reminded himself. His time and his choices, as he'd told his grandmother, were his own. The apartment was echoingly empty, which only served to satisfy him that he was alone. One of the reasons he'd chosen it was because he'd have only one neighbor to ignore. The other reason was just as simple and just as basic. It was fabulous. He supposed he'd lived with the finer things for too long not to be drawn to them. However much he claimed that his surroundings didn't matter, he would have been quietly miserable in some glossy condo or soulless apartment complex. He imagined the old building had been converted into shop and apartments sometime in the 30s. It had retained its lofty ceilings and spacious rooms, the working fireplace and slim, tall windows. The floors, a random width oak, had been highly polished for the new tenant. The trim was walnut and uncarved, the walls a creamy ivory. The old man had assured Jed they could be painted to suit his tastes, but home decorating was the last thing on Jed's mind. He would take the rooms precisely as they were. He unearthed a bottle of Jameson's 3/4 full. He studied it a moment, then set it on the table. He was shoving packing paper aside in search of a glass when he heard noises. His hands froze, his body braced. Tilting his head, he turned, trying to locate the source of the sound. He thought he'd heard bells, a tingling echo. And now laughter, a smoky drift of it, seductive and female. His eyes turned to the brass, open-worked floor vent near the fireplace. The sounds floated up through it, some vague, some clear enough that he could hear individual words if he chose to listen. There was some sort of antique or curio shop beneath the apartment. It had been closed for the last couple of days, but it was apparently open for business now. Jed went back to his search for a glass and tuned out the sounds from below. "I really do appreciate your meeting us here, John." Dora set a newly acquired globe lamp beside the antique cash register. "No problem." He huffed a bit as he carted another crate into the overflowing storeroom. He was a tall man with a skinny frame that refused to fill out, an honest face that might have been homely but for the pale, shy eyes that peered at the world behind thick lenses. He sold Oldsmobiles in Lansdowne and had been named Salesman of the Year 2 years running, using a low-key, almost apologetic approach that came naturally to him and charmed the customers. Now he smiled at Dora and shoved his dark-framed glasses back up his nose. "How did you manage to buy so much in such a short time?" "Experience." She had to rise on her toes to kiss John's cheek. Then she bent and scooped up her youngest nephew, Michael. "Hey, Frog-Face, did you miss me?" "Nuh-uh." But he grinned and wrapped his pudgy arms around her neck. Leah turned to keep an eagle eye on her 2 other children. "Richie, hands in your pockets. Missy, no pirouetting in the shop." "But, Mom—" Leah sighed, smiled. "I'm home." She held out her arms for Michael.
Dora, do you need any more help?
No, I can handle it from here. Thanks again.
If you're sure.
Dubiously, Leah glanced around the shop. It was a mystery to her how her sister could function in the clutter she constantly surrounded herself with. They had grown up in chaos, with every day dawning with a new drama or comedy. For Leah, the only way to remain sane as an adult was structure.
I really could come in tomorrow.
No, it's your day off, and I'm counting on scarfing down my share of those cookies you'll be baking. As she herded her family toward the door, Nora slipped a pound bag of M&Ms to her niece. "Share," she ordered under her breath, "and don't tell your mom where you got them." She ruffled Richie's hair. "Scram, creep." He grinned, showing the wide gap of his missing 2 front teeth. "Burglars might come tonight and rob you blind." Reaching out, he toyed with the long dangle of citrine and amethyst that swung at her ear. "If I spent the night, I'd shoot them for you." "Why, thank you, Richie," Dora said in serious tones. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. But I'll just have to shoot my own burglars tonight." She nudged her family outside, then began to lock up immediately, knowing that Leah would wait until she had turned every lock and engaged the security alarm. Alone, she turned and took a deep breath. There was the scent of apple and pine from the potpourri set all around the shop. It was good to be home, she thought, and lifted the box that contained the new acquisitions she'd decided to take to her apartment upstairs. She moved through the storeroom to unlock the door that led to the inside stairway. She had to juggle the box, her purse, and overnight bag, as well as the coat she'd stripped off on entering the shop. Muttering to herself, she managed to hit the light switch in the stairway with her shoulder. She was halfway down the hall when she saw the light spilling out of the neighboring apartment. The new tenant. Shifting her grip, she walked to the door that was braced open with a box and peered in. She saw him standing by an old table, a bottle in one hand, a glass in the other. The room itself was sparsely furnished with a sofa and an overstuffed chair. But she was more interested in the man who stood in profile to her and downed a long swallow of whiskey. He was tall, with a tough, athletic build that made her think of a boxer. He wore a navy sweatshirt with sleeves pushed up to the elbows, no visible tattoos, and Levi's worn white at the stress points. His hair was a bit unkempt, falling carelessly over his collar in a rich shade of ripening wheat. In contrast, the watch at his wrist was either an amazingly good knockoff or a genuine Rolex. Though her appraisal took only seconds, Dora sensed her neighbor was not celebrating his new home. His face, shadowed by the high slash of cheekbones and the stubble of a beard, seemed grim. Before she had made a sound, she saw his body tense. His head whipped around. Dora found herself fighting the instinct to step back in defense as he pinned her with eyes that were hard, expressionless, and shockingly blue. "Your door was open," she said apologetically, and was immediately annoyed that she'd excused herself from standing in her own hallway. "Yeah." He set the bottle down, carrying the glass with him as he crossed to her. Jed took his own survey. Most of her body was obscured by the large cardboard box she carried. A pretty oval face, slightly pointed at the chin, with an old-fashioned roses and cream complexion, a wide, unpainted mouth that was just curving up in a smile, big brown eyes that were filled with friendly curiosity, a swing of sable-colored hair. "I'm Dora," she explained, when he only continued to stare. "From across the hall? Need any help getting organized?" "No." Jed booted the box away with his foot and closed the door in her face. Her mouth fell open before she deliberately snapped it shut. "Well, welcome to the neighborhood," she muttered as she turned away to her own door. After an initial fumble for her keys, she unlocked her door and slammed it behind her. "Thanks a lot, Dad," she said to the empty room. "Looks like you found me a real prize." Dora dumped her things on a settee blooming with cabbage roses, brushed her hair back with impatient fingers. The guy might have been a pleasure to look at, she mused, but she preferred a neighbor with a modicum of personality. Marching to her candlestick phone, she decided to call her father and give him an earful. Before she dialed the second number, she spotted the sheet of paper with its big heart-shaped happy face drawn at the bottom. Quentin Conroy always added some little drawing, a barometer of his mood, on his notes and letters. Dora hung up the phone and began to read. Izzy, my darling daughter. Dora winced. Her father was the only living soul who called her by that derivative of her name. The deed is done. Well done, if I say so myself. Your new tenant is a strapping young man who should be able to help you with any menial work. His name, as you see on the copies of the lease awaiting your signature, is Jed Skimmerhorn, a full-bodied name that brings lusty sea captains or hearty pioneers to my mind. I found him fascinatingly taciturn, and sensed a whirlpool bubbling under those still waters. I couldn't think of anything nicer to give my adored daughter than an intriguing neighbor. Welcome home, my firstborn babe. Your devoted father. Dora didn't want to be amused, but she couldn't help smiling. The move was so obvious. Put her within elbow-rubbing space of an attractive man, and maybe, just maybe, she would fall in love, get married, and give her greedy father more grandchildren to spoil. "Sorry, Dad," she murmured. "You're in for another disappointment." Setting the note aside, she skimmed a finger down the lease until she came to Jed's signature. It was a bold scrawl, and she dashed her own name on the line next to it on both copies. Lifting one, she strode to her door across the hall and knocked. When the door opened, Dora thrust the lease out, crushing the corner against Jed's chest. "You'll need this for your records." He took it. His gaze lowered, scanned, then lifted again. Her eyes weren't friendly now, but cool, which suited him.
"Why'd the old man leave this with you?"
Her chin tilted up. "The old man," she said in mild tones, "is my father. I own the building, which makes me, Mr. Skimmerhorn, your landlord." She turned on her heel and was across the hall in 2 strides. With her hand on the knob, she paused, turned. Her hair swung out, curved, settled. "The rent's due on the 21st of each month. You can slip the check under my door and save yourself a stamp, as well as any contact with other humans." She slipped inside and closed the door with a satisfied snick of the lock. 3. When Jed jogged to the base of the steps leading up to his apartment, he'd sweated out most of the physical consequences of a half bottle of whiskey. One of the reasons he'd chosen this location was the gym around the corner. He'd spent a very satisfying 90 minutes that morning lifting weights, punching the hell out of the heavy bag, and burning away most of his morning-after headache in the steam room. Now, feeling almost human, he craved a pot of black coffee and one of the microwave breakfasts he'd loaded into his freezer. He pulled his key out of the pocket of his sweats and let himself into the hallway. He heard the music immediately. Not Christmas carols, thankfully, but the rich-throated wail of gospel according to Aretha Franklin. At least his landlord's taste in music wouldn't irritate him, he mused, and would have turned directly into his own rooms, except he'd noted her open door. An even trade, Jed figured, and dipping his hands into his pockets, wandered over. He knew he'd been deliberately rude the night before, and because it had been deliberate, saw no reason to apologize. Still, he thought it wise to make some sort of cautious peace with the woman who owned his building. He nudged the door open a bit wider and stared. Like his, her apartment was spacious, high-ceilinged, and full of light from a trio of front windows. That was where the similarity ended. Even after growing up in a house adorned with possessions, he was amazed. He'd never seen so much stuff crammed into one single space before. Glass shelves covered one wall and were loaded with old bottles, tins, figurines, painted boxes, and various knickknacks that were beyond his power to recognize. There were a number of tables, and each of them was topped by more glassware and china. A brightly floral couch was loaded with colored pillows that picked up the faded tones of a large area rug. A Moulton, he recognized. There had been a similar rug in his family's front parlor for as long as he could remember. To complement the season, there was a tree by the window, every branch laden with colored balls and lights. A wooden sleigh overflowed with pine cones. A ceramic snowman with a top hat grinned back at him. It should have been crowded, Jed thought. It certainly should have been messy, but somehow it was neither. Instead, he had the impression of having opened some magic treasure chest. In the midst of it all was his landlord. She wore a scarlet suit with a short, straight skirt and a snugly fitted jacket. While her back was to him, he pursed his lips and wondered what sort of mood he'd been in the evening before, not to have noticed that nifty little body. Under Aretha's rich tones, he heard Dora muttering to herself. Jed leaned against the door jamb as she propped the painting she'd been holding on the sofa and turned. To her credit, she managed to muffle most of the squeal when she spotted him. "Your door was open," he told her. "Yeah." Then, because it wasn't in her nature to be monosyllabic like her tenant, she shrugged. "I've been recirculating some inventory this morning, from up here to downstairs." She brushed at her bangs. "Is there a problem, Mr. Skimmerhorn? Leaky plumbing? Mice?" "Not so I've noticed." "Fine." She crossed the room and moved out of his view until he shifted inside the door. She stood beside a pedestal dining room table, pouring what smelled gloriously like strong coffee from a china pot into a delicate matching cup. Dora set the pot back down and lifted a brow. Her unsmiling lips were as boldly red as her suit. "Is there something you need?" "Some of that wouldn't hurt." He nodded toward the pot. So now he wanted to be neighborly, Dora thought. Saying nothing, she went to a curved glass cabinet and took out another cup and saucer. "Cream? Sugar?" "No." When he didn't come any farther into the room, she took the coffee to him. He smelled like soap, she realized, appealingly so. But her father had been right about the eyes. They were hard and inscrutable. "Thanks." He downed the contents of the fragile cup in 2 swallows and handed it back. His mother had had the same china, he recalled, and had broken several pieces, heaving them at servants. Your father," he corrected, "said it was okay for me to set up my equipment next door, but since he's not in charge, I figured I should check with you." "Equipment?" Dora set his empty cup back on the table and picked up her own. "What sort?" "A bench press, some weights." "Oh." Instinctively, she took her gaze over his arms, his chest. "I don't think that's a problem, unless you do a lot of thudding when the shop's open." "I'll watch the thudding." He looked back at the painting, studied it for a moment. Again, bold, he thought, like her color scheme, like the punch-in-the-gut scent she wore. "You know, that's upside down." Her smile came quickly, brilliantly. She had indeed set it on the sofa the way it had been displayed at auction. "I think so, too. I'm going to hang it the other way." To demonstrate, she went over and flipped it. Jed narrowed his eyes. "That's right side up," he agreed. "It's still ugly, but it's right side up." "The appreciation of art is as individual as art itself." "If you say so. Thanks for the coffee." "You're welcome. Oh, Skimmerhorn." He stopped, glanced back over his shoulder. The faint glint of impatience in his eyes intrigued her more than any friendly smile would have. "If you're thinking of redecorating or sprucing up your new place, come on down to the shop. Dora's parlor has something for everybody." "I don't need anything. Thanks for the coffee." Dora was still smiling when she heard his door close. "Wrong, Skimmerhorn," she murmured. "Everybody needs something." Cooling his heels in a dusty office and listening to the Beach Boys harmonize on Merry Christmas, St. Nick wasn't how Anthony DiCarlo had pictured spending this morning. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. More to the point, Finley wanted answers, and wanted them yesterday. DiCarlo tugged on his silk tie. He didn't have answers yet, but he would. The phone call from Los Angeles the day before had been crystal clear. Find the merchandise within 24 hours or pay the consequences. DeCarlo had no intention of discovering what those consequences were. He looked up at the big white-faced clock overhead and watched the second hand click from 9:04 to 9:05. He had less than 15 hours left. His palms were sweaty. Through the wide glass panels stenciled with an overweight Santa and his industrious elves, he could see more than a dozen shipping clerks busily stamping and hauling. DeCarlo sneered as the enormously fat shipping supervisor with the incredibly bad toupee approached the door.
"Mr. DeCarlo, sorry to keep you waiting."
Bill Tarkington had a weary smile on his doughy face.
"As you can imagine, we're pretty frantic around here these days. Can't complain, though. No, sir, can't complain. Business is booming." "I've been waiting 15 minutes, Mr. Tarkington," DeCarlo said, his fury clear. "I don't have time to waste." "Who does this time of year?" Unflaggingly pleasant, Tarkington waddled around his desk to his Mr. Coffee machine. "Have a seat. Can I get you some of this coffee? Put hair on your chest." "No, there's been an error, Mr. Tarkington. An error that must be corrected immediately." "Well, we'll just see what we can do about that. Can you give me the specifics?" "The merchandise I directed to Abel Winesap in Los Angeles was not the merchandise which arrived in Los Angeles. Is that specific enough for you?" Tarkington pulled on his pudgy bottom lip. "That's a real puzzler. You got a copy of the shipping invoice with you?" "Of course." DeCarlo took the folded paper from the inside breast pocket of his jacket. "Let's have a look-see." His fat sausage fingers moved with a quick, uncanny grace as he booted up his computer. "Let's see now." He rattled a few more keys. "That was to ship out on December 17th. Yep, there she is. She went out just fine. Should have arrived yesterday, today at the latest." DeCarlo ran a hand through his wavy black hair. Idiots, he thought. He was surrounded by idiots. "The shipment did arrive. It was incorrect." "You're saying the package that plopped down in L.A. was addressed to another location?" "No, I'm saying what was in the package was incorrect." "That's an odd one." Tarkington sipped some coffee. "Was the package packed here?" "Oh, wait, I remember." He waved DeCarlo's answer away. "We provided the crate and the packing, and you supervised. So how in the wide world did the merchandise get switched?" "That is my question," DeCarlo hissed, his hand slamming the desk. Now, let's stay calm." Determinedly affable, Tarkington hit a few more keys. "That shipment went out of Section 3. Let's see who was on the belt that day. Here we go. Looks like Opal." He swiveled around to beam at DeCarlo. "Good worker, Opal. Nice lady, too. Had a rough time of it lately. I'm not interested in her personal life. I want to speak to her." Tarkington leaned forward and flicked a switch on his desk. "Opal Johnson, please report to Mr. Tarkington's office." He flicked the switch off, then patted his toupee to make sure it was still in place. "Sure I can't get you some coffee? A donut, maybe?" He tossed open the lid on a cardboard box. "Got us some nice raspberry jelly filled today. Some tractor wheels, too." DeCarlo let out a sound like steam escaping a kettle and turned away. With a shrug, Tarkington helped himself to a donut. DeCarlo clenched his fists as a tall, striking black woman strode across the warehouse. She was wearing snug jeans and a bright green sweater with a Nike hip pouch. Her hair was pulled back in a curly ponytail. The yellowing smudges of old bruises puffed around her left eye. She opened the door and poked her head in. The room was immediately filled with the noise of conveyor belts and the scent of nerves. "You call for me, Mr. Tarkington?" "Yeah, Opal. Come on in a minute. Have some coffee." "Sure, okay." As she closed the door, Opal took a quick scan of DeCarlo as possibilities raced through her mind.
They were laying her off. They were firing her outright because she'd fallen behind her quota last week after Curtis had knocked her around. The stranger was one of the owners come to tell her. She took a cigarette out of her pouch and lit it with shaky hands.
"We got ourselves a little problem here, Opal."
Her throat seemed to fill with sand.
"Yes, sir?" "This is Mr. DiCarlo. He had a shipment go out last week on your line."
The quick surge of fear had Opal choking on smoke. "We had a lot of shipments going out last week, Mr. Tarkington."
"Yes, but when the shipment arrived, the merchandise was incorrect."
Tarkington sighed. With her heart hammering in her throat, Opal stared at the floor. "It got sent to the wrong place?"
"No, it got to the right place, but what was inside was wrong, and since Mr. DiCarlo oversaw the packing himself, we're baffled. I thought you might remember something."
There was a burning in her gut, around her heart, behind her eyes. The nightmare that had plagued her for nearly a week was coming true. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tarkington," she forced herself to say. "It's hard to recall any one shipment. All I remember about last week is working 3 double shifts and going home to soak my feet every night." She was lying, DiCarlo decided. He could see it in her eyes, in her body stance, and bided his time.
"Well, it was worth a shot." Tarkington gestured expansively. "Anything pops into your mind, you let me know, okie dokie?"
"Yes, sir, I will." She crushed the cigarette out in the dented metal ashtray on Tarkington's desk and hurried back to her belt.
"We'll start a trace on this, Mr. DiCarlo, with a red flag. Premium prides itself on customer satisfaction. From our hands to your hands with a smile,"
he said, quoting the company motto.
"Right."
He was no longer interested in Tarkington, though he would have found some satisfaction in plowing his fists into the man's bulging belly.
"And if you want to continue to enjoy the patronage of EF Incorporated, you'll find the answers."
DiCarlo circled the noisy shipping room and headed for Opal's station. She watched his progress with nervous eyes. Her heart was thudding painfully against her ribs by the time he stopped beside her.
"What time's your lunch break?"
Surprised, she nearly bobbled a box of cookware.
11:30. "Meet me outside, front entrance."
"I eat in the cafeteria."
"Not today," DiCarlo said softly. "Not if you want to keep this job. 11:30, he added, and walked away.
She was afraid to ignore him, afraid to oblige him. At 11:30, Opal donned her olive green parka and headed for the employees' entrance. She could only hope that by the time she'd circled the building, she'd have herself under control. She would have liked to have skipped lunch altogether. The Egg McMuffin she'd eaten that morning kept threatening to come back for a return visit. "Don't admit anything," she coached herself as she walked. "They can't prove you made a mistake if you don't admit it." If she lost the job, she'd have to go back on welfare again. Even if her pride could stand it, she wasn't sure her kids could. Opal spotted DiCarlo leaning against the hood of a red Porsche. The car was dazzling enough, but the man, tall, dark, glossily handsome, and wrapped in a cashmere coat of pale gray, made her think of movie stars. Terrified, awed, intimidated, she walked toward him, head lowered. DiCarlo said nothing, simply opened the passenger door. His mouth twitched when he caught her instinctive sigh on sliding over the leather seat. He climbed behind the wheel, turned the key. "Mr. DiCarlo, I really wish I could help you about that shipment.
You're going to help me."
He shoved the gear shift into first, and the car shot away from Premium like a slick red bullet. He'd already decided how to play her, and gave Opal 2 full minutes of silence to stretch her nerves. He fought back a satisfied smile when she spoke first. "Where are we going?"
"No place in particular."
Despite the thrill of riding in a first-class car, she moistened dry lips.
"I gotta be back in a half hour."
He said nothing to that, only continued to drive fast.
What's this all about? Well, I'll tell you, Opal. I figured we could deal better together away from the work atmosphere. Things have been pretty harried for you the last few weeks, I imagine.
I guess so. The Christmas rush.
And I figure you know just what happened to my shipment.
Her stomach did a quick jig.
Look, mister, I already told you I didn't know what happened. I'm just doing my job the best I can.
He swung the car into a hard right turn that had her eyes popping wide.
We both know it wasn't my screw-up, honey. We can do this hard, or we can do this easy.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yeah.
His voice held the same dangerous purr as the Porsche's engine.
You know just what I mean. What happened, Opal? Did you take a liking to what was in the crate and decide to help yourself? An early Christmas bonus?
She stiffened, and some of her fear drained away in fury.
I ain't no thief. I ain't never stole so much as a pencil in my whole life. Now you turn this car around, Mr. Big Shot.
It was just that kind of sass, as Curtis was fond of telling her, that earned her bruises and broken bones. Remembering that, she cringed against the door as the final word faded away.
Maybe you didn't steal anything,
he agreed after she'd started to tremble again.
That's going to make me really sorry to bring charges against you.
Her throat snapped shut.
Charges? What do you mean, charges? Merchandise which my employer considers valuable has vanished. The police will be interested to learn what happened to that shipment once it got into your hands. And even if you're innocent, it's going to leave a big question mark on your work record.
Panic was pounding like an anvil at the base of her skull.
I don't even know what was in the crate. All I did was ship it. That's all I did. We both know that's a lie.
DiCarlo pulled into the parking lot of a convenience store. He could see that her eyes were filled with tears, her hands twisting and twisting the strap of her shoulder bag. Almost there, he thought, and shifted in his seat to offer her a cold, merciless stare.
You want to protect your job, don't you, Opal? You don't want to get fired and arrested, do you?
I got kids, she sobbed as the first tears spilled over. I got kids.
Then you'd better think about them, about what could happen to them if you got into this kind of trouble. My employer is a hard man.
His eyes flicked over her fading facial bruises.
You know about hard men, don't you?
Defensively, she lifted a hand to her cheek. I fell down.
Sure you did. Tripped on somebody's fist, right?
When she didn't answer, he continued to press, lightly now.
If my boss doesn't get back what belongs to him, he's not just going to take it out on me. He'll work his way through premium until he gets down to you.
They'd find out, she thought, panicking. They always found out. I didn't take his stuff. I didn't. I just...
Just what?
DiCarlo leaped on the word and had to force himself not to wrap a hand around her throat and squeeze out the rest. I got 3 years in with premium. Sniffing, she dug in her bag for a Kleenex. I could make floor supervisor in another year. DiCarlo bit back a stream of abuse and forced himself to stay cool.
Listen, I know what it's like to climb up that ladder. You help me out here, and I'll do the same for you. I don't see any reason that what you tell me has to go beyond you and me. That's why I didn't do this in Tarkington's office.
Opal fumbled for a cigarette. Automatically, DiCarlo let the windows down a crack. You won't go back to Mr. Tarkington?
Not if you play straight with me. Otherwise...
To add impact, he slid his fingers under her chin, pinching as he turned her face to his. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry it happened. I thought I got it right afterward, but I wasn't sure. And I was afraid. I had to miss a couple days last month 'cause my youngest was sick, and last week I was late one day when I fell, and I was so rushed I mixed up the invoices. She turned away, braced for a blow.
I dropped 'em. I was dizzy and I dropped 'em. I thought I had everything put back right, but I wasn't real sure. But I checked on a bunch of deliveries yesterday and they were okay, so I thought I was clear and nobody'd have to know. You mixed up the invoices, he repeated. Some idiot clerk gets a dizzy spell and screws up the paperwork and puts my butt in a sling. I'm sorry, she sobbed. Maybe he wasn't going to beat her, but he was going to make her pay. Opal knew someone always made her pay. I'm really sorry. You're going to be a lot sorrier if you don't find out where the shipment went. I went through all the paperwork yesterday. There was only one other oversized crate that came through that lot in the morning. Still weeping, she reached in her bag again. I wrote down the address, Mr. DeCarlo. She fished it from her purse, and he snatched it. Sherman Porter, Front Royal, Virginia. Please, Mr. DeCarlo, I got kids. She wiped at her eyes. I know I made a mistake, but I've done real good work at Premium. I can't afford to get fired. He slipped the paper into his pocket. I'll check this out, then we'll see. Her jaw dropped with the weight of hope. Then you won't tell Mr. Tarkington? I said we'll see. DeCarlo started the engine as he plotted out his next steps. If things didn't go his way, he'd come back for Opal, and it wouldn't just be her face that he'd leave black and blue. At the main counter in her shop, Dora put the finishing touch of a big red bow on a gift-wrapped purchase. She's going to love them, Mr. O'Malley. Pleased with the transaction, Dora patted the brightly wrapped box containing the cobalt salt cellars. And it'll be an even bigger surprise since she hasn't seen them in the shop. Well, I appreciate your calling me, Miss Conroy. Can't say I know what my Hester sees in these things, but she sure does set store by them. You're going to be her hero, Dora assured him as he tucked the purchase under his arm. And I'll be happy to hold the other set for you until your anniversary in February. That's nice of you. You sure you don't want a deposit on them? Not necessary. Happy Christmas, Mr. O'Malley. Same to you and yours. He walked out, a satisfied customer, with a spring in his step. There were another half a dozen customers in the shop, 2 being helped by Dora's assistant, Terry. The prospect of another big day before the after-holiday lull made Dora's heart swell. Skirting the counter, she wandered the main room of the shop, knowing the trick was to be helpful but not intrusive. Please let me know if you have any questions. Oh, miss. Dora turned, smiling. There was something vaguely familiar about the stout matron with lacquered black hair. Yes, ma'am. May I help you? Oh, I hope so. She gestured a bit helplessly toward one of the display tables. These are door stops, aren't they? Yes, they are. Of course, they can be used for whatever you like, but that's the primary function. Automatically, Dora glanced over as the bells jingled on her door. She merely lifted a brow when Jed walked in. Several of these are from the Victorian period, she went on. The most common material was cast iron. She lifted a sturdy one in the shape of a basket of fruit. This one was probably used for a drawing room. We do have one rather nice example of nail-sea glass. It was currently in her bedroom upstairs, but could be whisked down in a moment. The woman studied a highly polished brass snail. My niece and her husband just moved into their first house. I've got them both individual gifts for Christmas, but I'd like to get them something for the house as well. Sharon, my niece, shops here quite a lot. Oh? Does she collect anything in particular? No, she likes the old and the unusual. So do I. Was there a reason you had a doorstop in mind? Yes, actually. My niece does a lot of sewing. She's put together this really charming room. It's an old house, you see, that they've been refurbishing. The door to her sewing room won't stay open. Since they have a baby on the way, I know she'd want to be able to keep an ear out, and that this would be an amusing way to do it. Still, she hesitated. I bought Sharon a chamber pot here a few months ago for her birthday. She loved it. That clicked. The Sunderland with the frog painted on the inside bottom. The woman's eyes brightened. Why, yes. How clever of you to have remembered.
I was very fond of that piece, Mrs.
Lyle. Alice Lyle.
Mrs. Lyle, yes. I'm glad it found a good home. Pausing, Dora tapped a finger to her lips. If she liked that, maybe she'd appreciate something along these lines. She chose a brass figure of an elephant. It's Jumbo, she explained. P.T. Barnum's.
Yes.
The woman held out her hands and chuckled as Dora passed Jumbo to her.
My, hefty, isn't he?
He's one of my favorites.
I think he's perfect.
She took a quick, discreet glance at the tag dangling from Jumbo's front foot.
Yes, definitely.
Would you like him gift-boxed?
Yes, thank you, and...
She picked up the sleeping hound Dora had purchased at auction only the day before.
Do you think this would be suitable for the nursery?
I think he's charming. A nice, cozy watchdog.
I believe I'll take him along, too. An early welcoming gift for my newest grandniece or nephew. You do take Visa?
Of course. This will just take a few minutes. Why don't you help yourself to some coffee while you wait? Dora gestured to the table that was always set with tea and coffee pots and trays of pretty cookies before she carried both doorstops back to the counter. "Christmas shopping, Skimmerhorn?" she asked as she passed him.
I need a, what do you call it, hostess thing.
Browse around. I'll be right with you. Jed wasn't completely sure what he was browsing around in. The packed apartment was only a small taste of the amazing array of merchandise offered in Dora's parlor. There were delicate figurines that made him feel big and awkward, the way he'd once felt in his mother's sitting room. Still, there was no sense of the formal or untouchable here. Bottles of varying sizes and colors caught the glitter of sunlight and begged to be handled. There were signs advertising everything from stomach pills to boot polish. Tin soldiers arranged in battle lines fought beside old war posters. He wandered through a doorway and found the next room equally packed. Teddy bears and teapots, cuckoo clocks and corkscrews. A junk shop, he mused. People might stick a fancy name on it like Curio Shop, but what it was junk. Idly, he picked up a small enameled box decorated with painted roses. Mary Pat would probably like this, he decided. Well, Skimmerhorn, you surprise me. Framed by the doorway, Dora smiled. She gestured toward the box he held as she walked to him. You show excellent taste. That's a lovely piece.
You could probably put bobby pins or rings into it, right?
You probably could. Originally, it was used to hold patches. The well-to-do wore them in the 18th century, at first to cover smallpox scars, and then just for fashion. That particular one is a Staffordshire, circa 1770. She looked up from the box, and there was a laugh in her eyes. It goes for 2,500.
This?
It didn't fill the cup of his palm. Well, it is a George III.
Yeah, right.
He put it back on the table with the same care he would have used on an explosive device. The fact that he could afford it didn't make it any less intimidating.
Not quite what I had in mind.
That's no problem. We have something for everyone's mind. A hostess gift, you said. He grunted and scanned the room. Now he was afraid to touch anything. He was back again, painfully back in childhood, in the front parlor of the Skimmerhorn house.
Don't touch, Jedediah. You're so clumsy. You don't appreciate anything.
He blocked off the memory with its accompanying sensory illusion of the mingled scents of Chanel and sherry. He didn't quite block off the scowl.
Maybe I should just pick up some flowers.
That's nice, too. Of course, they don't last. Dora was enjoying his look of pure masculine discomfort. A bottle of wine's acceptable as well. Not very innovative, but acceptable. Why don't you tell me a little about our hostess?
Why?
Dora's smile widened at the suspicion in his voice. So that I can get a picture of her and help you select something. Is she the athletic outdoors type or a quiet homebody who bakes her own bread? Maybe she wasn't trying to make him feel stupid, Jed thought, but she was succeeding just the same.
Look, she's my ex-partner's wife. She's a trauma nurse. She's got a couple of kids and likes to read books.
What sort of books?
I don't know.
Why the hell hadn't he just gone by the florist? All right, then. Taking pity on him, she patted his arm. It sounds to me as though we have a busy, dedicated woman, a compassionate and a romantic one. A hostess gift, she mused, tapping her finger to her lip. It shouldn't be too personal. Something for the house. With a nod, she turned away and walked to a corner that was fashioned to resemble an old-fashioned pantry. I think this would do nicely. Dora took down a footed wooden jar trimmed in brass. Jed frowned over it. His parents hadn't gone for novelty antiques.
What's it, like for cookies?
How clever of you, Dora beamed at him. It's a biscuit jar, Victorian. This one's oak from about 1870. A practical and ornamental gift, and at $40, it won't cost you more than a dozen long-stem roses or a good French wine.
Okay, I guess she'd get a kick out of it.
See, that wasn't so painful. Can I help you with anything else? A last-minute Christmas gift?
No, that's it.
He followed her back into the main room. The place smelled cozy, he decided, like apples. There was music playing softly. He recognized a movement from the Nutcracker and was surprised that he suddenly felt relaxed.
Where do you get all this stuff?
Oh, here and there, she said over her shoulder. Auctions, flea markets, estate sales.
And you actually make a living out of this?
Amused, she unfolded a box from behind the counter. People collect Skimmerhorn. Often they don't even realize it. Didn't you ever have marbles as a boy, or comic books, baseball cards?
Sure.
He'd had to hide them, but he'd had them. She lined the box with tissue, working quickly, competently. And didn't you ever trade your cards? She glanced up to find him staring down at her hands.
Sure I did,
he murmured. His gaze lifted, locked on hers. He'd felt something watching her work that had gone straight to the gut like a hot arrow.
Just like you played with dolls.
Actually, I didn't. She couldn't quite manage a smile. For a moment there, he'd looked as though he could have taken her in one quick bite. I never liked them much. I preferred imaginary playmates because you could change them into any character you wanted at the time. With more care than necessary, she fit the lid with its gold-embossed Dora's Parlor onto the box. What I was getting at is that most children collect and trade. Some people never grow out of it. Shall I gift wrap this for you? There's no extra charge.
Yeah, go ahead.
He shifted, then moved down the counter. Not that he was interested in what was displayed there, but to give himself some breathing room. The sexual tug he'd felt wasn't new, but it was the first time he'd experienced it because a woman had pretty hands. And huge brown eyes, he added. Then there was that smile, he thought. She always looked as though she was laughing at some secret joke. Obviously he'd been celibate too long if he was attracted to a woman who laughed at him. To pass the time, he picked up a baseball-shaped item with a hole in the top. The words Mountain Dew were painted on the side. Curious, Jed turned it over in his hand. He didn't think it could be some sort of odd drinking cup for the soft drink. Interesting, isn't it? Dora set the gaily wrapped package in front of him.
I was wondering what it was.
A match striker. She put her hands over his on the bowl and guided his thumb to the rough edge. You put the matches in the top, then light them on the side. Mountain Dew was a whiskey. This is from the late 19th century. She caught the glimmer of a smile on his face. Do you like it?
It's different.
I'm very fond of the different. She kept her hands warm over his for another moment. Take it. Consider it a housewarming gift. The inexplicable charm the object had for him dimmed considerably.
Hey, I don't think...
It's not valuable monetarily. A neighborly gesture, Skimmerhorn. Don't be snotty.
Well, when you're so sweet about it...
She laughed then and gave his hand a quick squeeze. "I hope your friend likes her gift." She walked away then to help another customer, but she watched out of the corner of her eye as Jed left the shop. An unusual man, she mused. And, of course, the unusual was her stock in trade. DeCarlo raced along the Van Wyck toward the airport, dialing his car phone with one hand and steering with the other. "DeCarlo," he stated, flipping the phone to speaker. "Get me Mr. Finley." With his nerves bubbling, he checked his watch. He'd make it, he assured himself. He had to make it.
"Mr. DeCarlo?"
Finley's voice filled the car.
"You have good news, I assume."
"I tracked it all down, Mr. Finley." DeCarlo forced his words into a calm, businesslike tone.
"I found out just what happened. Some idiot clerk at Premium switched the shipments, sent ours to Virginia. I'll have it straightened out in no time." "I see."
There was a long pause. DeCarlo's bowels turned to ice water.
"And what is your definition of no time?" "Mr. Finley, I'm on my way to the airport right now. I've got a flight booked into Dulles and a rental car waiting. I'll be in Front Royal before 5 East Coast time. I have the name and address where the shipment was misdirected."
His voice weakened.
"I'm handling all of this at my own expense, Mr. Findlay." "That's wise of you, Mr. DeCarlo, as I don't wish for your mistake to cost me more than it already has." "No, sir, and you have my word that this mistake will be corrected expediently." "Very well. I'll expect you to contact me when you reach your destination. Naturally, I'll want the clerk fired." "Naturally." "And, Mr. DeCarlo, you do know how important that merchandise is to me, don't you? You will use any means necessary to recover it. Any means at all?" "Understood."
When the connection broke, DeCarlo smiled grimly. The way this mess was screwing up his holiday, he was more than ready to use any means at all. 4.
This is quite a mix-up, isn't it?
While he asked this rhetorical and to DeCarlo unamusing question, Sherman Porter rummaged through his dented file cabinet.
"Guess we'd have caught it here, but we had ourselves an auction going on,"
Porter continued as he carelessly destroyed the filing system.
"Hell of a turnout, too. Moved a lot of inventory. Shit fire, where does that woman put things?"
Porter opened another file drawer.
"Don't know how I'm supposed to find anything with Helen off for a week visiting her daughter in D.C. You just did catch me. We'll be closing till New Year's."
DeCarlo looked at his watch. 6:15. His time was running out. As for patience, even the dregs of that had vanished.
"Maybe I didn't make myself clear, Mr. Porter. The return of this merchandise is vitally important to my employer." "Oh, you made that clear. A man wants what's his, after all." "Here, now, this looks promising."
Porter unearthed a short stack of neatly typed sheets.
"See, Helen's listed all the merchandise we auctioned, the lot numbers, selling price. Woman's a jewel. May I see that?" "Sure, sure."
After handing over the papers, Porter pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk. He took out a bottle of 4 Roses and a couple of dusty jelly glasses. He offered DeCarlo a sheepish grin.
"Join me in a drink? It's after hours now, and it keeps the cold away."
DeCarlo eyed the bottle with distaste.
"No." "Well, I'll just help myself, then."
DeCarlo took out his own list and compared. It was all there, he noted, torn between relief and despair. All sold. The china hound, the porcelain figurine, the abstract painting, the bronze eagle, and the stuffed parrot. The enormous and ugly plaster replica of the Statue of Liberty was gone, as well as a pair of mermaid bookends. Inside his pocket, DeCarlo had another list. On it were descriptions of what had been carefully and expensively hidden in each piece of merchandise. an engraved Gallet vase valued at nearly $100,000, a pair of net skis stolen from a private collection in Austria and easily worth 6 figures, an antique sapphire brooch reputed to have been worn by Mary, Queen of Scots, and the list went on. Despite the chill of the room, DeCarlo's skin grew clammy. Not one single item remained in Porter's possession. Sold, DeCarlo thought. All sold.
"There's nothing left," he said weakly. "Said we had a good turnout."
Pleased with the memory, Porter poured another drink.
"I need this merchandise." "So you said, but that shipment came in just minutes before we started the auction, and there wasn't time to do an inventory. The way I figure it, your boss and I could sue the pants right off premium."
Because the idea held appeal, Porter smiled and drank again.
"Bet they'd settle on a nice, tidy sum, too." "Mr. Findlay wants his property, not a lawsuit." "Up to him, I guess."
With a shrug, Porter finished off his liquor.
"Helen keeps a mailing list of our customers, pays to send out notices when we're having an auction. Best I can say is you go through it, match up the names and addresses with the names she got here next to the stuff we sold. You can get in touch, explain things. Of course, you'll return my merchandise. I paid for it, right?"
It would take days to round up Findlay's stock, DeCarlo thought, sickened. Weeks.
"Naturally," he lied.
Porter grinned. The way he figured it, he'd already sold one lot. Now he'd sell another, all for the price of one.
"The mailing list?" "Oh, sure.
Comfortably buzzed on 4 roses, Porter shuffled through a drawer and came up with a metal box full of index cards.
"Go ahead. Take your time. I'm not in any hurry."
20 minutes later, DeCarlo left Porter comfortably drunk. He had one bright pinpoint of hope. The porcelain figurine was still in Front Royal, the property of a Thomas Ashworth antique dealer. DeCarlo grasped hold of the possibility that regaining possession of one piece quickly would placate Findlay and buy time. As he drove through light traffic to Ashworth's shop, DeCarlo worked out his strategy. He would go in, explain the mishap, keeping it light, friendly. Since Ashworth had paid only $45 for the figure, DeCarlo was prepared to buy it back and include a reasonable profit for the dealer. It could all be handled quickly, painlessly. Once he had the figurine, he would phone Findlay and tell him that everything was under control. With any luck, Findlay would be satisfied to have Winesap contact the rest of the list, and DeCarlo would be back in New York to enjoy Christmas. The scenario brightened his mood to the extent that DeCarlo was humming as he parked his car by the curb in front of Ashworth's shop. It wasn't until he was out of the car and across the sidewalk that his easy smile faded. Closed. The large cardboard sign on the glass-fronted door glared back at him. DeCarlo was at the door in 2 strides, rattling the knob, pounding on the glass. It couldn't be closed. With his breath coming quickly, he raced to the wide display window, cupping his hands beside his face as he pressed it to the glass. He could see nothing but shadows and his own misery. Findlay would accept no excuses, he knew, would tolerate nothing so vague as simple bad luck. Then, as his lips peeled back in a snarl, DeCarlo saw the porcelain figure of a man and woman in ball dress, embracing lightly. DeCarlo clenched his gloved hands into fists. He wasn't about to let a lock and a sheet of glass stop him. The first step was to move his car. DeCarlo circled the block slowly, instincts humming as he kept an eye out for cruising patrol cars. He parked 2 blocks away. From his glove compartment he took what he thought he'd need: a flashlight, screwdriver, his revolver. He slipped them all into the pockets of his cashmere coat. This time he didn't approach the shop from the front, but headed up a side street with the firm, unhurried steps of a man who knew where he was headed. But as he walked, his eyes darted from side to side, watchful, wary. It was a small town, and on a cold, blustery night, most of its citizens were home enjoying the evening meal. DeCarlo passed no one as he walked toward the rear entrance of Ashworth's shop. Nor did he spot any evidence of a security system. Moving quickly, he used the screwdriver to jimmy the door. The sound of splintering wood made him smile. He'd nearly forgotten the simple pleasure of breaking and entering during his years of corporate thievery. DeCarlo slipped inside, shut the door behind him. He flicked on his flashlight, shielding the beam with his hand as he swung it right and left. He'd entered through what appeared to be a small, cramped office. Because he would need to cover his tracks, DeCarlo had decided to make the break-in appear to be a random burglary. Impatient with the time he needed to waste, he pulled open drawers, upended contents. He chuckled to himself as he spotted a plastic bank envelope. It looked as though his luck had changed. A quick flip through the small bills inside, and he estimated the take to be about $500. Satisfied, he stuffed the money into his pocket and used the light to guide him into the main shop. It seemed to DeCarlo that a little vandalism was just the touch he needed. He smashed a milk glass lamp and a Capodimonte vase at random. Then, because it felt so good, he kicked over a table that held a collection of demitosses. On impulse, and because it had been years since he'd had the thrill of stealing, he dropped a few cloisonné boxes into his pockets. He was grinning when he snatched up the figurine. "Gotcha, baby," he murmured, then froze as light flooded into the shop from a stairway to his right. Swearing under his breath, DeCarlo squeezed himself between a rosewood armoire and a brass pole lamp.
"I've called the police."
An elderly man wearing a gray flannel robe and carrying a 9-iron inched down the steps.
"They're on their way, so you best stay right where you are."
DeCarlo could hear the age in the voice and the fear. For a moment he was baffled as he smelled roasted chicken. The old man had an apartment upstairs, DeCarlo realized, and cursed himself for crashing through the shop like an amateur. But there wasn't time for regrets. Tucking the figurine under his arm like a football, he hurtled toward Ashworth as he had once hurtled down Midtown Fifth Avenue with elderly matrons' Gucci bags stuffed in his jacket. The old man grunted on impact, teetered on the steps, his worn bathrobe flapping over fish-white legs as thin and sharp as pencils. Breath-wheezing, Ashworth swung awkwardly with the golf club as he fought to save his balance. More in reaction than intent, DeCarlo grabbed at the club as it whooshed by his ear. Ashworth pitched forward. His head hit a cast-iron coal scuttle with an ominous crack.
"Ah, Christ."
Disgusted, DeCarlo shoved Ashworth over with the toe of his shoe. In the spill of the upstairs light, he could see the flow of blood, the open, staring eyes. Fury had him kicking the body twice before he pulled himself back. He was out the rear door and half a block away when he heard the sound of sirens. Finley was switching channels on several of his television screens when the call came through.
"DeCarlo on line 2, Mr. Finley."
Put him through. After he'd switched the phone to speaker, Finley said, "You have news for me?"
Yes, sir. I have the porcelain figurine with me, Mr. Finley, as well as a list locating all the other merchandise."
DeCarlo spoke from his car phone and kept his speed to a law-abiding 55 on his way back to Dulles International. Finley waited a beat.
"Explain."
DeCarlo began with Porter, pausing every few sentences to be certain Finley wanted him to continue.
"I'd be happy to fax the list to you as soon as I reach the airport, Mr. Finley."
"Yes, do that."
"You sound a bit uneasy, Mr. DeCarlo." "Well, actually, sir, there was a bit of a problem in recovering the figurine. An antique dealer in Front Royal had purchased it. His shop was closed when I arrived, and knowing that you wanted results quickly, I broke in to retrieve it. The dealer was upstairs. There was an accident, Mr. Finley. He's dead."
"I see." Finley examined his nails. "So I assume you took care of this Porter?"
"Took care of?"
"He can link you to the accident, correct? And a link to you, Mr. DeCarlo, is a link to me. I suggest you snap the link quickly, finally."
I'm on my way to the airport."
"Then you'll have to turn around and go back, won't you? Don't bother with that fax. After you've finished tidying up in Virginia, I'll expect you here with the figurine. We'll discuss the next steps."
You want me in California? Mr. Finley. By noon, Mr. DiCarlo. We'll be closing early tomorrow. The holidays, you know. Contact WineSap with your flight information. You'll be met. Yes, sir.
DiCarlo broke the connection and headed for the first exit ramp. He hoped to God Porter was still in his office and well drunk so that he could put a bullet in the man's brain with little fuss. If he didn't get this whole mess straightened out soon, he'd never make it home for Christmas dinner. Really, Andrew, really, there's no need for you to walk me up. With a self-defense only a woman who'd been bored beyond redemption could possibly understand, Dora body-blocked the stairway. Just let me get inside, she thought, behind a locked door. Then she could beat her head against the wall in private. Andrew Dodd, a CPA who considered bundling funds into tax shelters the height of intrigue, gave one of his hearty laughs and pinched her cheek. "Now, Dora, my mother taught me to always see the girl to her door." "Well, Mama's not here," Dora pointed out, and inched up the steps. "And it's late." "Late? It's not even 11. You're not going to send me off without a cup of coffee, are you?" He flashed the white teeth that his doting Mama had spent thousands to have straightened. "You know you make the best coffee in Philadelphia." "It's a gift." She was searching for some polite way to refuse when the outside door slammed open, slammed shut. Jed strode down the hall, his hands balled into the pockets of his scarred leather bomber jacket. It was left unsnapped to the wind over a sweatshirt and torn jeans. His hair was wind-blown, his face unshaven, which suited the surly look in his eye. Dora had to wonder why, at that moment, she preferred Jed's dangerous look to the three-piece suited, buffed, and polished accountant beside her. The lack, she decided, was most certainly in her. "Skimmerhorn." Jed summed up Dora's date with one brief glance as he fit his key into his lock. "Conroy," he said. With that as greeting and farewell, he slipped inside and closed the door. "Your new tenant?" Andrew's dark, well-groomed eyebrows rose into the high forehead his mother assured him was a sign of intelligence and not male-pattern baldness. "Yes." Dora sighed and caught a whiff of Andrew's Halston for Men and the clashing wild animal scent Jed had left stirring in the air. Since she'd missed her chance to make excuses, she unlocked her own door and let Andrew in. "He seems remarkably physical." Frowning, Andrew shed his London fog overcoat, folding it neatly over the back of a chair. "Does he live alone?" "Yep." Too frustrated for tidiness, Dora tossed her mink, circa 1925, toward the couch on her way to the kitchen. "Of course, I know how important it is to keep an apartment tenanted, Dora, but don't you think it would have been wiser, certainly safer, to rent to another female?" "A female what?" Dora muttered, then paused as she poured beans into her old hand-cranked coffee grinder. "No." While she ground beans, she glanced over her shoulder where Andrew was standing behind her, lips pursed in disapproval. "Do you?" "Certainly. I mean, the two of you do live here alone." "No. I live here alone. He lives there." Because it annoyed her to have him breathing down her neck while she worked, Dora said, "Why don't you go put on some music, Andrew?" "Music?" His blandly handsome face cleared. "Of course. Mood." Moments later, she heard the quiet strains of an old Johnny Mathis recording. She thought, uh-oh, then shrugged. If she couldn't handle an accountant who wore Brooks Brothers suits and Halston cologne, she deserved to pay the price. "The coffee'll be a few minutes," she said as she walked back into the living room. Andrew was standing, hands on his narrow hips, studying her new painting. "That's something, isn't it?" He tilted his head right, then left. "It's certainly bold." Then he turned to her to take a moment to admire how she looked in the short black dress covered with fiery bugle beads. "And it suits you." "I picked it up at an auction in Virginia just a couple of days ago." She sat on the arm of a chair, automatically crossing her legs without giving a thought to the way the movement urged her skirt higher on her thighs. Andrew gave it considerable thought. "I thought I'd enjoy living with it a while before I put it in the shop." She smiled, then catching the predatory look in his eye, popped off the chair like a spring. "I'll go check the coffee." But he caught her hand and swung her, in what she imagined he considered a stylish move, into his arms. She barely avoided colliding her head with his chin. "We should take advantage of the music," he told her as he glided over the rug. His mother had paid good money for dance lessons, and he didn't want to waste it. Dora forced herself to relax. He did dance well, she mused as she matched her steps to his. She smiled and let her eyes close. She let the music and the movement take her, laughing softly when he lowered her into a stylish dip. He wasn't such a bad guy, she mused. He looked good, he moved well, he took care of his mother and had a solid portfolio. Just because he'd bored her silly on a couple of dates didn't mean... Suddenly he clamped her hard against him, shattering her mellow mood. That she could understand and certainly overlook, but as she pressed a hand against his chest, she felt the unmistakable outline of a toothbrush he'd slipped into the inside pocket of his jacket. As conscientious as she knew Andrew to be, she sincerely doubted he carried it with him to brush after every meal. Before she could comment, his hands had streaked under the hem of her dress to grab her silk-covered bottom. "Hey!" Furious, she reared back, but even as she managed to free her mouth, he was slobbering kisses over her neck and shoulder. "Oh, Dora, Dora, I want you." "I get the picture, Andrew." While she squirmed, one of his hands snuck up to tug her zipper. "But you're not going to have me. Now pull yourself together." "You're so beautiful, so irresistible." He had her pressed against the side of a chair. Dora felt her balance going and swore. "Well, resist, or I'll have to hurt you." He only continued to mumble seductive phrases as he tumbled with her to the floor. It wasn't the indignity of being sprawled under a crazed accountant that bothered her so much. It was the fact that they'd rammed up against the coffee table and sent several of her treasures crashing to the floor. Enough was enough. Dora brought her knee up between Andrew's thighs. Even as he grunted, she popped him hard in the eye. "Off!" she shouted, shoving at him. Groaning, he rolled, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Dora scrambled to her feet. "If you don't get up right now, I'll hit you again. I mean it." Afraid, he heaved himself to his hands and knees. "You're crazy," he managed, and took out a snowy white handkerchief to check his face for blood. "You're right. Absolutely." She picked up his coat and held it out. "You're better off without me. Now run along home, Andrew, and put some ice on that eye." "My eye?" He probed at it, winced. "What am I supposed to tell Mother?" "That you walked into a door." Impatience snapping around her, Dora helped him to his feet. "Go away, Andrew." Struggling for dignity, he snatched his coat away from her. "I took you out to dinner. Twice. Consider it a bad investment. I'm sure you can find a way to deduct it." She yanked open her door just as Jed opened his across the hall. "Out! And if you ever try anything like that again, I'll blacken both your eyes." "Crazy!" Andrew scurried toward the door. "You're out of your mind." "Come back and I'll show you crazy." She pulled off a spiked heel and hurled it like a discus. "And you're fired." The shoe hit the back door with a satisfying thump. Dora stood, one shoe off, one shoe on, catching her breath. The quiet sound of Jed clearing his throat had her spinning back. He was grinning. It was the first time she'd seen him grin, but she wasn't in the mood to be pleased with the way it made his usually surly face approachable. "See something funny, Skimmerhorn?" He thought about it. "Yeah." Because it had been a long time since he'd been quite so amused, he leaned against the door jamb and continued to grin. "Interesting date, Conroy?" "Fascinating." She hobbled down the hall to retrieve her shoe. Slapping it against her palm, she hobbled back. "You still here?" "Looks like." Dora let out a long breath, dragged a hand through her tumbled hair. "Want a drink?" "Sure." As she crossed the threshold into her apartment, she pulled off the other shoe and tossed them both aside. "Brandy?" "Fine." He glanced at the broken china on the floor. That must have been the crash he'd heard. Between that and the shouting, he'd had a bad moment deciding whether or not to intervene. Even when he'd carried a badge, he'd worried more about answering a domestic dispute than coloring a pro. He looked over at Dora while she poured brandy into snifters. Her face was still flushed, her eyes still narrowed. He had to be grateful his 7th Cavalry routine hadn't been necessary.
"So, who was the jerk?"
"My former accountant." Dora handed Jed a snifter. "He spends the evening boring me into a coma talking about Schedule C's and long-term capital gains, then figures he can come back here and rip my clothes off." Jed skimmed his gaze down her glittery black dress.
"Nice clothes," he decided. "Don't know why he'd waste his time with capital gains."
Dora drank again, tilted her head. "Give me a minute. I think there was supposed to be a compliment buried in there."
Jed shrugged. "Looks like he got the worst of it."
"I should have broken his nose." Pouting, she walked over and crouched to pick up broken bric-a-brac. "Look at this." Temper began to simmer again. She held up a broken cup. "This was Derby, 1815, and this ashtray was Manhattan." Jed crouched beside her.
"Expensive?"
"That's not the point. This used to be a hazelware candy dish, Moroccan amethyst with lid."
"It's trash now. Leave it be. You're going to cut yourself. Get a broom or something."
Muttering, she rose and went out to rummage in the kitchen. "He even had a toothbrush in his pocket." She came out, waving a whisk broom and dustpan like a shield and spear. "A damn toothbrush! I bet the son of a bitch was an Eagle Scout."
Probably had a change of underwear in his overcoat pocket.
Gently, Jed took the broom from her. "I wouldn't be surprised." Dora stalked back to the kitchen for the trash can. She winced as Jed dumped a load of broken glass into the trash can. "And a couple of condoms."
Any self-respecting Eagle Scout would have those in his wallet.
Resigned, she sat on the arm of the chair again. The theatrics, it seemed, were over. "Were you?"
Was I what?
"An Eagle Scout."
He dumped the last load of glass, then sent her a long look. "No, I was a delinquent. Better watch your feet over here. I might have missed some splinters."
"Thanks." Too wired to sit, Dora rose to top off both snifters. "So what do you do now?"
"You ought to know."
Jed took out a pack of cigarettes, lighted one.
"I filled out an application."
"I didn't have a chance to read it. Can I have one of those?" She nodded to his cigarette. "I like to smoke in times of stress or great annoyance." He passed her the one he'd already lighted and took out another.
"Feeling better?"
"I guess." She took a quick drag, blew it out as quickly. She didn't like the taste, only the effect. "You didn't answer my question."
"What question?"
"What do you do?"
"Nothing."
He smiled, but there was nothing humorous about it.
"I'm independently wealthy."
"Oh, I guess it pays to be a delinquent." She took another pull on the cigarette. The smoke and the brandy were making her pleasantly dizzy. "So, what do you do with yourself all day?"
"Nothing much."
"I could keep you busy." His brow lifted.
"Is that so?"
"Honest labor, Skimmerhorn. That is, if you're any good with your hands."
"I've been told I'm good enough."
His fingers hovered at her back, over the zipper that had been pulled nearly to her waist. After a moment's hesitation, he zipped it neatly into place. Dora, jolted, blinked. Thanks. What I meant was, I need some new shelves in the storeroom, and this place always needs a little of this or that."
"Your outside banister's a joke."
"Oh." Her lips moved into a pout, as though the insult had been personal. To Dora, it very nearly was. "Can you fix it?"
"Probably."
"We could work it off the rent, or I could pay you by the hour."
"I'll think about it."
He was thinking about something else at the moment, about how badly he wanted to touch her, just a brush of his thumb along the curve of her throat. He couldn't say why, but he wanted to do that, only that, and to see if the pulse at the base of that long, slender throat would throb in response. Annoyed with himself, Jed set aside his empty snifter and moved past her to pick up the trash can. "I'll take this back for you." "Thanks." She had to swallow. It wasn't as simple as it might have been, not with the obstruction in her throat. There was something about the way the man looked at her that sent all sorts of weird jangles through her system. Stupid, she told herself. It had simply been a long and exhausting day. She started toward the kitchen. "Really, thanks," she said again. "If you hadn't come in, I'd have spent an hour kicking things." "That's all right. I liked watching you kick him." She smiled. "Why?" "I didn't like his suit." He stopped in the doorway to look down at her. "Pinstripes put me off." "I'll keep that in mind." With the smile still curving her lips, she glanced up. Jed followed her gaze and studied the sprig of mistletoe over his head. "Cute," he said, and because he was a man who'd decided to stop taking chances, started to move by her. "Hey!" Amused by the situation and his reaction, Dora caught his arm. "Bad luck?" she told him. Hiking up to her toes, she brushed her mouth lightly over his. "I don't like to risk bad luck." He reacted instinctively, in much the same way he would have to a gunshot or a knife at the back. Thought came after action. He caught her chin in his hand to hold her still. "You're risking more than bad luck, Isadora." And he brought his mouth down on hers in a kiss tasting of smoke and brandy and an underlying violence that had the blood draining out of her head. "Oh, God, my God," was all she had a chance to think. Or perhaps she groaned it as her lips parted helplessly under his. It was quick, seconds only, but when he released her, she rocked back down on her heels, eyes wide. He stared down at her for another moment, cursing himself and fighting a vicious urge to do exactly what the idiot accountant had tried. "I wouldn't try kicking me on the way out," he said softly. "Lock your door, Conroy." He walked out across the hall and locked his own. 5. "What are you so cranky about?" Leah demanded. She'd popped back into the storeroom to announce a $500 sale and had been greeted for the third time that morning by a short snarl. "I'm not cranky," Dora snapped. "I'm busy." She was currently boxing up a 4-piece place setting of Fire King dinnerware, honeysuckle pattern. People ought to be shot for trying to cram their shopping into the last 2 days before Christmas. "Do you realize I have to take Terry off the floor and have her deliver this across town this afternoon?" "You could have told the customer to come back in for it." "And I might have lost the sale," Dora tossed back. "I've had these damn dishes for 3 years. I'm lucky to have palmed them off on anyone." "Now I know something's wrong." Leah crossed her arms. "Spill it." Nothing's wrong, except that she hadn't been able to sleep. And there was no way, absolutely no way she was going to admit that she'd let one quick kiss tie her up into knots. "I've just got too much to do and not enough time to do it." "But you like that, Dora," Leah pointed out. "I've changed." Dora wrapped the last cup in newspaper. "Where's that stupid packing tape?" She turned, then stumbled back against the desk when she spotted Jed at the base of the stairs. "Sorry." But he didn't look it. "I came down to see if you still wanted me to fix that banister." "Banister? Oh, well." She hated being flustered. The only thing she hated more was being wrong. "You have to get wood or something?" "Or something." He looked over when Leah firmly cleared her throat. "Oh, Leah, this is Jed Skimmerhorn, the new tenant. Jed, my sister Leah." "Nice to meet you." Leah extended a hand. "I hope you're settling in all right." "Not much to settle. Do you want the banister fixed or not?" "Yes, I suppose, if you're not too busy." Dora found the packing tape and kept herself occupied by sealing the carton. When the idea dawned, she went with it. "Actually, You could help me out. You've got a car, right? The Thunderbird? So? I have a delivery. In fact, I have 3 of them. I really can't spare my assistant. Jed hooked his thumbs in his front pockets. You want me to make deliveries? If it wouldn't be a problem. You'd keep track of your gas and mileage. She offered him a sunny smile. You might even cop a couple of tips. He could have told her to go to hell. He wasn't sure why he didn't. How can I resist? He eyed with vague dislike the box she was sealing. Where to? It's all written down. Those are the other 2 right there. She nodded toward the corner of the room. You can carry them out through the side door to your car. Saying nothing, Jed hefted the first box and disappeared outside. That's the lieutenant? Leah whispered. Possibilities were already racing through her mind as she hurried to the door to peek through. Who is he? What does he do? I just told you who he is. His name's Skimmerhorn. You know what I mean. She watched Jed muscle the box into the back seat of the T-Bird, then quickly stepped back across the room. He's coming back. I hope so, Dora said dryly. He's only got 1 of the boxes. She lifted the second one herself and passed it to Jed when he came to the door. They're fragile, she told him, and got a grunt in response. Did you see his shoulders? Leah hissed. John doesn't have shoulders like that in my wildest fantasies. Ophelia Conroy Bradshaw, shame on you. John's a wonderful guy. I know that. I'm nuts about him. But he doesn't have any shoulders. I mean, he's got them, of course, but they're just kind of bone and... God! After studying the way Jed's Levi's stretched when he leaned over the trunk of his car, she patted her heart and grinned. It's always reassuring to know the attraction cells still operate. So, what's he do? About what? About the invoices, she said quickly. Don't forget to give Mr. Skimmerhorn the invoices, Dora. She picked them up herself and handed them over to Jed as he stepped in to pick up the last box. Thanks. He gave Leah an odd look, wary of the gleam in her eye. You want me to pick up that lumber or what? Lumber? Oh, the banister, Dora remembered. Sure, go ahead. You can slip the bill under my door if I'm not around. He couldn't resist. He knew he should, but he couldn't. Another hot date? She smiled sweetly and yanked open the door. Kiss my ass, Skimmerhorn. I've thought of it, he murmured. I have thought of it. With that, he sauntered out. Tell, Leah demanded. Tell all. Don't leave out any detail, however small or insignificant. There's nothing to tell. I went out with Andrew last night, and Jed met him when I was kicking him out. You kicked Jed out? Andrew. He made a pass, Dora said with the last of her patience. And I kicked him out. Now, if we finished our little gossip session... Almost. What does he do? Jed, I mean. He must lift weights or something to have shoulders like that. I never knew you had such a shoulder fixation. I do when they're attached to a body like that one. Let's see. He's a longshoreman? Nope. A construction worker? You lose the trip for 2 to Maui. Would you like to try for the Samsonite luggage? Just tell me. Dora had spent part of her sleepless night digging up Jed's application. One of his references had been Commissioner James L. Riker of the Philadelphia Police Department, which made sense, she mused, since Jed's last place of employment had been the Philadelphia PD. He's an ex-cop. Ex? Leah's eyes went wide. Christ! He was fired from the force for taking bribes? Dealing drugs? For killing someone? Put your imagination on hold, sweetie. Dora patted her sister's shoulder. I swear, you should have been the one to take after Mom and Dad on the stage. He resigned, she said, a few months back. According to the copious notes Dad took when he called the commissioner of police, Jed's got a pot full of commendations, and they're keeping his service revolver warm for him in hopes that he'll come back. Well, then why did he quit? That didn't seem to be anyone's business, she said primly. But she was just as curious, and just as annoyed as Leah that their father hadn't asked. Game over. She held up her hand to ward off another spate of questions.
If we don't get back inside to help Terry, she'll make my life a living hell." "All right. But I feel good knowing you've got a cop right across the hall. That should keep you out of trouble." She stopped dead, goggle-eyed. "Oh, God, Dory! Do you think he was carrying a gun?" "I don't think he'll need one to deliver dinnerware." With this, Dora shoved her sister through the door. Under any other circumstances, DeCarlo would have felt foolish sitting in an elegant reception area holding a cheap statue in his lap. In this particular reception area, decorated with muted impressionist prints and Erte sculptures, he didn't feel foolish at all. He felt scared, bone scared. He hadn't really minded the murder. Not that he enjoyed killing like his cousin Guido, but he hadn't minded it. DeCarlo looked at putting a small-caliber bullet between Porter's eyes as self-defense, but he'd had a lot to worry about on the long flight from east to west coast. Considering his string of bad luck, he wondered whether by some twisted hook of fate he had the wrong statue warming his lap. It certainly looked like the one he'd seen packed into the crate at Premium. In a just world, there couldn't be two such ugly porcelain creations in the same small town. "Mr. DeCarlo," the receptionist said, "Mr. Findlay will see you now." Right, sure." DeCarlo rose, hooking the statue under his arm and straightening the knot of his tie with his free hand. He followed the blonde to the double mahogany doors and worked on fixing a pleasant smile on his face. Findlay didn't rise from behind his desk. He enjoyed watching DeCarlo nervously cross the ocean of white carpet. He smiled coldly, noting the faint beading of sweat over DeCarlo's upper lip. "Mr. DeCarlo, you have tidied up in the great state of Virginia?" "Everything there is taken care of." "Excellent." He gestured to his desk so that DeCarlo set the statue down. "And this is all you've brought me?" "I also have a list of the other merchandise and all the locations." At the wave of Findlay's fingers, DeCarlo dived into his pocket for the list. "As you see, there were only 4 other buyers, and 2 of them are also dealers. I think it should be simple enough to go right into those shops and buy back that merchandise." "You think," Findlay said softly. "If you could think, Mr. DeCarlo, my merchandise would already be in my possession. However," he continued when DeCarlo remained silent, "I'm willing to give you the opportunity to redeem yourself." He rose then and ran a fingertip over the overly sweet female face of the statue. "An unfortunate piece of work. Quite hideous, don't you agree?" "Yes, sir." "And this man, this Ashworth, paid in good coin for it? Amazing, isn't it, what people will find appealing? One has only to look to see the lines are awkward, the color poor, the material inferior. Ah, well, beauty's but skin deep." He picked up an unused marble white ashtray from his desk and decapitated the woman. DeCarlo, who had only hours before cold-bloodedly murdered 2 men, jolted when the ashtray smashed the second head away. He watched, his nerves jumping, as Findlay systematically broke away limbs. "An ugly cocoon," Findlay murmured, "to protect sheer beauty." From inside the torso of the figurine, he pulled a small object wrapped in layers of heavy bubble plastic. Delicately he unwrapped it, and the sound he made was like that of a man undressing a lover. What DeCarlo saw looked like a gold cigarette lighter, heavily ornate and studded with some sort of stones. To him it was hardly more attractive than the statue that had hidden it. "Do you know what this is, Mr. DeCarlo?" No, sir." "It is an etui." Findlay laughed then, caressing the gold. For that moment he was supremely happy, a child with a new toy, a man with a new lover. "Which tells you nothing, of course. This small ornamental case was used to hold manicure sets or sewing implements, perhaps a button hook or a snuff spoon. A pretty little fancy that went out of fashion toward the end of the 19th century. This one is more intricate than most, as it's gold, and these stones, Mr. DiCarlo, are rubies. There are initials etched into the base." Smiling dreamily, he turned it over. It was a gift from Napoleon to his Josephine, and now it belongs to me. "That's great, Mr. Finley." DiCarlo was relieved that he'd brought the right figurine, and that his employer seemed so pleased. "You think so?" Finley's emerald eyes glittered. "This bauble is only a portion of what is mine, Mr. DiCarlo. Oh, I'm pleased to have it, but it reminds me that my shipment is incomplete. A shipment, I might add, that has taken me more than 8 months to accumulate, another 2 months to have transported. That's nearly a year of my time, which is quite valuable to me, not to mention the expense." He hefted the ashtray again and swung it through the delicate folds of Milady's gown. Thin shards of porcelain shot like tiny missiles through the air. "You can understand my distress, can you not?" "Yes, sir." Cool sweat slipped clammily down DiCarlo's back. "Naturally." "Then we'll have to see about getting it back. Sit down, Mr. DiCarlo." With an unsteady hand, DiCarlo brushed porcelain splinters off the buttery leather of a chair. He sat cautiously on the edge of his seat. "The holidays make me magnanimous, Mr. DiCarlo." Finley took his own seat and continued to caress the étui in intimate little circles. "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. You have plans, I imagine?" "Well, actually, yes. My family, you see." "Families." Finley's face lit up with a smile. "There is nothing like family around the holidays. I have none myself, but that is unimportant. Since you've managed to bring me one small portion of my property so quickly, I hate to take you away from your family at Christmas." Keeping the étui trapped between his palms, he folded his hands. "I'll give you until the 1st of the year. Generous, I know, but, as I said, the holidays. They make me sentimental. I'll want everything that is mine by January 1. No, make it the 2nd. His smile spread and widened. "I trust you won't disappoint me." "No, sir." "Naturally, I'll expect progress reports, holiday or no. You can reach me here or on my private number. Do stay in touch, Mr. DiCarlo. If I don't hear from you at regular intervals, I'd have to come looking for you myself. We wouldn't want that." "No, sir." DiCarlo had an uncomfortable image of being hunted by a rabid wolf. "I'll get right on it." "Excellent. Oh, and have Barbara make a copy of this list for me before you go, will you?" Jed couldn't say why he was doing it. He'd had no business going down to the shop that morning in the first place. He was perfectly content to spend his days working out in the gym, lifting weights in his own apartment, catching up on his reading. God knew what crazy impulse had had him wandering downstairs and somehow volunteering to make Dora's deliveries. Of course, he remembered with what was almost a smile, he had gotten tipped pretty well at that. A few bucks, and in one memorable case, a brightly colored tin filled with homemade Christmas cookies. It hadn't been such a big deal, and it had been interesting to see how much more enthusiastically you were greeted when you knocked on someone's door carrying a box rather than a badge. He could have crossed the whole experience off as a kind of experiment, but now he was standing out in the cold replacing a banister. The fact that he was enjoying it on some deep elemental level made him feel like an idiot. He was forced to work outside because Dora didn't have 10 feet of unoccupied space anywhere in her building. Since her idea of tools had run to a single screwdriver and a ball-peen hammer with a taped handle, he'd had to drop by Brent's to borrow some. Of course, Mary Pat had grilled him on everything from his eating habits to his love life, while plying him with snickerdoodles. It had taken him nearly an hour to escape with his sanity and a power saw. The events of the day had taught Jed one important lesson. He would keep to himself from this point on, just as he had planned. When a man didn't like people to begin with, there was no rational reason to mix with them. At least there was no one to bother him in the rear of the building, and he enjoyed working with his hands, liked the feel of wood under them. Once he'd considered adding a small workshop onto the back of the house in Chestnut Hill, a place where he could have tinkered and built when the job gave him time. But that had been before Donnie Speck, before the investigation that had become an obsession. And of course it had been before Elaine had paid the price. Before Jed could switch off his mind, he saw it again. The silver Mercedes sedan sitting sedately under the carport. He saw the dull gleam of pearls around Elaine's neck, and remembered inanely that they had been a birthday gift from the first of her 3 husbands. He saw her eyes, the same brilliant blue as his own, perhaps the only family trait they had shared, lift and look curiously in his direction. He saw the faint annoyance in those eyes, and saw himself racing across the manicured lawn between the well-tended rose bushes that had smelled almost violently of summer. The sun had glinted off the chrome, speared into his eyes. A bird high up in one of the trio of apple trees had trilled insanely. Then the explosion had ripped through the air with a hot fist that had punched Jed back, sent him flying away toward the roses where the petals were sheared off by the force of the blast. The silver Mercedes was a ball of flame with a belch of black smoke stinking upward into the summer sky. He thought he heard her scream. It could have been the screech of rending metal. He hoped it had been. He hoped she'd felt nothing after her fingers had twisted the key in the ignition and triggered the bomb. Swearing, Jed attacked the new banister with Brent's power sander. It was over. Elaine was dead and couldn't be brought back. Donnie Speck was dead, thank Christ, and however much Jed might have wished it, he couldn't kill the man again. And he was exactly where he wanted to be, alone.
Ho, ho, ho!
Distracted by the hearty voice behind him, Jed switched off the sander. He turned, his eyes narrowed behind his tinted aviator glasses as he studied, with equal parts annoyance and curiosity, the pink-cheeked Santa.
You're a couple days early, aren't you? Ho, ho, ho!
Santa said again, and patted his comfortable belly.
Looks like you could use a little Christmas cheer, son.
Resigned to the interruption, Jed took out a cigarette.
Mr. Conroy, right?
He watched Santa's face fall.
It's the eyes,
Jed told him, and struck a match. They were Dora's eyes, Jed thought, big and brown and full of secret jokes.
Oh.
Quentin considered, then brightened.
I suppose a policeman is trained to see past disguises, the same way an actor is trained to assume them. I have, of course, played many upholders of law and order in my career.
Right.
In keeping with the season, I've been entertaining the children at Tidy Tot's daycare.
He stroked his silky white beard.
A small engagement, but a satisfying one, as it gives me the opportunity to play one of the world's most beloved characters to an audience of true believers. Children are actors, you see, and actors children.
Amused despite himself, Jed nodded.
I'll take your word for it. I see Izzy's put you to work.
Izzy?
My darling daughter.
Quentin wiggled his eyebrows and winked.
Pretty thing, isn't she?
She's all right.
Cooks, too. Don't know where she gets it from. Not her mother.
Conspiratorially, Quentin leaned closer.
Not to complain, but boiling an egg is a culinary triumph for her. Of course, she has other talents.
I'm sure she does. Dora's inside.
Naturally. A dedicated businesswoman, my firstborn, not at all like the rest of us in that aspect, though, of course, she could have had a brilliant career on the stage. Truly brilliant,
he said with some regret.
But she chose the world of retail. Genes are a peculiar thing, don't you think?
I haven't given it a lot of thought. A lie, he thought. A basic one. He'd spent a great deal of his life thinking about inherited traits.
Listen, I need to finish this before I lose the light. Why don't I give you a hand?
Quentin said, with the unexpected streak of practicality that made him a good director as well as an actor.
Jed studied the padded belly, the red suit, and flowing white cotton beard.
Don't you have elves to handle this kind of thing?
Quentin laughed merrily, his booming baritone echoing on the windy air.
Everything's unionized these days, boy. Can't get the little buggers to do anything not in the contract.
Jed's lips quirked as he turned on the sander again.
Once I finish here, you can help me put it up. Delighted.
A patient man, Quentin sat on the bottom step. He'd always liked to watch manual labor, watch being the key word. Fortunately, a modest inheritance had kept him from starving while pursuing his acting career. He'd met his wife of 30 years during a production of The Tempest, he as Sebastian and she as Miranda. They had entered the brave new world of matrimony and had traveled from stage to stage with considerable success until settling in Philadelphia and founding the Liberty Players. Now, at the comfortable age of 53, 49 on his resume, he had whipped the Liberty Players into a respected troupe who performed everything from Ibsen to Neil Simon at a steady profit. Perhaps because his life had been easy, Quentin believed in happily ever after. He'd seen his younger daughter tidily wed, was watching his son staunchly carrying the family name onto the stage. That left only Dora. Quentin had decided that this healthy young man with the unreadable eyes was the perfect solution. Smiling to himself, he pulled a flask out of Santa's pillow belly, took a quick nip, then another.
Well done, boy,
Quentin said half an hour later as he heaved himself up to pat the banister.
Smooth as a lady's cheek, and it was a pleasure to watch you work. How does one secure it in place? Take a hold, Jed suggested. Carry your end up to the top. This is fascinating.
The silver bells on Quentin's boots jangled as he climbed the stairs.
Not that I'm a complete novice, you see. I have assisted in the building of sets. We once constructed a rather spiffy Jolly Roger for a production of Peter Pan.
Quentin twirled his white mustache, and a look of menace gleamed in his eye.
I played Hook, naturally. I'd have bet on it. Watch yourself.
Making use of Brent's electric drill, Jed secured banister to post. Throughout the procedure, Quentin kept up a running conversation. Jed realized it was as easy to tune him out as it was to tune out the background music in a dentist's office.
As easy as that.
Back at the base of the steps, Quentin shook the rail and beamed.
Steady as a rock, too. I hope my Izzy appreciates you.
He gave Jed a friendly slap on the back.
Why don't you join us for Christmas dinner? My Ophelia puts on an impressive production. I've got plans. Ah, of course.
Quentin's easy smile didn't reveal his thoughts. He'd done his research on Jed Skimmerhorn much more thoroughly than anyone knew. He was well aware that Jed had no family other than a grandmother.
Perhaps New Year's, then. We always throw a party at the theater, the Liberty. You'd be welcome. Thanks, I'll think about it. In the meantime, I think we both deserve a little reward for our labors.
He pulled out the flask again, winking at Jed as he poured whiskey into the silver top. He handed the makeshift cup to Jed. Since he couldn't think of any reason not to, Jed tossed back the whiskey. He managed to choke back a gasp. The stuff was atomic.
By God!
Quentin slapped Jed's back again.
I like seeing a man drink like a man. Have another. Here's to full white breasts that give a man's head sweet rest.
Jed drank again and let the whiskey work up a nice buffer against the cold.
Are you sure Santa should be drinking? Dear boy, how do you think we get through those long, cold nights at the North Pole? We'll be doing South Pacific next. Nice change, all those palm trees. We try to fit a couple of musicals into our schedule each year. Crowd pleasers. Have to have Izzy bring you by.
He dipped more into Jed's cup and began a rousing rendition of There Is Nothing Like a Dame. It must be the whiskey, Jed decided. That would explain why he was sitting outside in the cold at dusk, finding nothing particularly odd about watching Santa belt out a show tune.
As he downed another capful, he heard the door open behind him and looked around lazily to see Dora standing at the top of the steps, her hands fisted on her hips. Christ, she had great legs, he thought. She spared Jed one withering glance. I should have known you'd encourage him. I was minding my own business. Sitting on the back steps, drinking whiskey with a man in a Santa suit? Some business. Because his tongue had thickened considerably, Jed enunciated with care. I fixed the banister. Bully for you. Dora strode down the steps and caught her father's arm, just as Quentin was executing a fancy spin. Show's over. Izzy! Delighted, Quentin kissed her lustily and gave her a bear hug. Your young man and I were seeing to carpentry repairs. I can see that. You both look very busy at the moment. Let's go inside, Dad. She took the flask and shoved it into Jed's hand. I'll come back for you, she said under her breath, and dragged her father upstairs. I was minding my own business, Jed said again, and meticulously capped the flask before slipping it into his back pocket. By the time Dora returned, he was loading up Brent's tools with the care of a man packing fine china. So, he slammed the trunk, leaned heavily against it. Where's Santa? Sleeping. We have one rule around here, Skimmerhorn. No drinking on the job. Jed straightened, then wisely braced himself against the car again. I was finished. Blearily, he gestured toward the banister. See? Yeah. She sighed, shook her head. I shouldn't blame you. He's irresistible. Come on. I'll take you upstairs. I'm not drunk. You're plowed, Skimmerhorn. Your body knows it. It just hasn't gotten through to your brain yet. I'm not drunk, he said again, but didn't object when she slipped an arm around his waist to lead him up the steps. I made $15 and 24 cookies on the deliveries. That's nice. Pretty good cookies. He bumped into her as they passed through the doorway. Christ, you smell good. I'll bet you say that to all your landlords. Got your keys? Yeah. He fumbled for them, gave up and leaned against the wall. Served him right, he thought, for drinking that hard with only a few snickerdoodles in his system. Sighing, Dora slid her hand into his front pocket. She encountered a hard thigh and loose change. Try the other one, he suggested. She looked up, caught the easy and surprisingly charming smile. Nope. If you enjoyed that, you're not as drunk as I thought. Fish them out yourself. I told you I wasn't drunk. He found them, then wondered how he was supposed to fit the key into the lock when the floor was weaving. Dora guided his hand. Thanks. It's the least I can do. Can you get yourself to bed? He braced a hand on the door jamb. Let's get this straight, Conroy. I don't want to sleep with you. Well, that certainly puts me in my place. You got complication all over you, baby. Those big brown eyes and that tough little body. I just want to be alone. I guess that kills any hope I've been harboring that I'll bear your children. But don't worry, I'll get over it. She steered him toward the couch, shoved him down, then propped up his feet. I don't want you, he told her as she pried off his boots. I don't want anyone. Okay. She looked around for a blanket and settled on a couple of towels he'd hung over his bench press. Here you go. Nice and cozy. She tucked them neatly around him. He looked awfully cute, she thought, all drunk and surly and heavy-eyed. Going with impulse, she leaned over and kissed the end of his nose. Go to sleep, Skimmerhorn. You're going to feel like hell tomorrow. Go away, he muttered, closed his eyes, and tuned out. 6. She was right. He felt terrible. The last thing Jed wanted was someone pounding on his door while he was trying to drown himself in the shower. Cursing, he twisted off the taps, wrapped a towel around his waist, and dripped his way to the door. He yanked it open. What the hell do you want?
Good morning, Skimmerhorn. Dora breezed in with a wicker basket over her arm. I see you're your usual bright and cheerful self. She was wearing some sort of short-skirted outfit in vivid blues and gold that made his eyes throb. Get lost. My, we are feeling nasty this morning. Unoffended, she unpacked the basket. Inside was a red plaid thermos, a mason jar filled with some sort of vile-looking orange liquid, and a snowy white napkin folded around 2 flaky croissants. Since my father instigated this little affair, I thought I should see to your welfare this morning. We'll need a glass, a cup and saucer, a plate. When he didn't move, she tilted her head. Fine, I'll get them. Why don't you go put some clothes on? You've made it clear that you're not interested in me on a physical level, and the sight of your damp, half-naked body might send me into an unbridled sexual frenzy. A muscle in his jaw twitched as he ground his teeth. Cute, Conroy. Real cute. But he turned and strode off into the bedroom. When he came back, wearing gray sweats torn at the knee, she'd set a neat breakfast on his picnic table. Had any aspirin yet? I was working on it. These first, then. She offered him 3 pills. Take them with this. Just gulp it down. He scowled at the sickly orange liquid she'd poured into a tumbler. What the hell is it? Salvation. Trust me. Because he doubted he could feel much worse, he swallowed the pills with 2 big gulps of Dora's remedy. Christ, it tastes like embalming fluid. Oh, I imagine it's the same principle. Still, I can guarantee the results. Dad swears by it, and believe me, he's the expert. Try the coffee. It won't do much for the hangover, but you'll be fully awake to enjoy it. Because his eyes were threatening to fall out, he pressed the heels of his hands against them. What was in that flask? Quentin Conroy's secret weapon. He has a still in the basement where he experiments like a mad scientist. Dad likes to drink. Now there's news. I know I should disapprove, but it's hard to. He doesn't hurt anyone. I'm not even sure he hurts himself. She broke off a corner of one of the croissants and nibbled. He doesn't get surly or arrogant or nasty with it. He'd never consider getting behind the wheel of a car or operating heavy machinery. She shrugged. Some men hunt or collect stamps. Dad drinks. Feeling better? I'll live. That's fine, then. I've got to go open up. You'd be amazed at how many people shop on Christmas Eve. She started out, paused with her hand on the knob. Oh, and the banister looks good. Thanks. Let me know when you feel up to hammering together some shelves. And don't worry, she flashed him a smile. I don't want to sleep with you either. Dora closed the door quietly and hummed her way down the hall. DeCarlo was feeling fine. His luck was back. The rented Porsche was tearing up 95. Neatly boxed on the seat beside him rode a bronze eagle and a reproduction of the Statue of Liberty, both easily purchased from a novelty shop just outside of Washington, D.C. It had gone slick as spit, DeCarlo thought now. He had walked into the shop, done some nominal browsing, then had walked out again, the proud owner of 2 pieces of American kitsch. After a quick detour into Philadelphia to pick up the next 2 items on his list, he would head into New York. All things being equal, he would make it home by 9 o'clock, with plenty of time for holiday celebrations. The day after Christmas, he would take up his schedule again. At this pace, he figured he would have all of Mr. Finley's merchandise in hand well before deadline. He might even earn a bonus out of it. Tapping his fingers along with the dance track, he dialed Finley's private number on the car phone.
Yes?
Mr. Finley, DeCarlo.
And do you have something of interest to tell me?
Yes, sir. He all but sang it. I've recovered 2 more items from D.C.
The transactions went smoothly?
Smooth as silk. I'm on my way to Philadelphia now. 2 more items are in a shop there. I should arrive by 3 at the latest.
Then I'll wish you Merry Christmas now, Mr. DeCarlo. I'll be difficult to reach until the 26th. Naturally, if you have something to report, you'll leave a message with Winesap.
I'll keep in touch, Mr. Finley. Enjoy your holiday.
Finley hung up the phone, but continued to stand on his balcony, watching the smog clog the air over L.A. The étui hung around his neck on a fine gold chain. DeCarlo did arrive in Philadelphia by 3. His luck was holding steady as he walked into Dora's parlor 15 minutes before closing. The first thing he noticed was a statuesque redhead wearing a green elf's cap. Terry Starr, Dora's assistant and a devoted member of the Liberty Players, beamed at DeCarlo. "Merry Christmas," she said in a voice as clear as holiday bells. "You've just caught us. We're closing early today." DeCarlo tried out a sheepish smile. "I bet you hate us 11th-hour shoppers." "Are you kidding? I love them." She'd already spotted the Porsche at the curb and was calculating ending the business day with a last whopping sale. "Are you looking for anything in particular?"
Actually, yes.
He took a look around the shop, hoping he'd spot either the painting or the China hound quickly.
I'm on my way home, and I have an aunt who collects statues of animals, dogs in particular.
"I might be able to help you out." Topping 6 foot in her spiked heels, Terry moved through the shop like a staff sergeant inspecting troops. She'd sized up DeCarlo's suit and overcoat as well as his car, and led him toward the jade. "This is one of my favorite pieces." She opened a curved glass cabinet and took out an apple-green carved foo dog, one of their most expensive objects. "Gorgeous, isn't he?"
Yes, but I'm afraid my aunt's tastes aren't quite so sophisticated.
He let amusement play around his eyes.
You know how these little ladies are.
"Are you kidding? You can't run a curio shop and not know." "Let's see, then." With some regret, Terry replaced the jade. "We've got a couple of nice Cocker Spaniels in plaster."
I'll take a look. Would it be all right if I just browsed around? I know you'd like to get out of here, and I might see something that strikes me as being Aunt Maria."
"You go right ahead. Take your time." DeCarlo saw the plaster cockers. He saw cloisonné poodles and blown glass retrievers. There were plastic Dalmatians and brass Chihuahuas, but nowhere did he see the China hound. He kept his eye peeled for the painting as well. There were dozens of framed prints, faded portraits, advertising posters. There was no abstract in an ebony frame. "I think I found the perfect—" Terry backed up 2 steps when DeCarlo whirled around. She was a woman who prided herself on reading expressions. For a moment there, she'd thought she'd read murder in his. Sorry, did I startle you?" His smile came so quickly, wiping out the icy gleam in his eyes, she decided she'd imagined it.
Yes, you did. Guess my mind was wandering. And what have we here?
"It's Staffordshire pottery, a Mama English sheepdog and her puppy. It's kind of sweet, isn't it?"
Right up Aunt Maria's alley.
DeCarlo kept the pleasant smile in place even after he'd spotted the 4-figure price tag.
I think she'd love it,
he said, hoping to buy time by having it wrapped.
I had something a little different in my mind, but this is Aunt Maria all over.
"Cash or charge?"
Charge.
He pulled out a credit card.
She used to have this mutt, you see,
he continued as he followed Terry to the counter.
A brown and white spotted dog who curled up on the rug and slept 20 hours out of 24. Aunt Maria adored that dog. I was hoping to find something that looked like him.
"That's so sweet." Terry nestled the Staffordshire in tissue paper. "You must be a very considerate nephew."
Well, Aunt Maria helped raise me.
"It's too bad you weren't in a few days ago. We had a piece very much like you're talking about. In China, a spotted hound curled up asleep. It was only in the shop a day before we sold it."
"Sold it?"
DeCarlo said between smiling teeth.
"That's too bad."
"It wasn't nearly as fine a piece as the one you've just bought, Mr. DeCarlo," she added after a glance at his credit card. "Believe me, your aunt's going to love you come Christmas morning."
I'm sure you're right. I notice you also carry art.
"Some. Mostly posters and old family portraits from estate sales."
Nothing modern, then. I'm doing some redecorating." Afraid not. We've got some stuff piled in the storeroom in back, but I haven't noticed any paintings.
While she wrote up his bill, DiCarlo drummed his fingers on the counter and considered. He had to find out who had bought the dog. If it hadn't been broad daylight with a wide display window at his back, he might have stuck his gun under the clerk's pretty chin and forced her to look up the information for him. Of course, then he'd have to kill her. He glanced at the window behind him. There wasn't much traffic, vehicular or pedestrian. But he shook his head. A young girl wrapped in a parka zoomed by on rollerblades. It wasn't worth the risk.
Just sign here.
Terry passed him the sales slip and his card.
You're all set, Mr. DiCarlo. I hope you and your aunt have a terrific Christmas.
Because she watched him through the window, DiCarlo set the box carefully in the trunk of the car, then waved cheerfully before climbing in. He slid smoothly away from the curb. He'd go somewhere for a late lunch. When it was dark, when the shop was empty, he'd be back. Dora gave Jed's door her best businesslike rap. She knew he was going to growl at her. It couldn't be helped. The fact was, she'd gotten used to the way he snarled and spat. She didn't look forward to it, but she'd gotten used to it. He didn't disappoint her. His short-sleeved sweatshirt was damp with sweat. His forearms glistened with it. She might have taken a moment to admire the basic masculinity, but she was too busy studying the scowl on his face. Jed gripped the ends of the towel he'd hooked around his neck.
What do you want now?
Sorry to disturb you. She peeked over his shoulder and spotted his weight equipment scattered over the living area. When you're so involved with building muscles, but my phone's out of order. I need to make a call.
There's a phone booth on the corner.
You're such a sweet guy, Skimmerhorn. Why hasn't some lucky woman snapped you up?
I beat them off with a stick.
Oh, I bet you do. Be a pal. It's a local call. For a minute, she thought he was going to shut the door in her face, again. But he swung the door wider and stepped back.
Make it fast,
he told her, and stalked into the kitchen. To give her privacy, Dora wondered? Hardly. Her judgment proved correct when he came back in, glugging Gatorade from the bottle. Dora juggled the phone, swore softly, then dropped the receiver back on the hook. Yours is out, too.
Not so surprising, since we're in the same building.
He'd left his door open, as she had. From her apartment he could hear the strains of music, Christmas music this time, but it was something that sounded like a medieval choir, and intrigued rather than annoyed. Unfortunately, Dora had exactly the same effect on him.
You always dress like that to talk on the phone?
She was wearing a slithery jumpsuit in silver, with strappy, spiked heels. A chain of stars hung at each ear. I have a couple of parties to drop in on. How about you? Are you spending Christmas Eve lifting weights?
I don't like parties.
No? She shrugged, and the silver silk whispered invitingly at the movement. I love them. The noise and the food and the gossip. Of course, I enjoy having conversations with other human beings, so that helps.
Since I haven't got any wassail handy to offer you, why don't you run along?
He tossed the towel aside and picked up a barbell.
Make sure your date doesn't hit the Christmas punch.
I'm not going with anyone. And since I don't want to have to worry about how often I dip into the Christmas punch, I was calling a cab. She sat on the arm of the couch, frowning as she watched Jed lift his weights. She shouldn't have felt sorry for him, she mused. He was the last person on earth that inspired sympathy. And yet she hated to imagine him spending the evening alone with barbells. Why don't you come with me? The long, silent look he sent her had her hurrying on. It's not a proposition, Skimmerhorn. Just a couple of parties where you hang out and make nice.
I don't make nice.
I can see you're rusty, but it is Christmas Eve, a time of fellowship, goodwill among men. You might have heard of it.
I heard rumors.
Dora waited a beat. You forgot bah humbug.
Take off, Conroy.
Well, that's a step up from this morning. People will say we're in love. She sighed, rose. Enjoy your sweat, Skimmerhorn, and the coal I'm sure Santa's going to leave in your stocking. She stopped, tilted her head. What's that noise?
What noise?
That. Her eyes narrowed in concentration. "Oh, boy, don't tell me we do have mice." He lowered the barbell and listened.
"Someone down in the shop."
"What?"
"In the shop," he repeated. "The sound carries up through the vent. Don't you know your own building, Conroy?"
"I'm not over here that much, and not when the shop's open." She started to dismiss it, then froze. "But the shop's not open." Her voice had lowered to a stage whisper. "There's no one down there."
"Somebody is."
"No." Her hand slid up to rub at the nerves in her throat. "We closed hours ago. Terry left by 3:30.
"So she came back."
"On Christmas Eve? She's giving one of the parties I'm going to." Dora's heels clicked smartly on the floor as she crossed to the door.
"Where are you going?"
"Downstairs, of course. Somebody must have cut the alarm and broken in. If they think they can gather up a sack of goodies from my shop, they're in for a surprise." He swore ripely, then took her arm, pushed her into a chair.
"Stay there."
He strode into the bedroom. Dora was still working out what name to call him when he walked back in, carrying a .38. Her eyes rounded. "What's that?"
"It's a parasol. Stay in here. Lock the door."
But...
"Stay."
Jed closed the door behind him. It was probably her assistant, he thought, as he moved quickly, silently down the hall. Or her sister, who'd forgotten some package she'd hidden. Or the old man looking for a bottle. But there was too much cop in him to take chances, and too much cop to dismiss the fact that the phones were out, and that the sounds coming through the vent had been stealthy rather than careless. He reached the door that led down to the storeroom, eased it open. There was no generous spill of light from below. He heard a sound, a drawer closing. Did she keep cash down there, he wondered, and swore under his breath. Probably. In some old-time canister or cookie jar. A movement behind him had him braced and pivoting, and swearing again. Dora was 3 steps back, her eyes swallowing her face, and a barbell hefted in one hand. Jed jerked a thumb. She shook her head. He curled his hand into a fist. She lifted her chin.
"Idiot,"
he muttered. "Same goes."
"Stay back, for Christ's sake."
He started down, jerking still when the 3rd step groaned under his foot. There was a rapid series of pops, and the wall, inches away from his face, spit plaster. Jed crouched, took the rest of the steps in a sprint, rolling when he hit the bottom, and coming up, weapon drawn, in time to see the rear door slam shut. He heard Dora clattering down after him, shouted for her to stay put. He hit the door at a run, went through low. The cold air bit into his lungs like slivers of ice, but his blood was hot. The sound of running footsteps echoed off to the right. Ignoring Dora's frantic demands to stop, he raced after them. It was instinct and half a lifetime of training. After he'd run about 2 blocks, he heard the roar of an engine, the squeal of tires. He knew he'd lost his quarry. He ran on for another half a block on the off chance that he could catch a glimpse of the car. When he returned to Dora, he found her standing in the center of the small gravel lot, shivering.
"Get inside."
Her fear had already turned to anger. "Your face is bleeding," she snapped.
"Yeah?"
He brushed at his cheek experimentally, and his fingers came away wet.
"The plaster must have nipped it."
He looked down at the barbell she still carried.
"And what were you going to do with that?"
"When he grabbed you and wrestled you to the ground, I was going to hit him with it." She felt some small relief when he tucked the gun into the back of his sweatpants. "Weren't you supposed to call for backup or something?"
"I'm not a cop anymore."
"Yes, you are," she thought. She might not have had much experience with the preservers of law and order, but he'd had cop in his eyes, in his moves, even in his voice. Saying nothing, she followed him toward the rear entrance of the shop.
"Ever heard of security systems?"
"I have one. It's supposed to clang like hell if anyone tries to get in." He only grunted, and instead of going inside, hunted up boxes and wires.
"Mickey Mouse,"
Jed said in disgust after one quick look at the mechanism. She pouted a little, brushing her bangs aside. "The guy who sold it to me didn't think so."
The guy who sold it to you was probably laughing his ass off when he installed it. All you have to do is cut a couple of wires." He held out the frayed ends to demonstrate. "He took out the phone for good measure. He'd have seen by the lights that there was somebody upstairs."
Then he was stupid, wasn't he? Her teeth were chattering. I mean, he should have waited until we were out or asleep, and he could have walked in and stolen me blind.
Maybe he was in a hurry. Don't you have a coat or something? Your nose is getting red."
Insulted, she rubbed it. Silly of me not to have thought to grab my wrap. What was that noise right before you took your heroic flight downstairs? It sounded like balloons popping.
"Silencer."
Jed checked his pocket for loose change. "Silencer?" The word came out on a squeak as she grabbed his arm. "Like in gangster movies? He was shooting at you?"
"I don't think it was personal. Got a quarter on you? We better call this in."
Her hand slid away from his arm. The color the cold had slapped into her cheeks drained away. Jed watched her pupils dilate.
"If you faint on me, I'm really going to get pissed off."
He grabbed her chin, gave her head a little shake.
"It's over now. He's gone, okay?"
"Your face is bleeding," she said dully.
"You already told me that."
"He could have shot you."
"I could have been spending the night with an exotic dancer. Shows you how far could have is from reality. How about that quarter?"
"I don't—" Automatically, she checked her pockets. "I have a phone in my van."
"Of course you do."
He strode over to her van, shaking his head when he found it unlocked. "There's nothing in it," she began, huffing. It pleased him to see her color was back.
"Except a phone, a stereo tape deck."
He lifted a brow.
"A fuzzbuster?"
"It was a gift." She folded her arms.
"Right."
He punched in Brent's number and waited 2 rings. "Merry Christmas!"
"Hi, Mary Pat."
He could hear children yelling in the background over a forceful recording of Jingle Bells.
"I need to talk to Brent for a minute."
"Jed, you're not calling to make some lame excuse about tomorrow. I swear I'll come drag you out here myself."
"No, I'll be there."
2 o'clock sharp?"
"I'll set my watch. MP, is Brent around?"
"Right here, making his world-famous sausage stuffing. Hang on." There was a clatter. Jingle Bells gave way to Rudolph.
"Hey, Captain, Mary, Mary."
"Sorry to bust in on your cooking, but we had a little problem over here."
"Jody, let go of that cat. What sort of problem?
"Break-in, the shop below the apartment."
They get anything?"
"I have to have her check."
He brushed wind-tossed hair from his face and watched Dora shiver.
"Took a couple of pops at me. Used a silencer."
"Shit. You hit?"
"No."
He checked his cheek again. The bleeding was nearly stopped.
"He had a car close. From the sound of the engine, it wasn't an economy."
"Sit tight, Kimosabe. I'll call it in and be on my way."
"Thanks."
He hung up and looked at Dora, who was dancing from foot to foot in a fruitless effort to keep warm.
"Maybe you'd better break out that brandy again. Come on."
Because her hands were frozen, he took them, warming them automatically as they walked back to the shop.
"You can take a look around. See if anything is missing."
"I'm not supposed to touch anything, right?"
"You keep up with the cop shows."
"Can we close the door?"
"Sure."
He took a brief glance at the jimmied lock, then closed out the cold. After he'd switched on the lights, he simply stood and absorbed. The storeroom was crammed. On one wall, boxes were stacked from floor to ceiling. Shelves held uncrated merchandise in no sort of order he could discern. There were 2 4-drawer file cabinets shoved into a corner. The top of each was piled with more boxes. There was a desk, which seemed to be an island of sanity. It held a phone, a lamp, a porcelain pitcher stuffed with pencils and pens, and a bust of Beethoven, which served as a paperweight. "Nothing's gone," she said.
"How can you tell?"
"I know my inventory. You must have scared him off." She walked over to the shelves and tapped what looked to Jed to be an old perfume or lotion bottle. "This Dom Nancy is worth well over 1,000. This Castelli plate, nearly that much. And this,"
She took down a box with a picture of a child's toy on it. Nando, a kid's robot? Boxed, it's worth easily $2,000 to a collector. She sniffed and replaced it. And you just leave this stuff out? I have a security system. Had one, she muttered. I can hardly drag all my stock into a vault every night. What about cash? We deposit everything but about 100 in small bills and change every night. She walked over to the desk, opened the top drawer. She took out an envelope, flipped through the bills inside. Here it is. Like I said, you must have scared him off. She stepped away and heard a paper rustle under her foot. Bending down, she scooped it up. Charge ticket, she told Jed. Funny. This would have been filed. Let's see. He snatched it out of her hand. Timothy O'Malley, $5.50 in tax on December 21st. For salt cellars? His wife collects. $500 for salt shakers? Cellars, Dora corrected, and snatched the receipt back. Peasant. Bloodsucker. Unamused, she turned to replace the receipt in its file. Look at this, she demanded. These drawers are a mess. He came to peer over her shoulder. They're not supposed to be? Of course not. I keep very careful records. The IRS terrifies me the same as they terrify all good Americans. And Leah spent a week purging and updating these files last month. So, he was after something in your files. What do you keep in here? Nothing of value. Receipts, invoices, mailing lists, inventory printout, delivery sheets, business stuff. Baffled, she ran a hand through her hair. The stars dangling from her ears sparkled in the light. There's no reason for anyone to break in here for paperwork. A crazed IRS agent? A psychopathic accountant? As soon as she'd said it, Dora bit her tongue. What was that jerk's name the other night? Don't be ridiculous. Andrew would never do anything like this. Didn't you say he was an accountant? Well, yes, but... And you fired him? That's hardly any reason to... Andrew what? She blew out a long breath, fluttering her bangs. I'll give you his name, his address, his phone number. Then you can go do cop things like harass him for his alibi on the night in question. I'm not a cop. If it looks like a cop, sounds like a cop, she sniffed at him, smells like a cop. How would you know what a cop smells like? She angled her chin. Gun oil and sweat. Come to think of it, you even taste like a cop. How's that? I don't know. Very deliberately, she dropped her gaze to his mouth, then lifted it slowly. Tough, authoritative, just a little bit mean. I can be meaner. He edged closer so that she was trapped between him and the file cabinet. I figured that. Did I tell you that I've always had this problem with authority? Goes all the way back to my elementary school days when I bucked Miss Teasworthy over quiet time. He pressed her back. You didn't mention it. No gun oil and sweat here, he realized. It seemed the whole room smelled like Dora, that hot, spicy scent that made a man's mouth water. I do, she continued. That's one of the reasons I started my own business. I hate taking orders. You're lousy at taking them. I told you to stay put. I had this driving need to stay close to the man with the gun. She lifted her hand, rubbed her thumb over the cut on his cheek. You scared me. You didn't get scared until it was over. No, I was scared all along. Were you? No, I love having people shoot at me. Then this is probably just a reaction we're having. She slid her arms around his neck, found the fit to her liking. You know, from the shock. I told you to back off. So push me away. Her lips curved. I dare you. They were still curved when his mouth came down. She expected him to be rough, and she was ready for it. His body slammed hers back into the file cabinet. The handles dug into her back, but she was too busy gasping with pleasure to notice the discomfort. He knew it was a mistake. Even as he steeped himself with her, he knew. Somehow she'd already dug a hook into his mind he'd been unable to shake loose.
Now she was trembling against him, making soft little sounds of shocked arousal deep in her throat. And she tasted, God, she tasted every bit as hot and sweet as she smelled. It had been so long, so very long, since he'd allowed himself to tumble into that dark, soft oblivion of woman. He drew back, wanting to clear his head, but she fisted both of her hands in his hair and pulled him against her. "More," she murmured, as her mouth ravaged his. "I always want more." With him she could have more. She knew it. With him there would be no vague sense of the incomplete. She could feast and be filled and still have more. For one wild moment he considered taking her there, on the floor of the cramped, dusty storeroom, with gun smoke still fading from the air. Perhaps he would have. Perhaps he would have had no choice. But he was still sane enough to hear the rattle at the door upstairs and the spit of gravel under tires outside. "The troops are here." He took Dora by the shoulders and set her firmly aside. She saw in his eyes what he would continue to deny. He was a cop again. "Why don't you go put on some coffee, Conroy? It doesn't look like you're going to make your parties after all." She stared up the stairs, keeping her back to him when she spoke. "And that's it?" "Yeah." He wished violently for the cigarettes he'd left upstairs. "That's it." 7. Dora had brandy. Jed drank coffee. Cop, she thought nastily. After all, they didn't drink on duty, at least on TV. Wanting to ignore him as completely as he was ignoring her, she curled herself onto the couch and studied the cheerful lights of her Christmas tree. She liked Jed's pal, though, Lieutenant Brent Chapman, with his wrinkled slacks, stained tie, and easy grin. He'd come in smelling of sausage and cinnamon, his heavy horn rims magnifying mild brown eyes. His manner was so reassuring that Dora found herself making coffee and setting out cookies as though she were entertaining unexpected guests rather than involved in a police investigation of shots fired. Brent's questions were slow and thoughtful and very nearly relaxing. No, there was nothing missing as far as she could tell. No, there was nothing in the files of any monetary value. Yes, the shop had been crowded the past couple of weeks, but no, she couldn't remember anyone acting suspicious or asking unusual questions. Enemies? This brought on a quick laugh. No, not unless you counted Marjorie Bowers. Bowers? Brent's ears perked up. He kept his pencil hovering over his dog-eared notepad. "We were both up for the lead in the school play, junior year. It was a production of West Side Story. I creamed her in the auditions, so she started this rumor that I was pregnant. I don't really think." "With my reputation at stake, I had no choice," Dora went on. "I ambushed her after school." She flicked a glance over to Jed, who was busy frowning at the bull's head cheese dish on her brake front. "That's very interesting, but I don't think it applies here." "Well, she really hated me." Dora picked up her snifter again, shrugged. "Then again, that was in Toledo. No, I'm wrong. Junior year must have been in Milwaukee. We moved around a lot in those days." Brent smiled. He'd taken a liking to Jed's landlord. A great many people who'd been through a break-in and gunfire didn't retain any sense of humor. "We're looking for something a bit more recent." "Tell him about the bean counter," Jed ordered. "For heaven's sake, Andrew wouldn't—" "Dodd," Jed interrupted. "Andrew Dodd. He was Dora's accountant until a couple of days ago. He put some moves on her, so she gave him a black eye and his walking papers." He smiled nastily in Dora's direction. "And kicked his ass." "I see." Brent tucked his tongue in his cheek as he scribbled the name in his book. He would have liked to have smiled, but the gleam in Dora's eye warned him to keep a sober countenance. "Did he, threaten any reprisals?" "Certainly not. Give me a cigarette, Skimmerhorn." He lighted one for her. "Annoyed or stressed?" he asked when he offered it. "You be the judge." She snatched it from him, took a quick puff. "The most violent thing Andrew would have done was to go home and whine to his mother." "It wouldn't hurt to talk with him," Brent pointed out gently. "Where can we reach him?" Dora shot Jed a look of intense dislike. Dodd and Goldstein, an accounting firm on 6th and Market. Brent nodded and picked up one of the cookies she'd spread on a pretty fluted dish at his elbow.
Hell of a way to spend Christmas Eve, huh?
I did have other plans. Dora drummed up a smile. I'm sorry you had to leave your family.
Just part of the job. Great cookies.
Thanks. Why don't I give you some to take home? You've got kids, don't you?
3.
In a knee-jerk reaction, Brent reached for his wallet to show off pictures. While Jed rolled his eyes and paced away, Dora rose to admire the children's snapshots. There were 2 girls and a boy, all spit and polished for school pictures. The oldest girl looks like you, Dora commented.
Yeah, she does. That's Carly. She's 10.
I have a niece who just turned 10, 5th grade.
Carly's in the 5th, too, over at Bester Elementary in Lansdowne.
Missy goes to Bester. While Jed looked on, his partner and his landlord beamed at each other. I bet they know each other.
That wouldn't be Missy Bradshaw, would it? She has a younger brother named Richie who's a real terror. Yes, that's right. She's been over to the house a dozen times. They only live a block over. Missy's parents and my wife and I are in the same carpool.
Would you 2 like to be alone? Jed asked. They both spared Jed a pitying glance. Tell me, Brent, is he always so crabby?
Pretty much.
He tucked his wallet away and rose. There were cookie crumbs dusting his shirt and finger smudges on his glasses. Dora found him charming.
But he was the best cop I ever worked with, so you can feel safe having him across the hall.
Thanks. I'm going to get you those cookies. Pointedly ignoring Jed, she walked into the kitchen.
Some landlord,
Brent commented and wiggled his eyebrows.
Get a grip. How soon will you have anything on the slugs you dug out of the plaster? Jesus, Jed, it's Christmas. Give the lab boys a few days. We'll check out the prints, too, but that's pretty much a waste of time.
If he's pro enough to use a silencer, he's pro enough to wear gloves.
You got it. What do you figure?
Jed broke off when Dora walked back, carrying a paper plate covered with aluminum foil.
Thanks, Miss Conroy.
Dora, you will let me know if you find out anything.
Count on it. You just relax. Jed'll keep an eye on things.
Well, she sent Jed a long, cool glance. I can sleep easy now.
There you go. Merry Christmas.
I'll walk you out. Jed nodded to Dora.
I'll be back.
As they walked down the hall, Brent snuck another cookie from under the foil.
You've been here, what, about a week?
Almost.
How'd you piss her off already?
It's a gift.
Look, why do you figure a pro would break into a junk shop and rifle a bunch of paperwork? That's the $64 question.
Brent walked through the rear door, sucking in his breath at the slap of wind.
There's a lot of valuable stuff in there. But he didn't go for the valuable stuff, did he? Hadn't gotten around to it. You interrupted him. He sees lights on upstairs, he cuts the phone wires, he whacks the security system. But he doesn't go for the Dom Nancy. The what? Never mind, Jed snapped, annoyed with himself. He goes right for the files. Because he's looking for something. Yeah.
Jed pulled out a cigarette.
But did he get it? And what would anyone look for in the files of a junk shop? Receipts,
Brent offered as he opened his car door.
Inventory lists, names, addresses. You can take the boy off the force, but you can't take the force out of the boy. I take a personal interest when somebody shoots at me. Can't blame you for that. We miss you, downtown Captain.
Something flickered in Jed's eyes that might have been grief, then was quickly gone.
The city seems to be hobbling along without me. Listen, Jed. Save it.
He wasn't in the mood for a lecture or a pep talk or a guilt trip.
Let me know what comes through. You'll be the first.
Brent climbed into the car, rolled down the window.
Oh, and watch your butt, pal. I believe that lady could kick it.
Jed's response was a snort. He headed back inside. He wanted to make certain Dora was locked up for the night before he went back downstairs for another look. Just as an interested civilian, he told himself. "They've cleared out," he told her when he breezed through her open door. "You can count on Brent. He's a good detail man." "Terrific. Sit down." "I've got stuff to do. Lock your door." "Sit down," she repeated, and pointed to a chair. "I'm going to clean up that cut." "I can do it myself." "Don't you know anything, Skimmerhorn? When you're wounded defending a woman, she's honor bound to whip out the antiseptic. If I was wearing a petticoat, I'd have to rip it into bandages." Jed skimmed one more look over the glitter of her jumpsuit. "What are you wearing under that?" "Excellent muscle tone." Because she was looking forward to it, Dora dragged him over to the chair. "Now, you're supposed to say, 'Shucks, ma'am, it's only a scratch.'" "It is." He smiled thinly. "But it could have been worse." "Undoubtedly." With a whisper of silk, she knelt beside the chair and dabbed at the cut with one of the cotton balls she'd set out. "My sister would say you could have put out your eye. With Leah, everything's a potential eye poker. She inherited our mother's worry genes." Dora soaked another cotton ball and said brightly, "This may sting a bit." As the shallow scratch erupted with fire, Jed snagged her wrist. "God damn it, what is that?" "Alcohol." She fluttered her lashes. "It'll clean out any grit." "Right down to the bone," Jed muttered. "Don't be a baby, Skimmerhorn. Hold still." He grimaced as she dabbed again. "You called me by my first name when you were clattering down the steps, screaming hysterically." "I never scream hysterically." "You did this time." He grinned wickedly. "Jed! Jed! Oh, Jed!" Dora dropped the cotton ball into a shallow enamel bowl. "At the time, I thought you were about to be murdered. Unfortunately, I was wrong." She put a thumb to his chin to push his head to the side, examining the cut. "Do you want a Band-Aid?" "No." His eyes gleamed. "Aren't you going to kiss it?" "No." She rose then, started to pick up the bowl, set it down again. "Listen, I've got to ask. I know what you'll say. You'll say not to worry, that it was just one of those freak things that happen, but I have to ask anyway. Do you think he'll be back?" Jed studied her face. There was a strain in her eyes she'd done a good job of hiding up until now. There was little he could or would do to alleviate it. "I don't know," he said flatly. "Great." Dora closed her eyes, drew a deep breath. "I should have known better than to ask. If you can't figure out what he was doing here in the first place, how can you tell if he'll be back or not?" "Something like that." He could have lied, Jed told himself, uneasy that her cheeks were pale again. It wouldn't have been so hard to offer a phony reassurance to give her a peaceful night. Her eyes, when she opened them, were very dark, very tired. "Look." He rose and surprised them both by reaching out to tuck her hair behind her ear before snatching his hand back and stuffing it in his pocket. "Look," he said again, "I don't think you've got anything to worry about tonight. What you need to do is go to bed, tune out, let the cops do their job." "Yeah." It was on the tip of her tongue to ask him to stay, and only part of the reason was fear of being alone. She shook her head, rubbed her hands up and down her arms to warm them. "I'll be out most of tomorrow, at my sister's. I'll leave you the number in case... just in case," she finished. "Fine. Lock up behind me, okay?" "You bet." She had her hand on the knob when he stepped into the hall. "You too. Lock up, I mean." "Sure." He waited until she'd closed the door, turned the bolts. His lips quirked when he heard the unmistakable sound of a chair scraping across the floor, the rattle of the knob as it was wedged under it. Good thinking, Conroy, he decided. Then went down to take another look at the storeroom. In a pretty federal townhouse shaded by stately oaks, a well-to-do matron was enjoying a glass of sherry and a showing of Bing Crosby's White Christmas on her big-screen TV. At the sound of a quiet footstep behind her, Mrs. Lyle smiled and held up a hand. "Come watch, Muriel," she invited, addressing her long-time housekeeper.
This is my favorite number."
She didn't cry out when the blow came. The delicate crystal shattered against the edge of the coffee table, splattering the Aubusson rug with blood-red sherry. Somewhere through the haze of pain that left her paralyzed, she heard the crashing of glass and a furious male voice demanding over and over,
"Where is the dog? Where is the fucking dog?"
Then she heard nothing at all. It was midnight when DiCarlo rode the elevator up to his apartment in Manhattan. His arms were laden with boxes he'd copped from the back of a liquor store. He'd been lucky to find the receipt for the stupid dog, he told himself, and wondered idly if the bullets he'd sprayed up the stairs of the antique shop had hit anything, or anyone. Not to worry, he thought. The gun was untraceable, and he was making progress. He hefted the boxes more comfortably as he walked out of the elevator into the hallway. He had the bronze eagle, the plaster Statue of Liberty, the china dog, and a partridge in a pear tree, he thought, and chuckled to himself. So, Dora snacked on a raw carrot while Leah checked the Christmas goose. Jed goes racing out after the guy, waving this big gun, while I stand there like your typical Hollywood heroine with my hands clutched at my breasts. You got any dip for these veggies? In the fridge. Thank God you weren't hurt. Harassed by the number of pots simmering on the stove, the sound of her children wreaking havoc in the family room, and the very real fear that her mother would invade the kitchen at any moment, Leah shuddered. I've been worried for years about your shop being burglarized. I'm the one who convinced you to put in that security system, remember? A lot of good it did me, too. Dora dunked a spear of broccoli into sour cream and chive dip, then leaned on Leah's cherry breakfast bar as she nibbled. Jed said it was Mickey Mouse. Well, really? Leah paused in her stirring to be indignant. John's cousin Ned said it was state-of-the-art. John's cousin Ned is a jerk. Great dip. She tried it with cauliflower. Anyway, the cops came and did all this cop stuff. Dad would have loved the staging and asked all these questions. Dora had purposely left out the part about the bullets. It didn't seem like Christmas conversation. And it turns out that Jed's ex-partner is a neighbor of yours. Oh? Leah chewed her knuckle as she basted her candied yams. Carly Chapman's father. She goes to school with Missy. Carly. While she ran through her daughter's friends, Leah lifted a lid and sniffed. Oh, yeah, Brent and Mary Pat. We carpool. So I hear. Dora helped herself to a glass of the wine Leah had breathing on the counter. Here's the good part. They're going to question Andrew. You're kidding. Andrew? Jilted accountant seeks revenge by destroying woman's tax files. Dora shrugged and passed a glass of wine to her sister. Makes as much sense as anything. When's dinner? 20 minutes. Why don't we take what you've left of my crudité out? If we can keep Mom busy for... She broke off, swore lightly under her breath as Trixie Conroy made her entrance. Trixie always made an entrance, whether it was onto a stage or into the corner market. She'd dressed for the simple family dinner in a flowing caftan of bleeding colors that trailed fringe from its sweeping hem and draping sleeves. The material billowed theatrically around her willowy form. Her hair, cropped gammon short, was a bold fire-engine red. Her face, milk-pale and unlined thanks to religious pampering and one discreet lift, was striking. The soft blue eyes Leah had inherited were lavishly lashed, the full, sensuous mouth lushly red. She breezed into the kitchen trailing silks and her signature scent, one ripe with woodsy undertones. Darlings! Her voice was as dramatic as the rest of her, a husky whisper that could easily carry to the last row in any theater. It's so lovely to see my two girls together. She took a deep sniff of the air. Oh, and those glorious aromas. I do hope you're not overheating my meatballs, Ophelia. Leah sent Dora a desperate look and was met by a shrug. No, of course not. Leah hadn't heated them at all, but had stuck them under the sink with hopes of palming them off on the dog later. Mom, did you know they're green? Naturally. Trixie buzzed around the stove, clanging lids.
I dyed them myself in honor of the season. Perhaps we should put them out now as an appetizer.
No, I think we should. Since she couldn't think of a good ruse, Leah sacrificed her sister. Mom, did you know someone broke into Dora's shop? Damn it, Leah. Leah ignored the muttered curse and barreled ahead. Last night. Oh, my baby! Oh, my lamb! Trixie rushed across the kitchen to clasp Dora's face between her heavily ringed hands. Are you hurt? Of course not. Why don't you take Mom in the other room, Dora? Sit down and tell her all about it.
Yes, you must.
Trixie gripped Dora's hand and dragged her toward the doorway.
You should have called me the minute it happened. I would have been there in the blink of an eye. My poor little darling. Quentin, our daughter was robbed.
Dora had time for one speedy glare over her shoulder before she was yanked into the fray. The Bradshaw family room was in chaos. Toys were strewn everywhere, making the practical buff-colored carpet an obstacle course. There were shouts and yips as a remote-control police cruiser operated by a steely-eyed Michael terrorized the family dog, Mutsy. Will, looking very New York in a dark silk shirt and paisley tie, entertained Missy with bawdy numbers on the spinet. John and Richie were glassy-eyed over a Nintendo game, and Quentin, well plied with eggnog, boisterously kibitzed.
Quentin!
Trixie's stage voice froze all action.
Our child has been threatened.
Unable to resist, Will played a melodramatic riff on the piano. Dora wrinkled her nose at him. I wasn't threatened, Mom. Dora gave her mother a comforting pat, eased her into a chair, and handed over her glass of wine. The shop was broken into, she explained. It didn't amount to much, really. They didn't get anything. Jed scared them off. I had a feeling about him. Quentin tapped the side of his nose. A sixth sense, if you will. Were there fisticuffs? No. Jed chased him away.
I'd have shot him dead.
Richie leaped onto the couch and fired an imaginary automatic weapon.
I told you.
So you did. Richie, don't stand on the furniture, John ordered automatically. Dora, you called the police? Yes, and it's all in the hands of Philadelphia's finest. She scooped up Richie herself. And the investigating officer is the father of a really, really good friend of yours, Frogface, Jody Chapman.
Jody Chapman?
Richie made gagging noises and clutched his throat. She sends her love. Dora fluttered her lashes and smacked her lips. The resulting din of groans and shrieks had her convinced the crisis had passed.
Willoughby?
Trixie cut through the noise with one word and a raised hand.
You'll stay at Isadora's tonight. I won't feel safe unless I know a man's keeping watch.
Mother! It was enough to make Dora take back her whine. I, on behalf of all feminists, am ashamed of you.
Social and political ideals pale when it comes to the welfare of my child.
Trixie gave a regal nod.
Will, you'll stay with your sister.
No problem. Well, I have a problem, Dora cut in. He leaves shaving gunk in the sink, and he makes long, obscene phone calls to his women in New York. I use my calling card, Will grinned, and you wouldn't know they were obscene if you didn't listen. Your mother knows best. Quentin rose to help himself to more eggnog. Tonight he looked trim and dapper in a starched collar and a derby. He detoured to kiss his wife's hand. I'll go by the shop myself tomorrow and take stock of the situation. Don't worry your pretty head, my sweet. Talk about obscene, Will mumbled, then grimaced. What is that stench? Dinner, Leah announced, swinging through the kitchen door. She smiled grimly at her mother. Sorry, darling. I seem to have burned your meatballs. A block away, Jed was trying to ease himself out the door. He'd enjoyed Christmas dinner at the Chapmans more than he'd anticipated. It was hard not to get a kick out of the kids, who were still wide-eyed and enthusiastic over their Christmas loot. Impossible not to relax with a sense of pine and turkey and apple pie sweetening the air. And there was the simple fact that he liked Brent and Mary Pat as people, as a couple. And the longer he stayed in their comfortable home, the more awkward he felt. There was no way to avoid comparing the homey family scene of fire crackling in the hearth, kids playing on the rug, with his own miserable childhood memories of the holiday. The shouting matches, or worse, far worse, the frigid, smothering silences. The year his mother had smashed all the china against the dining-room wall. The year his father had shot out the crystal drops on the foyer chandelier with his .25. Then there had been the Christmas Elaine hadn't come home at all, only to turn up 2 days later with a split lip and a black eye. Had that been the year he'd been arrested for shoplifting in Wanamaker's? No, Jed remembered. That had been a year later, when he'd been 14. Those were the good old days. "At least you can take some of this food home with you," Mary Pat insisted. "I don't know what I'll do with it all."
Be a pal,
Brent put in, patting his wife's bottom as he moved past her to pop the top on a beer.
You don't take it. I'll be eating turkey surprise for a month. Want another?
Jed shook his head at the beer.
No, I'm driving.
You really don't have to go so soon, Mary Pat complained.
I've been here all day,
he reminded her, and because she was one of the few people he felt relaxed with, kissed her cheek.
Now I'm going home to see if I can work off some of those mashed potatoes and gravy.
You never put on an ounce. It makes me sick.
She heaped leftovers into a Tupperware container.
Why don't you tell me more about this gorgeous landlord of yours?
She's not gorgeous. She's okay.
Brent said gorgeous.
Mary Pat sent her husband a narrow look.
He only lifted his shoulders. Sexy, too.
That's because she gave him cookies.
If she's Leah Bradshaw's sister, she must be more than okay.
Mary Pat filled another container with generous slices of pie.
Leah's stunning, even first thing in the morning with a bunch of squalling kids in the car. The parents are actors, you know. Theater, Mary Pat added, giving the word a dramatic punch. I've seen the mother, too. She rolled her eyes. I'd like to look like that when I grow up.
You look fine, hon,
Brent assured her. Fine. Shaking her head, Mary Pat sealed the containers. Does he say gorgeous? Does he say sexy?
I'll say it.
Thank you, Jed. Why don't you bring the landlord over sometime, for dinner or drinks?
I pay her rent. I don't socialize with her.
You chased a bad guy for her, Mary Pat pointed out.
That was reflex. I gotta go.
He gathered up the food she'd pressed on him.
Thanks for dinner.
With her arm hooked around Brent's waist, Mary Pat waved goodbye to Jed's retreating headlights. You know, I might just drop by that shop.
You mean snoop around, don't you?
Whatever it takes. She leaned her head against his shoulder. I'd like to get a look at this gorgeous, sexy, single landlord of his.
He won't appreciate it.
We'll see. He needs someone in his life.
He needs to come back to work.
So we'll double-team him. She turned, lifting her mouth for a kiss. He won't have a chance. In L.A., Finley dined on pressed duck and quail eggs. Joining him in his mammoth dining room was a stunning blonde, green-eyed, slenderly built. She spoke 3 languages and had an excellent knowledge of art and literature. In addition to her beauty and intelligence, she was nearly as wealthy as Finley. His ego demanded all 3 attributes in a companion. As she sipped her champagne, he opened the small, elegantly wrapped box she'd brought.
So thoughtful of you, my dear.
He set the lid aside, pausing in anticipation. I know how you enjoy beautiful things, Edmund.
Indeed I do.
He flattered her with a warm look before reaching into the tissue paper. He lifted out a small ivory carving of a Kirin, cradling it gently, lovingly in his palm. His deep, appreciative sigh whispered on the air. You admire it every time you dine with me, so I thought it would be the perfect Christmas gift. Pleased with his reaction, she laid her hand over his. It seemed more personal to give you something from my own collection.
It's exquisite.
His eyes gleamed as he studied it.
And, as you told me, one of a kind. Actually, it seems I was mistaken about that. She picked up her glass again and missed the sudden spasm in his fingers. I was able to obtain its twin a few weeks ago. She laughed lightly. Don't ask me how, as it came from a museum. It's not unique. His pleasure vanished like smoke, replaced by the bitter fire of disappointment. Why would you assume I would wish for something common? The change in tone had her blinking in surprise. Edmund, it's still what it is. A beautiful piece of exceptional workmanship, and extremely valuable. Value is relative, my dear. As he watched her, cool-eyed, his fingers curled around the delicate sculpture. Tighter, tighter, until the carving snapped with a sound like a gunshot. When she cried out in distress, he smiled again. It seems to be damaged. What a pity. He set the broken pieces aside, picked up his wine. Of course, if you were to give me the piece from your collection, I would truly value it. It is, after all, one of a kind. 8. When Jed knocked on Dora's door a little after 9 on the day after Christmas, the last thing he expected was to hear a man's voice saying, "Wait a damn minute." There was a thud, a curse. Will, a flowered sheet wrapped around his thin frame like a toga and favoring the toe he'd smashed against the Pembroke table, opened the door to an unfriendly sneer. "If you're selling anything," he said, "I hope it's coffee." She sure could pick them, Jed thought nastily. First a pinstriped accountant with overactive glands, now a skinny kid barely out of college. "Isadora," Jed said, and showed his teeth. "Sure." Mindful of the trailing sheet, Will moved back so that Jed could step inside. "Where the hell is she?" he muttered. "Dora?" His voice echoed richly off the walls and ceiling. The kid had lungs, Jed decided, then noticed, intrigued, the tangle of pillows and blankets on the sofa. "You're not getting in here until I dry my hair." Dora stepped out of the bathroom, dressed in a terry cloth robe and armed with a handheld hairdryer. "You can just—" "Oh." She stopped, spotting Jed. "Good morning." "I need to talk to you for a minute." "All right." She combed her fingers through her damp hair. "You met my brother?" Brother, Jed thought, annoyed with himself for the quick, unquashable sense of relief. "No." "The guy in the sheet is Will. Will, the guy who needs a shave, is Jed from across the hall. The ex-cop who chased off the burglar." Will's sleep-glazed eyes cleared. "Nice to meet you. I played a drug dealer once in a Sly Stallone film. Got killed in the first reel, but it was a great experience." "I bet." "Here." Dora passed Will the hairdryer. "You can use the shower. I'll make the coffee, but you have to make breakfast." "Deal." He headed off, trailing flowered sheets. "My mother thought I needed a man in the house after the break-in," Dora explained. "Will was the only one available. We can talk in the kitchen." It was the same efficient galley setup as his own, but was obviously more well-used and certainly more organized. She chose what Jed now recognized as a biscuit tin and scooped coffee beans out and into a grinder before she spoke again. "So, how was your Christmas?" "Fine. I've got a guy coming by around noon to hook up a new security system, one that works." Dora paused. The scent of ground coffee and her shower filled the room and made Jed's juices swim. "Excuse me?" "He's a friend of mine. He knows what he's doing." "A friend," she repeated, going back to her grinding. "First, I must say I'm amazed you have any. Second, I suppose you expect me to be grateful for your incredible gall." "I live here, too. I don't like being shot at." "You might have discussed it with me." "You weren't around." He waited while she put a kettle on to boil. "You need a couple of real locks on the doors. I can pick them up at the hardware." With her lips pursed in thought, Dora measured coffee into a filtered cone. "I'm debating whether to be amused, annoyed, or impressed." "I'll bill you for the locks." That decided her.
Her lips curved up, then the smile turned into a quick, throaty laugh. "Okay, Skimmerhorn, you go ahead and make our little world safe and sound. Anything else?" "I figured I might measure for those shelves you want." She ran her tongue around her teeth, reached around him for the wicker basket of oranges. "Getting tired of being a man of leisure?" When he said nothing, she sliced through an orange with a wicked-looking knife. "I'll show you what I have in mind after breakfast. As it happens, we're not opening until noon today." After slicing half a dozen oranges, she put the halves into a clunky-looking device that squeezed out the juice. "Why don't you set the table?" "For what?" "Breakfast. Will makes terrific crepes." Before he could answer, the kettle shrilled. Dora poured boiling water over the coffee. The smell was all it took. "Where do you keep your plates?" "First cupboard." "One thing," he said as he opened the cabinet door. "You might want to put some clothes on." He sent her a slow smile that had her throat clicking shut. "The sight of your damp, half-naked body might send me into a sexual frenzy." It didn't amuse her at all to have her own words tossed back in her face. Dora poured herself a cup of coffee and walked away. "Smells good," Will decided, strolling in now wearing black jeans and a sweater. His hair, a few shades lighter than Dora's, had been blow-dried into artful disarray. He looked like an ad for Ralph Lauren. "Dora makes great coffee. Hey, would you mind switching on the tube? CNN, maybe? I haven't heard what's happening out there for a couple of days." Will poured both himself and Jed a cup before rolling up his sleeves. "Damn you, Will!" Dora's voice made her brother grin. "I forgot to wash out the sink," he explained to Jed. "She really hates to find shaving cream glopped in it." "I'll keep that in mind if it ever becomes an issue." "It's all right for her to hang underwear every place, though." He pitched his voice to carry out of the kitchen and through the bathroom door, adding just a dollop of sarcasm for flavor. "Growing up with two sisters, I never went in the bathroom without fighting my way through a jungle of pantyhose." While he spoke, Will measured ingredients and stirred with careless finesse. He caught Jed's eye and grinned again. "We're all great cooks," he said. "Leah, Dora, and me. It was self-defense against years of takeout and TV dinners. So, about this burglary thing," Will went on without breaking stride. "Do you think it's anything to worry about?" "I always worry when somebody shoots at me. I'm funny that way." "Shoot?" Will's hand hovered an inch above the edge of the bowl, the egg he'd just cracked dripping inside. "What do you mean, shoot?" "A gun, bullets." Jed sipped his coffee. Bang. Jesus, she didn't say anything about shooting." Still carrying the dripping eggshell, he dashed into the living room, down the short hall, and jerked open the bathroom door. Dora nearly poked her eye out with her grease pencil. "Damn it, Will!" "You didn't say anything about shooting. Christ, Dory, you made it sound like a joke." She sighed, tapped the eye pencil on the lip of the pedestal sink, and gave Jed a hard stare over Will's shoulder. She should have looked silly with one eye lined and the other naked. Instead, she looked sulky, sexy, and steamed. "Thanks loads, Skimmerhorn." "Any time, Conroy." "Don't blame him." Incensed, Will took Dora by the shoulders and shook. "I want to know exactly what happened, and I want to know now." "Then ask the big-nosed cop." She gave Will a shove. "I'm busy," she said, and shut the bathroom door, deliberately turned the lock. "Isadora, I want answers." Will hammered on the door. "Or I'm calling Mom." "You do, and I'll tell her about your weekend on Long Island with the stripper." "Performance artist," he muttered, but turned toward Jed. "You," he said, "you fill me in while I finish making breakfast." "There's not that much to tell." There was a sick feeling in Jed's gut. It didn't come from running over the events of Christmas Eve while Will whipped up apple crepes. It came from watching the brother and sister together, in seeing the concern and anger on Will's face, emotions that came from a deeply rooted love, not simply from family loyalty. "And that's it?" Will demanded. "What?" Jed forced himself back to the present.
That's it? Some joker breaks in, messes with the files, takes a couple of pot shots at you and runs away? More or less. Why? That's what the police are paid to find out. Jed helped himself to a second cup of coffee. Look, there's a new security system going in this afternoon and new locks. She'll be safe enough. What kind of a cop were you? Will asked. A beat type, a narc, what? That's irrelevant, isn't it? I'm not a cop now. Yeah, but... Will trailed off, frowning down at the crepes he scooped onto a flow blue platter. Skimmerhorn. That's what she called you, right? Kind of name sticks in the mind. I remember something from a few months ago. I'm a news junkie. Will rattled it around in his mind as he might lines long ago memorized. Captain, right? Captain Jedediah Skimmerhorn. You're the one who blew away Donnie Speck, the drug lord. Millionaire cop in shootout with drug baron, Will remembered. You made a lot of headlines. And headlines end up lining bird cages. Will would have pressed, but he remembered more. The assassination of Captain Skimmerhorn's sister with a car bomb. I guess anyone who could take out a top-level creep like Speck ought to be able to look out for my big sister. She can look out for herself, Dora announced. With a juice pitcher in one hand, Dora answered the ringing kitchen phone. Hello? Yes, Will's right here. Just a minute. Dora fluttered her lashes. Marlene. Oh. Will scooped 2 crepes onto his plate and gathered up his fork. This might take a while. After taking the phone from his sister, he leaned against the wall. Hello, gorgeous. His voice had dropped in pitch and was as smooth as new cream. Baby, you know I missed you. I haven't thought of anything else. When I get back tonight, I'll show you just how much. Sick, Dora muttered. Why didn't you tell him the whole story? Dora shrugged, kept her voice low. I didn't see any need to worry my family. They tend to be dramatic under the best of circumstances. If my mother finds out I've got a stomach virus, she immediately diagnoses malaria and starts calling specialists. Can you imagine what she'd have done if I told her someone shot holes in my wall? Jed shook his head, savoring the crepes. She'd have called the CIA, hired 2 bulky bodyguards named Bubba and Frank. As it was, she stuck me with Will. He's all right, Jed said, just as Will made kissy noises into the phone and hung up. Before he'd taken 2 steps, the phone rang again. Hello? Will's eyes gleamed. Heather, darling. Of course I missed you, baby. I haven't been able to think of anything else. I'll get everything straightened out by tomorrow night and show you just how much. Nice touch, Jed said, and grinned into his coffee. You would think so. Since he's busy making love through AT&T, I'm turning off the television. She rose, had nearly tapped the off button when a bulletin stopped her. There are still no leads in the Christmas tragedy in Society Hill, the reporter announced. Prominent socialite Alice Lyle remains in a coma this morning as a result of an attack during an apparent burglary in her home sometime December 24th. Mrs. Lyle was found unconscious. Muriel Doyle, Lyle's housekeeper, was pronounced dead at the scene. Both Mrs. Lyle and her housekeeper were discovered by Mrs. Lyle's niece Christmas morning. Alice Lyle, the widow of Harold T. Lyle of Lyle Enterprises, remains in critical condition. A Philadelphia police spokesperson states that a full investigation is underway. Oh, God! Hugging her elbows, Dora turned back to Jed. I know her. She was in the shop before Christmas, buying a gift for her niece. It's a wealthy neighborhood, Jed said carefully. Lyle's a prominent name. Burglaries can turn ugly. She bought a couple of doorstops, Dora remembered, and she was telling me how her niece was expecting a baby. She shuddered. How awful! You can't take it inside. Jed got up to turn off the television himself. Is that what they teach you in cop school? She snapped, then immediately shook her head. Sorry. That's why I never listen to the damn news. The only thing I read in the paper are the classified section and the comics.
She pushed her hair back and struggled to shake off the mood. I think I'll go down and open up early. Leave Will to clean up the mess before he goes back to New York. This time, he didn't resist the urge to brush his knuckles along her jawline. The skin there was as soft as rose petals. It's tough when they're not strangers. It's tough when they are. She lifted a hand, touched his wrist. Is that why you quit? He dropped his hand. No. I'll head out to the hardware. Thanks for breakfast. Dora merely sighed when the door closed behind him. Will, when you finish your obscene call, do the dishes. I'm going down to the shop. I'm finished. He popped out of the kitchen and snagged the juice. You're full of secrets, aren't you, Dory? How come you didn't tell me that your tenant was the big bad cop who took down Donnie Speck? Who's Donnie Speck? Geez, what world do you live in? He nibbled on little bits of crepe while he cleared the table. Speck ran one of the biggest drug cartels on the East Coast, probably the biggest. He was crazy, too, liked to blow people up if they messed with him. Always the same M.O., a pipe bomb triggered by the ignition. Jed arrested him? Arrested? Hell! He whacked him in a real old-fashioned gunfight. Killed him? Dora asked through dry lips. Is that why he had to leave the force? Shit, I think he got a medal for it. It was all over the news last summer. The fact that he's the grandson of L.T. Bester Incorporated got him a lot of press, too. Bester Incorporated? As in large quantities of money? None other. Real estate, Dora. Shopping malls. Philadelphia doesn't have too many loaded cops. That's ridiculous. If he was loaded, why would he be renting a one-bedroom apartment over a curio shop? Will shook his head. You're a Conroy, and you're questioning eccentricity? I lost my head a minute. Anyway, Will filled the sink with hot, soapy water. The way I see the script here, I figure our hero, the wealthy police captain, is taking some downtime. Last summer was pretty hairy. The Speck investigation kept him in the news for months. Then when his sister was killed in the car explosion... Wait! She gripped Will's arm. His sister? They figured it was Speck, but I don't think they ever proved it. Oh, that's horrible. Paling, she pressed a hand to her grinding stomach. Horrible. Worse. He saw it happen. The headline said, Police Captain Watches Sister's Fiery Death. Pretty tough. Poor Jed, Dora murmured. The tabloids got a lot of play out of it, too. Can't remember it all, but there were lots of hints of scandal in the Skimmerhorn-Bester clan. The sister'd been divorced 3 or 4 times. The parents used to have public brawls. I think there was some stuff about Jed getting in scrapes as a juvenile. You know how people like to read about wealthy families suffering. No wonder he wants to be left alone. But, she continued after a moment, that's not the answer. Leaning over, she kissed Will's cheek. Lock up when you leave. See you New Year's? Wouldn't miss it. Dora? Do what he tells you. I like having you around. I like being around. She grabbed her keys and headed downstairs. Customer traffic was light through the morning, which gave Dora time to think. What she didn't know about Jed Skimmerhorn could apparently fill a football stadium. The fascinating tidbits Will had dropped only made her lack of knowledge seem more acute. Good morning, Izzy, my darling daughter. Quentin swept into the shop with mink earmuffs clamped over his mane of striking pewter-colored hair. He was wearing an ankle-length shearling coat, a Christmas gift from his wife. Dad, just the man I want to see. It's rewarding to be wanted by your children. Proves a man's worth in his middle years. Ah, Terry, a vision as always. He strode over to the redhead, took her hand, and bowed theatrically over it. A credit to the Liberty Players, to your humble director as well as Dora's parlor. What? No clientele this morning? A couple of browsers, one exchange and a brisk sale of a $20 door knocker in the shape of a roaring hippo, Dora reported. I imagine the malls are packed. Terry, you can handle things out here, can't you?
blindfolded and hog-tied.
Dad? Dora took her father's arm and drew him out of the main shop into one of the smaller display rooms. What do you know about Jed Skimmerhorn? No? To stall for time, Quentin took out a roll of spearmint certs. Let's see. He's about 6'1", I'd say, 175 pounds, athletically proportioned, mid-30s, Anglo-Saxon lineage from his coloring. Cut it out. I know you, Quentin D. Conroy. Leah might think you'd rent the apartment to some chain-wielding biker with Born to Raise Hell tattooed on his chest, but I know better. Quentin blinked, clearly shocked. Leah said such a thing? A serpent's tongue, by God! He slapped his fist into his palm. Don't change the subject. Whatever there is to know about Skimmerhorn, you know, or he wouldn't be living here. So spill it. What's this business about his being from some wealthy family? The Bester Skimmerhorn clan, Quentin confirmed. Wearily, he slipped out of his coat and folded it lovingly over a balloon-backed chair. Most of the money is from his mother's side, though the Skimmerhorn branch aren't exactly pikers. Jed is the heir, if you will, as there is only himself and a couple of distant cousins remaining on the dwindling family tree. So he really is independently wealthy, Dora murmured. I'll be damned. Independence was apparently more important. Quentin coughed gently into his hand. His cheeks pinked. You know I dislike repeating gossip, Izzy. You'll only have to say it once. He chuckled, patted her cheek. My girl is quick, very quick. Well, then, rumor is that young Jed joined the police force against his family's wishes. They disapproved of his choice of career and threatened to cut him off. His voice had dropped into its storytelling mode, rich and perfectly paced. In any case, the parents were notorious socialites. I say notorious, literally. They were given to public displays of bickering. It was no secret that they detested each other, but neither would divorce the other due to the convoluted financial connection between Bester and Skimmerhorn. Heartwarming, Dora murmured. Oh, indeed. Jed made a name for himself on the police force. He gained a reputation for being part bloodhound, part terrier, sniffing out clues and getting his teeth into a case. Quentin smiled, enjoying his own analogy. A bit over a year ago, he was made captain, a position many feel would have been a stepping stone leading to chief of police. Then there was Donnie Speck. Will told me. Speck killed Jed's sister. That's the general assumption. As to why Jed left his position, I can only speculate. I would suggest that you ask him yourself. You wouldn't tell me. Is your interest personal or professional? She thought it through, then accepted the mint her father thumbed out of the roll. I haven't decided. Thanks for the details. She kissed his cheek. Which I shouldn't have had to ask for in the first place. You're quite welcome. Jed's back in the storeroom. You can go bother him while he puts in the new lock. It would be a pleasure. He picked up his coat, draped it over his arm. You can leave that here. Here? Ah, no, no. Avoiding Dora's eye, he stroked the coat lovingly. I'll just take it along. I might get chilly. Might need the flask in the inside pocket, Dora corrected, and returned to work. Back in the storeroom, Jed was putting Brent's drill to use again. He had a nice thick deadbolt nearly installed when Quentin toddled in. And happy Boxing Day to you. It seems you're our man of the hour. May I extend my deepest and most sincere gratitude. Mr. Conroy. Quentin, please. After all, according to Will, you've protected my little girl at the risk of your own life and limb. Quentin settled into a ladder-back chair. Tell me, do we have any clues? Call headquarters and ask Lieutenant Brent Chapman. He's in charge. But, my dear boy, you were on the scene, weapon drawn. Where are the bullet holes? Will told me shots were exchanged. In the plaster by the stairway. Amused, Jed watched Quentin stride over to peer at the wall. He wouldn't have been surprised if the man had pulled a magnifying glass and a deerstalker out of his pocket.
Curious, isn't it? You know, I once played Poirot in a little theater production of Orient Express.
And Will played a drug dealer with Stallone. Quite a family. One must play the villain as well as the hero to fully develop one's art. We have theater in our blood, you know, although Izzy's seems to lean more toward props.
He came back and settled himself again. He stretched back, crossed his legs at the ankles, and folded his hands on his trim belly.
Do you have the time?
Jed twisted his wrist to read his watch.
Couple of minutes shy of noon.
That's fine, then.
Satisfied, Quentin reached in his coat for his flask.
Don't bring that near me.
Quentin smiled genially.
I'm afraid I'd filled it with what we might call my high test the other day. We have a much lower octane today.
I'll pass just the same.
Well, here's to all the girls I've loved.
Quentin took a slow drink, sighed, then tucked the flask away again. Dora might pop in at any time.
I had another reason for dropping by this morning. I'd like to renew the invitation to our annual New Year's Eve party at the theater. My wife would like to thank you personally for looking out for our Izzy.
I'm not big on parties.
I'd consider it a personal favor if you'd at least drop in. After this incident, I'm concerned about Izzy driving there alone.
Having planted the seed, Quentin snuck one more nip before making his exit. With business slowed to a crawl, Dora left Terry in charge and spent most of the afternoon reorganizing her files. It was nearly dusk when Jed came downstairs and, without a word to her, began measuring the wall where she'd told him to put the shelves. Dora ignored him, too, for nearly 5 minutes. "This security system you've dumped on me is complicated enough for Fort Knox." Jed scribbled down figures on a pad.
All you do is cue in a 6-digit code.
"And if I forget the code, bells and buzzers go off, lights flash, and some guy with a bullhorn shouts for me to come out with my hands up."
So, don't forget the code.
"I'm not good with numbers. That's why I have an accountant."
Had an accountant. He's clean, by the way.
"Clean? Andrew? Of course he is. His mother checks every night to see if he's washed behind his ears." Jed's measuring tape rewound with a snap.
Why the hell did you ever go out with him in the first place?
"He was talking about paragraph 25 of the new tax law. I was terrified not to." Then she smiled, because at least they were having a conversation. "Actually, I felt kind of sorry for him. His mother really is a smothering old witch."
On the night in question, Andrew was with the smothering old witch and about 24 other people at the Dodd and Goldstein Christmas party. He's alibied tight until 10:30.
"I never thought it was him anyway." She spent another few moments separating receipts from invoices. "I called the hospital."
What?
"Mrs. Lyle, on the news this morning. I couldn't get it out of my mind." Dora refiled a Federal Express receipt. "She's still in a coma. I sent flowers. I guess that was stupid."
Yeah.
Christ, why was he letting her get to him this way?
But people usually appreciate stupid gestures.
"I do." Dora let out a long breath and shoved back from her desk. "Skimmerhorn, you want to get out of here?"
I'm almost finished with the measurements. Then I'll get out of your way.
"No, I mean out." Restlessly, she pulled her hand through her hair. "Do you want to go get a pizza, see a movie? I don't want to face this pile of paperwork right now."
It's a little early for a movie.
"It won't be after the pizza." She put on her best persuasive voice. "Be a pal, Skimmerhorn. The only thing worse than going to the movies alone is going to a drive-in movie alone." He shouldn't, he knew. After what had nearly happened between them the night before, he should be avoiding her.
What's your security code?
"Why?"
Because we'll have to lock up if we're going out.
The tension cleared out of her eyes. It's 12/24/92. Christmas Eve, 92. She smiled and grabbed her coat. I figured it was a date that would stay with me.
Good thinking.
He shrugged into his jacket. After a brief hesitation, he took the hand she held out.
We'll check the locks.
9. Mary Pat believed in the direct approach. The best way to satisfy her curiosity about Jed's landlord was to do a little shopping. She entered Dora's parlor as pleased with the ambience as she was to see her carpool partner. Leah, hi. Well, hello. Leah set down the blown glass cuspidor she'd been dusting. What brings you to this part of town? My mother's birthday. It hardly mattered that it wasn't for 3 months. I loved the biscuit barrel Jed bought me from here, and I thought I might find something unique. Unique we have. How are the kids? Oh, driving us crazy. I'm counting the days until school starts up again. Who isn't? Leah's mind worked fast. Mary Pat would be the perfect source to pump about Jed. So, you and Jed are friends? For years. Mary Pat examined a collection of Goss china and looked for an opening to casually grill Leah about her sister. He and Brent were partners before Jed made captain. We're on the same squad for 6 years. Your sister has a charming place here. How long has she been in business? Since the 1st grade, Leah said dryly. She always liked to wheel and deal, but officially for about 3 years. A hard-edged businesswoman, Mary Pat wondered. A profit hound? She certainly has some beautiful things. She edged over a price tag on a Deco cocktail shaker, let out a soundless whistle. I hope she hasn't had any more trouble since the break-in. No, thank God. Leah walked over to the silver coffee service and poured 2 cups. Cream, right? No sugar? Thanks. We're awfully grateful Jed was here. It eases the mind knowing that Dora's got a policeman right across the hall. And one of the best, too. Brent thinks if Jed pulls out of this and comes back on the job, he could be chief in another 10 years. Really? Guiltily thinking of diets, Leah added a miserly half-teaspoon of sugar to her own cup. Mary Pat turned back the topic of conversation. I was surprised when he moved in here. Your sister's quite the entrepreneur. A shop owner, a landlord. Oh, Dora loves to run things. Pushy, Mary Pat decided. Arrogant. She was glad for Jed's sake that she'd come by to snoop. She turned when she heard voices drifting in through the doorway. I think I know where to find just what you're looking for, Mrs. Hendershot. Dora helped an elderly woman leaning heavily on a birchwood cane through the shop.
You'll call me,
she demanded in a voice that boomed shockingly from the frail body.
My great-granddaughter's wedding is in 2 months. Young people always hurrying.
Don't worry. Dora held the woman's arm as they came to the door, and despite the thin protection of her silk suit, walked her out to the classic DeSoto waiting at the curb. We're going to find her the perfect gift.
Don't disappoint me.
Mrs. Hendershot propped her cane on the passenger seat as she took the wheel.
Get inside, girl. You'll catch your death.
Yes, ma'am. Dora made it to the curb before Mrs. Hendershot roared off into traffic. Dora hurried back inside, rubbing her chilled hands. If she had the pole position at Indy, nobody would beat her. A woman that age shouldn't be driving, Leah stated, and poured her sister a cup of coffee. Why not? She handles that old tank like a pro. Good morning, she said to Mary Pat. Is Leah helping you? Mary Pat had had ample time to study her quarry. She approved, with a tinge of envy, the stylishness of Dora's floral jacket and the straight, snug skirt the color of apricots. As a woman who stood on her feet for hours on end, she marveled at Dora's choice of high-heeled pumps and wondered if the sapphire clusters at her ears were real or paste. I came in looking for a birthday gift. Leah and I are neighbors. This is Mary Pat Chapman, Leah told her. All of Mary Pat's preformed opinions shattered when Dora smiled and took her hand. There was instant warmth, quick friendliness. I'm so glad you came by. I was hoping I'd get a chance to meet you. Brent was terrific the other night, keeping me calm. By the way, did you like the biscuit barrel? Yes, I did. Mary Pat relaxed. In fact, I liked it so much I came by to look for a gift for my mother. She hesitated, then set her cup down. That's only part of the reason I came in. Mostly I'm here to check you out. Dora's eyes laughed over the rim of her cup. Who could blame you? Well, while you're checking me out, why don't we find Mom a present? Did you have anything in mind? Not a thing. Have you ever been married? Dora almost giggled at the unambiguous interrogation. Nope. I was almost engaged once. Remember Scott, Leah? Unfortunately. He moved to L.A., and our romance faded quietly away. How about something in a perfume bottle? We have several nice pieces in crystal, porcelain, blown glass. Maybe. She does have a vanity table. Oh, this one's lovely. She picked up a heart-shaped bottle with cut flowers decorating both front and back. You consider your shop successful, financially? Dora grinned. I'm not interested in a man's bank account, even one as nicely padded as Jed's. I'm much more interested in his body. That bottle runs $75, but if you like it, I'll give you 10% off. An introductory special. Sold. Mary Pat grinned back. He is easy on the eyes, isn't he? Very. Would you like this gift wrapped? Yeah. Mary Pat followed Dora to the counter. I'm not usually so pushy, but Jed's like family. I understand. If I hadn't, I'd have been pushy back. More than pleased with the results of her visit, Mary Pat laughed. Good. You know, Dora, all Jed needs is... She broke off when the man in question came through from the storeroom. Conroy, do you want these? He stopped, narrowed his eyes. MP? Hey! Her smile was quick and a little forced. Fancy meeting you here. He knew her well, too well. He hooked his thumbs in his pockets with forced casualness. What are you doing? I'm buying a present. She took out her credit card to prove it. For my mother. And I certainly hope she likes it. With her back to Jed, Dora sent Mary Pat a slow wink. She has 30 days to exchange it. She turned toward Jed. Did you want something? Annoyance tightened his mouth. Do you want these damn shelves fixed or adjustable? You can make them adjustable? Terrific. Jed's been such a help around here. Beaming, Dora turned to Mary Pat. I don't know what I did without him. There's nothing like having a handyman around, Mary Pat agreed. Jed helped Brent finish off the family room last year. You'll have to see it sometime. You're about as subtle as nuclear waste, Mary Pat. Jed scowled at both of them and slammed the storeroom door behind him. He's such a friendly, low-key sort of guy, Dora stated. That's why we love him. Mary Pat left a few minutes later, satisfied with her morning's work. The woman was asking for trouble, Jed thought grimly as he sent the power saw ripping through a board. She figured she could handle herself. It was tempting to prove her wrong. He would have done it, too, he decided, if she hadn't been so close to the truth on one single point. He wasn't scared of her. Damned if he was, but he set the saw aside and took out a cigarette. She sure as hell made him nervous. He liked listening to her laugh. He'd even gotten a strange sort of kick at the way she'd talked back to the movie screen the evening before in the darkened theater. She didn't have any problem with conversation, he mused. Hell, he imagined he could sit alone with her for an hour without saying a word, and there wouldn't be any holes in the conversation. He'd be stupid not to admit he liked the way she looked. Big eyes and short skirts. She wasn't any wilty pushover either. He admired the way she'd taken on the accountant, her fists raised and fire in her eye. Jed caught himself grinning and crushed the cigarette under his boot. He wasn't going to let her get to him. He didn't need the headache, didn't want the complication, didn't care for the feeling of being sucked into a situation by his hormones. Maybe he'd spent some time, too much time, imagining peeling Isadora Conroy out of one of those trim suits she wore.
That didn't mean he was going to act on it. After all, he mused, he'd been raised to be suspicious, cynical, and aloof in the best Skimmerhorn tradition. His years on the force had only heightened the tendency. As long as he didn't trust the lady, he could keep his hands to himself. 10 minutes of standing out in the cold cooled his blood. Jed gathered up lumber and headed back inside. She was still there, sitting at her desk. Before he could come up with an appropriately sarcastic comment, he saw her face. Her cheeks were dead white, her eyes dark and gleaming. "Bad news?" he said, and carefully deleted any interest from his voice. When she didn't answer, he set the lumber aside. "Dora?" He stepped in front of the desk, said her name again. She lifted her face. One of the tears swimming in her eyes spilled over and slipped down her cheek. He'd seen hundreds of women cry, some with callous expertise, some with the abandon of wild grief. He couldn't remember any affecting him more than that single silent tear. She blinked, spilling another, and with a strangled sound pushed back from the desk. His intellect ordered him to let her go, but he caught up to her in 2 strides. Firmly he turned her around until she faced him. "What is it? Is it your father?" Battling fiercely for control, she shook her head. She wanted to lay her head on Jed's shoulder. Perhaps because he offered it, she refused. "Sit down." Though she held herself stiff, he guided her back to her seat. "Do you want me to get your sister?" "No." Dora pressed her lips together, took a deep breath. "Go away." He'd have been relieved to oblige her, but he already had enough guilt on his shoulders. He went into the tiny adjoining bath and poured a glass of tepid water into a Dixie cup. "Here, drink this. Then sit back, close your eyes, and take some deep breaths." "What's that? Skimmerhorn's all-purpose cure?" Uneasy with the urge to stroke and soothe, he jammed his hands into his pockets. "Something like that." Since her throat felt raw, she drank the water. With her eyes closed, Jed thought she looked fragile, not at all like the vital woman who'd tweaked his libido only moments before. He sat on the edge of her desk and waited. "Okay," she said after a moment. "It works." She sighed, opened her eyes again. "Thanks." "What set you off?" "The call," she sniffled, then reached in a desk drawer for a pack of tissues. "I met this other dealer on a buying trip right before Christmas. I just called down there to see if he had this piece my last customer wanted." She had to take another long breath. "He's dead. He was killed during a burglary last week." "I'm sorry." They were 2 words Jed hated because they always seemed useless. "I only met him once. I outbid him for a couple of lots. Leah and I went by his shop after the auction, and he made hot chocolate." Her voice broke, and she took a moment to strengthen it. "That was his son on the phone. He was killed the next night."
"Did they catch the guy?"
"No." She looked back at Jed. Both of them were relieved that her eyes were dry again. "I don't know any of the details. I didn't want to ask." "How do you handle it?" she demanded, gripping Jed's hand with an urgency that surprised them both. "How do you handle being close to the horrible day in and day out?"
"You don't look at things the same way on the job as you do as a civilian. You can't."
"Did you leave because you stopped looking at things like a cop?"
"That's part of it."
He pulled his hand away, distanced himself. "I don't think that's a good reason."
"I did."
Interesting choice of tense, Skimmerhorn. She rose, wishing her stomach wasn't still so shaky. "You should have said, 'I do,' unless you've changed your mind. We could go into that, but I'm not feeling up to a debate right now. I've got to talk to Leah." Greg and Renee Demoski arrived home to their Baltimore split level at 6 p.m. sharp. They were, as usual, bickering. They had sniped at each other all during the 20-minute drive from Greg's dental practice, where Renee was his dental hygienist, and continued the bout in the garage, where Greg parked their bronze BMW beside their spiffy Toyota Supra, and as they reached the door to the house. "We could have gone out to dinner,"
Renee said as she slammed open the front door. She was a statuesque blonde, just beginning to thicken in the middle. "Once in a while, I'd like to see people when they don't have their mouths wide open," she complained. "We're in a rut, Greg." "I like being in a rut," he muttered. "Come on, Renee, ease off. All I want is to relax in my own home. Is that too much to ask? And I want to have a nice night out, maybe down at the Inner Harbor." Renee yanked open the refrigerator and took out a tuna casserole. "But no, I come home after standing on my feet all day, flossing other people's teeth, and have to fix dinner." Greg headed straight for the scotch in the living room. "Don't you walk away from me when I'm talking to you." Renee shoved the casserole into the oven and hurried out on his heels. She stopped, as her husband already had, to stare at the destruction of their living room. What wasn't missing was broken or jumbled in the center of the room where the Persian rug had been. The entertainment corner across from the conversation pit was depressingly empty of their 25-inch stereo TV, VCR, and multiple CD player. "Oh, Greg!" Resentments were forgotten as Renee grabbed her husband. "We've been robbed!" "Don't cry, baby. I'll take care of everything. Go in the kitchen and call the police." "All our things! All our pretty things!" "Just things." He gathered her close and kissed the top of her head. "We can get more things. We've still got each other." "Oh!" Renee blinked tears out of her eyes as she looked up at him. "Do you mean that?" "Sure I do." He ran an unsteady hand over her hair. "And after the cops finish up and we figure out what the hell happened, we're going out. Just you and me." DiCarlo was whistling along with Tina Turner on his car stereo. He had the mermaid bookends, as well as $600 in cash the Damaskis had hidden in the freezer, a fine ruby and diamond ring Renee had left carelessly on her dresser, and the profit he'd made by fencing all the electronic equipment to an old connection of his in Columbia, Maryland. All in all, he considered it an excellent day. Making it look like a random burglary had helped pay his traveling expenses. He was going to treat himself to a first-class hotel after he'd picked up the parrot in Virginia. That would leave only another quick trip to Philly for the painting. In another day or two, Finley would have to admit just how reliable and how creative Anthony DiCarlo could be. And, DiCarlo mused, he was bound to earn a substantial reward for services rendered. 10. A well-mannered fire simmered in the grate of the Adam fireplace. It threw pretty, dancing lights over the oriental carpet and silk-papered walls. A distinguished vermouth picked up the subtle lighting and sparkle in the heavy, faceted baccarat glass. Van Cliburn played an elegant Chopin etude. Tasteful hors d'oeuvres had been offered on Georgian silver by the aged and discreet butler. It was exactly the sort of room Jed had skulked through during his childhood, with the carefully placed bric-a-brac whispering of old money. But there was a subtle difference here. In this room, in this house, he had known some transient happiness. In this room, he hadn't been threatened or berated or ignored. Yet it still reminded him painfully of the boy he had been. Jed rose from the miserably uncomfortable Louis XIV side chair to pace his grandmother's front parlor. In evening clothes, he looked the part of the Bester Skimmerhorn heir. It was only his eyes, as he stared down at the flickering fire, that reflected the other paths he'd chosen and the internal struggle to find his true place. He wouldn't have minded a visit. Of all of his relatives, Honoria was the only one he'd had generous feelings for during his youth. As fate would have it, she was the only relative he had left. But the command performance grated. He'd refused to take Honoria to the winter ball, twice, directly and concisely. She had simply ignored his refusal, and using a combination of guile, guilt, and tenacity, had wheedled him into dragging out his tux. "Well, Jedediah, you're still prompt." Honoria stood in the parlor doorway. She had sharp New England cheekbones and brilliant blue eyes that missed little. Her snowy hair was softly coiffed around her narrow face. Her lips, still full and oddly sensuous, were curved, smugly. Honoria knew when she'd won a match, whether it be a rousing game of bridge or a battle of wills. "Grandmother." Because it was expected, and because he enjoyed it, Jed crossed over to take her hand and lift it to his lips. "You look beautiful." It was quite true, and she knew it. Her Adolfo gown of royal blue set off both her eyes and her stately figure. Diamonds glittered at her throat, at her ears, at her wrists. She enjoyed the gems because she had earned them, and because she was vain enough to know they would turn heads. "Pour me a drink," she ordered, in a voice that still carried a hint of Boston from her youth. "That will give you time to tell me what you're doing with your life."
"We won't need much time for that."
But he walked obediently to the liquor cabinet. He remembered when she had caught him filching from that same cabinet nearly 20 years before, how she had insisted that he drink from the decanter of whiskey, and keep drinking while she watched, steely-eyed. And after, when he'd been miserably sick, she had held his head for him. "When you're old enough to drink like a man, Jedediah, you and I will share a civilized cocktail. Until then, don't take what you can't handle."
"Sherry, Grandmother?"
he asked, and grinned. "Now why would I want an old woman's drink when there's good whiskey around?" Silks rustling, she sat near the fire. "When am I going to see this hovel you've moved yourself into?"
"Any time you like, and it's not a hovel."
She snorted and sipped at the whiskey in a heavy crystal tumbler. "A drafty apartment above some seamy little shop."
"I haven't noticed any drafts."
"You had a perfectly adequate home."
"I had a 20-room mausoleum that I hated."
He'd known this was coming. After all, it was from her he'd inherited the tenacity that had made him a good cop. Rather than face the chair again, he leaned against the mantel.
"I've always hated it."
"It's wood and brick," she said dismissively. "It's a foolish waste of energy to hate the inanimate. In any case, you would have been welcome here, as you always were."
"I know."
They'd been through it all before, but because he wanted to erase the concern from her eyes, he grinned.
"But I didn't want to interfere with your sex life."
She didn't miss a beat. "You'd hardly have done so from the East Wing. However, I have always respected your independence." And because she sensed some subtle lightening in him since the last time she'd made the offer, she let that part of the argument rest. "When do you intend to go back to your badge and your work?" His hesitation was brief.
"I have no intention of going back."
"You disappoint me, Jedediah, and I think you disappoint yourself." She rose regally. "Fetch my wrap. It's time we left." Dora loved a party. One of her favorite ways to reward herself for a hard day was to primp, dress up, and spend an evening in a crowd. It didn't matter if she knew a single soul, as long as there were plenty of people, chilled champagne, music, and interesting food. As it happened, she knew a great many people attending the winter ball. Some were friends, some were customers, some were patrons of her family's theater. She was able to entertain herself by mingling, moving from group to exchange pecks on the cheek and fresh gossip. Though she'd taken a chance wearing the strapless white gown, the press of bodies heated the room and kept her comfortable. "Dora, darling, you look fabulous." Ashley Draper, a social climber of the first order who had recently shed her second husband, swooped down on Dora in a cloud of opium. Because Ashley fell slightly below the borders of friendship, Dora was amused by the quick air kiss. "You look radiant, Ashley." "You're a dear to say so, even though I know I'm a bit washed out. Right after the first of the year, I'm going to spend a week at the Green Door. The holidays are so fatiguing, aren't they?" "God knows how we get through them." Dora popped a stuffed olive into her mouth. "I thought you'd be in Aspen." "Next week." Ashley waved a fuchsia-tipped hand toward another couple. "What a ghastly dress," she murmured through her smiling lips. "It makes her look like a stuffed eggplant." Because it was a killingly accurate statement, Dora laughed and remembered why she tolerated Ashley. "Are you here, Stag?" "Lord, no." Ashley scanned the crowd. "My escort's that amazing hunk of beefcake with the Samson locks." Once again, Ashley's description was on the money. Dora picked him out quickly. My, an artist, Ashley purred. I've decided to be a patron. Speaking of the men in our lives, I heard that Andrew broke off your business association. Did you? It only amused Dora that Andrew, or more likely his mother, had twisted the facts. Let's just say I'm looking for someone a bit more substantial to stand between me and the IRS. And how is your little shop doing? Oh, we managed to sell a trinket now and again. Yes. Finances didn't interest Ashley as long as the alimony check came on time. We missed you the other night at the Burgerman's, Christmas Eve. I was unexpectedly detained. I hope he was worth it, Ashley purred, then grabbed Dora's hand in a crushing grip. Look here, she lowered her voice to confidential tones. It's the grande dame herself. She rarely puts in an appearance here. Who? Curiosity piqued, Dora craned her neck. She lost the rest of Ashley's hissed explanation the minute she saw Jed. Surprise, surprise, she murmured. Excuse me, Ashley, I have to go see a man about a tux. And he did look fabulous in it, she mused, as she circled the ballroom to come up behind him. She waited until he'd procured 2 glasses of champagne. I know, she said at his shoulder. You went back on the force, and now you're under cover. She caught his soft oath as he turned. What is it? An international jewel thief? A ring of insidious pâté burglars? Conroy, do you have to be everywhere? I have an invitation. She tapped her beaded evening bag. How about you, Copper? Christ, it's bad enough I have to be here at all without Jedediah. Honoria's authoritative voice halted any complaints. Have you lost whatever slight degree of manners I managed to teach you? Introduce your friend to your grandmother. Grandmother? On a quick laugh, Dora took Honoria's narrow-boned hand. Really? I'm delighted to meet you, Mrs. Skimmerhorn, even though it destroys my theory that Jed was hatched from a very hard-shelled, very stale egg. His social graces are lacking. Honoria studied Dora with growing interest. And it's Mrs. Rogers, my dear. I was briefly married to Walter Skimmerhorn, but rectified the matter as soon as humanly possible. I'm Dora Conroy, Jed's landlord. Ah. There was a world of expression in the single syllable. And how do you find my grandson as a tenant? His temperament's a bit unreliable. Dora shot a look at Jed, pleased by the fire in his eyes. But he appears to be neat enough, and he's certainly not rowdy. I'm relieved to hear it. There were times, you know, during his youth that I feared his landlord would be a warden. Then you must be pleased he chose the right side of the law. I'm very proud of him. He's the first and only Skimmerhorn to amount to anything. Grandmother. Very deliberately, Jed took her arm. Let me get you some hors d'oeuvres. I'm capable of getting my own. Just as deliberately, she shook him off. And there are several people I must speak to. Dance with the girl, Jedediah. Yeah, Jedediah, Dora said as Honoria swept off. Dance with the girl. Go find somebody else to harass, he suggested, and turned toward the bar. He was going to need something stronger than champagne. Your grandmother's watching, pal. Dora tugged on his sleeve. 5 will get you 10. She'll lecture you if you don't escort me onto the dance floor and exude some charm. Setting the champagne aside, Jed took her arm. If his fingers dug in a bit hard, she was determined not to grimace. Don't you have a boyfriend around here? I don't see boys, Dora said, grateful when Jed had to shift his grip into dance position. If you mean do I have a date, then no. I don't usually like to bring a date to a party. Why? Then I'd have to worry if he was having a good time, and what I prefer doing is having one myself. The orchestra was playing a silky version of Twilight Time. You're a nice dancer, Skimmerhorn. Better than Andrew. Thanks a lot. Of course, it would be a nice touch if you looked at me instead of glaring at the other dancers. When his gaze lowered, she tilted her head and smiled. What about you? Are you having a good time?"
I hate these things.
It was a shame, a damn shame, he thought, that she felt so incredibly good in his arms.
You probably love them.
"Oh, I do. You'd like them more if you accepted them for what they are."
Which is?
"A chance to show off." She lifted a finger from his shoulder to tease his hair. "I'm terrific at showing off."
I'd already figured that out.
"Astonishing deductive powers. Comes from being a police captain." He slid a hand up her back and countered bare skin.
Do you ever go out at night in anything that doesn't glitter?
"Not if I can help it. Don't you like the dress?"
What there is of it.
The song ended and another began, but he'd forgotten he didn't want to dance with her. Honoria glided by in the arms of a distinguished-looking man with a silver mustache.
You look okay, Conroy.
"My!" She widened her eyes. "Feel my heart pound."
If I feel your heart, I'll do it in private.
"Are you exuding charm for your grandmother's sake?" He looked down at her again. Something in her smile encouraged one of his own.
She liked you.
"I'm a likable person."
No, you're not. You're a pain in the ass.
He stroked his hand up and down her bare back where the silk of the gown gave way to the silk of her flesh.
A very sexy pain in the ass.
"I'm getting to you, Jed." And her heart was pounding, just a little, as she trailed her fingers along his neck.
Maybe.
Testing them both, he dipped his head, brushed her mouth with his. "Absolutely," she corrected. She felt the quickening in her stomach spread to a fluttering. She ignored the curious heads turned their way and kept her mouth an inch away from his. "We could go home tonight and tear each other's clothes off, jump into bed, and relieve some of this tension."
An interesting image, Conroy. But it sounds like there's an or coming.
"Or," she said, and tried to smile, "we could get to be friends first."
Who said I wanted to be your friend?
"You won't be able to help yourself." She touched a hand to his cheek as much in compassion as arousal. "I can be a pretty good friend, and I figure you need one." She moved something in him, no matter how hard he tried to stand against it.
How do you figure that?
"Because everyone does. Because it's hard to be alone in a room full of people, but you are." After a violent inner struggle, he rested his brow against hers.
God damn it, Dora. I don't want to care about you. I don't want to care about
"Anything," she finished for him. When she looked up into his eyes this time, her heart broke. "You're not dead," she murmured.
Close enough.
He pulled himself back.
I want a drink.
She went with him to the bar, ordered champagne while he chose scotch. "Tell you what," her voice was light again, "we'll try something new. I won't give you a hard time, and vice versa. I won't make suggestive comments or clever insults." He rattled the ice in his glass while he studied her.
What's left?
"We'll both be agreeable and have a good time." At his lifted brow she laughed, hooked her arm through his. "Okay, I'll have a good time, and you'll make the best of the situation. Hungry?"
I could be.
"Let's go check out the buffet. If you have a plate in your hand, none of the women who are ogling you will expect you to dance."
Nobody's ogling me.
But he went with her. "Sure they are. I'd ogle you myself if I didn't know you." She debated between the salmon mousse and the stuffed mushrooms, settled on both. "I don't believe I've seen you at the winter ball before, and I've attended the last 3 years." He'd always been able to use work as an excuse, Jed remembered. He plucked a cube of cheese from her plate and said nothing. "This conversation thing is tough for you, isn't it?" She kept a smile on her face as she heaped more food on her plate, then generously held it out to share. "I'll give you a hand. I say something, then, depending on the content, you laugh, look bemused, annoyed, intrigued, and say something back. Ready?"
You've got an awfully smart mouth, Conroy.
"Good. Good start." She sampled a thumb-sized spinach pastry. "Tell me, is your grandmother the Honoria Rogers who purchased the Qing Dynasty cloisonné enamel candle holder in the form of an elephant at Christie's a few months ago?"
I don't know about elephants, but she's the only Honoria Rogers I'm aware of.
Gorgeous piece. At least it looked terrific in the catalog. I couldn't get up to New York, but I put in a couple of telephone bids during that auction. Not on the Ching, though, out of my range. I'd love to see it sometime.
If you're wrangling for an invitation, you should talk to her.
Just making chit-chat, Skimmerhorn. Try one of these, she invited with her mouth full, and picked up another pastry. Incredible! Before he could accept or refuse, she had it up to his mouth and in. Great, huh?
I don't like spinach.
Grimacing, he washed it down with scotch. I used to be the same way, but my father got me hooked on it by singing Popeye the Sailor Man. I was 20, she said earnestly, and naive. When his lips quirked, she lifted her glass in toast. There now, and you look so pretty when you smile.
Dora, darling.
With her young artist in tow, Ashley glided up to the buffet.
How do you manage to eat like that and stay so slim?
Just a little agreement I have with Satan. Ashley laughed gaily and gave Jed one long sweeping glance, what Dora would definitely term an ogle.
Isadora Conroy? Heathcliff.
She presented her date as though he were the prize stud at a thoroughbred farm.
I discovered him in this marvelous little gallery on South Street.
Oh? Dora didn't bother to remind Ashley that her shop was on South. I've always wanted to discover something, like Christopher Columbus or Indiana Jones. Because Heathcliff only looked baffled, she took pity on him. After passing her plate to Jed, she offered a hand. Ashley tells me you're an artist.
I am. He does the most sensual life studies.
Ashley stroked Heathcliff's arm as a woman might a favored pet.
You simply must see them sometime.
Top of my list.
I don't believe you've introduced us to your escort.
I don't have one. That's an odd term, don't you think? It sounds as though you'd need someone along because you couldn't find where you were going yourself. Personally, I have an excellent sense of direction.
Dora.
Ashley gave another quick, tinkling laugh. You're such a wit.
Only half,
Jed said under his breath. Dora spared him the mildest of glances. Jed Skimmerhorn, Ashley Draper, and Heathcliff.
Oh, I recognized Captain Skimmerhorn.
Ashley held out a hand, waiting until Jed had juggled the plate back to Dora.
I should say,
the elusive Captain Skimmerhorn. Her fingers glided over his.
It's so rare that we're able to tempt you to one of our little affairs. I don't find little affairs tempting.
This time Ashley's laugh was low and throaty.
I prefer long, steamy ones myself. And how do you two know each other?
Dora picked up the ball to save Ashley from one of Jed's nastier comments. Jed and I share a passion, she said, and took a slow, deliberate sip of champagne. For pincushions. Ashley's avid eyes went blank.
For...
Jed has the most incredible collection. We met at a flea market when we both reached for the Victorian blue satin and lace heart-shaped, pins included. She gave a fluttery, romantic sigh.
You collect pincushions?
Ashley asked Jed.
Since I was a child. It's an obsession.
And he's such a tease. Dora gave him an intimate look over the rim of her glass. He keeps dangling his horse's hoof with plated mounts under my nose, and he knows perfectly well I'd do anything to have it.
Negotiations.
He trailed a fingertip down the line of her throat.
Are open. How fascinating, Ashley murmured.
Oh, it is, Dora agreed. Oh, there's Magda and Carl. Excuse us, won't you? I simply have to catch up.
Pincushions?
Jed muttered against her ear as they lost themselves in the crowd. I thought about sardine dishes, but they seemed so pretentious.
You could have told her the truth.
Why? He thought about it.
Simplicity?
Too boring. Besides, if she knew you lived across the hall from me, she'd start hanging around my apartment, hoping to seduce you. We wouldn't want that, would we? Lips pursed in consideration, Jed glanced over his shoulder to give Ashley a thorough study.
Well?
She'd only use you and toss you aside. Dora assured him. "I see your grandmother over there. Should you join her?"
Not if you're going to grill her about candle holders.
That hadn't been her intention, exactly. "You're just afraid she'll make you dance with me again. Tell you what, I really will go talk to Magda and Carl, and you can catch up with me later if you like." He took her arm, frowned down at his own hand, and removed it.
"Stick around."
"What a charming invitation. Why?"
"Because if I'm going to be trapped in here for a couple more hours, it might as well be with you."
"Poetry. Sheer poetry. How can I resist? Let's go see if your grandmother wants some nibbles. I promise not to bring up candle holders unless it seems appropriate."
"Jed?"
A hand clamped on his shoulder. Jed braced, turned.
"Commissioner?"
Jed said, both his face and voice neutral.
"Good to see you."
Police Commissioner James Riker gave Jed a quick but thorough study. What he saw obviously pleased him as his thin, dark face creased in a smile.
"You're keeping fit, I see."
"Yes, sir."
"Well, you were overdue for a vacation, God knows. How was your Christmas?"
"Fine."
Because he couldn't ignore Riker's pointed look toward Dora, Jed did his duty.
"Commissioner Riker, Dora Conroy."
"Hello." As both her hands were full, Dora beamed him a smile instead of a handshake. "So you're in charge of keeping the law and order in Philadelphia?"
"I'm in charge of keeping men like Jed on the job."
If Riker couldn't feel the tension shimmering off Jed, she could. The need to protect clicked in. Dora smoothly changed the course. "I suppose most of your work now is administrative."
"Yes, it is."
"Do you miss the action?" She smiled, handing Jed her empty glass. "In fiction, cops always miss the action."
"As a matter of fact, I do, from time to time."
"I have to ask. I have this bloodthirsty nephew who'll want to know. Were you ever shot?" If the question surprised him, Riker covered it well.
"No, sorry."
"That's all right. I'll lie."
"I hope you'll forgive me, Miss Conroy, but I need to steal Jed for a minute. The mayor would like a word with him."
Dora gave way graciously. "Nice to have met you, Commissioner Riker."
"My pleasure. I'll only keep Jed a moment."
Trapped, Jed handed her back her empty glass.
"Excuse me."
Oh, he really hated this, she mused as she watched him walk away. It hadn't shown, not in his face, not in his eyes, but he hated it. A man faced a firing squad with more enthusiasm. When he returned, he'd be simmering with fury or tight-lipped with guilt or simply miserable. Feeling for him, Dora wondered if she could find some way to distract him, to turn whatever emotions the commissioner and the mayor managed to stir up into a different channel. Joke him out of it, she mused as she wandered over to get a refill on her champagne. Irritated out of him would probably be easier. It wouldn't even take much effort.
"I would think they would take more care as to who attends these affairs."
The gravelly voice was instantly recognizable. Dora turned with a bright smile on her face. "Mrs. Dodd, Andrew, how interesting." Mrs. Dodd drew air fiercely through her nostrils.
"Andrew, fetch my club soda."
"Yes, Mother." Mrs. Dodd, with her bulky frame draped in black satin, leaned forward close enough that Dora saw the few gray hairs stabbing out of her chin that her tweezers had missed.
"I knew what you were, Miss Conroy. I warned him, of course, but Andrew is as susceptible as any man to a woman's wiles."
"I had all my wiles surgically removed. I could show you the scars." The woman ignored her.
"But what would you expect, bred from a family of actors?"
Dora took a careful breath, a careful sip. She would not, absolutely not, let this idiotic old woman make her lose her temper. "Those acting families," Dora said lightly. "The Fondas, the Redgraves, the Bridges. God knows how they can be permitted to taint society."
"You think you're clever." "Mother, here's your drink."
Mrs. Dodd swept Andrew and the club soda back with a violent gesture.
"You think you're clever,"
she said again, her voice lifting enough to have several onlookers murmuring,
"but your little tricks didn't work." "Mother, be still, Andrew."
There was fire in her eyes now. She was the mama bear protecting her cub. "Yes, Andrew, be still." Dora's smile was tiger-sharp. Mother Dodd was about to tell me about my little tricks. "Do you mean the one when I told your slimy son to get his hand out from under my skirt?" The woman hissed in anger. "You lured him into your apartment, and when your pathetic seduction failed, you attacked him, because he recognized you for exactly what you are." There was a laser gleam in Dora's eye now. "Which is?" "Whore," she hissed. "Slut. Floozy." Dora set down her glass to free her hand. She balled it into a fist and gave serious consideration to using it. She settled for upending her plate on Mrs. Dodd's heavily lacquered hair. The resulting screech should have shattered crystal. With salmon mousse dripping into her eyes, Mrs. Dodd lunged. Dora braced for the attack, then gave out a howl of her own as she was snatched from behind. "Jesus Christ, Conroy," Jed muttered as he dragged her toward the ballroom doors. "Can't I leave you alone for 5 minutes?" "Let me go!" She might have taken a swing at him, but he locked her arms at her sides. She had it coming. "I don't feel like bailing you out of jail." He strode toward a sitting area with cushy chairs and potted plants. He heard the orchestra strike up Stormy Weather. Perfect. "Sit." He punctuated the order with a shove that had her tumbling into a chair. "Pull yourself together." "Look, Skimmerhorn, that was my own personal business." "You want me to have the commissioner haul you in for disturbing the peace?" he asked mildly. "A couple hours in the tank would cool you off." He would, too, she thought viciously. Dora huffed, tapped her foot, folded her arms. "Give me a—" He already had a cigarette lit and was handing it to her. "Thanks." She fell into silence. He knew her routine. She would take 3, maybe 4 quick, shallow puffs, then stab it out. 1, he counted. 2. She shot him a furious glare. 3. "I didn't start it." Her lips moved into a pout as she crushed out the cigarette. Jed decided it was safe to sit. "I didn't say you did." "You didn't threaten to have her arrested." "I figured she was going to have enough problems picking pimentos out of her hair. Want a drink?" "No." She preferred to sulk. "Look, Skimmerhorn, she was insulting me, my family, women in general. And I took it," she said righteously. "I took it even when she called me a tramp, a slut, a whore." A great deal of his amusement faded. "She said that to you?" "And I took it," Dora barreled on, "because I kept telling myself she was just a crazy old lunatic. I was not going to cause a scene. I was not going to lower myself to her level. Then she went too far. She went 1 step too far." "What did she do?" "She called me a floozy." Jed blinked, gamely struggled to swallow the tickle at the back of his neck. "A what?" "A floozy," she repeated, slapping her fist on the chair. "Let's go take her down." Dora's chin came up. Her eyes narrowed. "Don't you dare laugh." "I'm not. Who's laughing?" "You are, damn it. You're biting your tongue right now to hold it back." "I am not." "You are, too. You're slurring your words." "It's the scotch." "Like hell." She turned her head away, but he'd caught the quiver of her lips. When he brought her face back to his, they grinned foolishly at each other. "You made it an interesting evening, Conroy." "Well—" Her temper spent. She giggled, then leaned back to rest her head on his shoulder. "I was trying to think of some way to distract you so you wouldn't be upset from the mayor and Riker." "Why should I be upset?" "They were pressuring you, weren't they?" Though he didn't move, she felt a part of him shift away. "Lucky for me, Mrs. Dodd came along, so I didn't have to invent something." "So you dumped food on her head to lift my spirits?" "No. It was strictly a selfish act. But it did have a nice side benefit." She turned her head. "Give me a kiss, will you?" "Why?" "Because I'd like one. Just a friendly one." He put a finger under her chin to tip it up, touched his lips to hers. "Friendly enough?" "Yeah, thanks." She started to smile, but he shifted his hand, cupped it around her throat. With his eyes open, he lowered his mouth to hers again, teased her lips apart with his tongue, and tasted the arousal on her first shaky breath. It was like water, pure, sweet water after an agonizing thirst. He sipped easily. She felt the rush of need, the hard, sharp-edged wave of it that left her limp. He didn't bring her closer, nor did he deepen the kiss. Instead, it was slow, cool, devastatingly controlled. When he drew back, she kept her eyes closed, absorbing the flood of sensation. Her heart was still pounding in her ears when she opened her eyes. "God," was all she managed to say.
Problem?
"I think so." She pressed her lips together. She could have sworn they were vibrating. I think I'll go." Her knees wobbled when she stood. It was very difficult, she thought, to be in charge of a situation when your knees wobbled. She pressed a hand to her stomach where the hard ball of need had hotly lodged. "God," she said again, and walked away. 11. The new security system on Dora's building brought to Carlo a great deal of irritation. The extra time needed to bypass it and to get through the sturdier locks completely wrecked his schedule. He'd hoped to get in and out of the storeroom by midnight, for surely if the Conroy woman had bought the damn painting was inside, regardless of what the idiot red-headed clerk had told him on Christmas Eve. Now he'd be lucky to be inside by midnight, and worse, a nasty sleet was beginning to fall. His surgeon's gloves were hardly adequate protection against the cold. At least there was no moon, he thought as he worked and shivered. And there were no vehicles in the graveled lot, which meant no one was home. Despite the complications, he could still be in New York by morning. He'd sleep the entire day, then catch a late flight to the coast. Once he'd handed over Finley's toys, accepted the gratitude and a generous bonus, he'd fly back to New York for a rollicking New Year's Eve. DeCarlo shivered as the cold snuck under his collar like frigid little ants. When the final tumbler fell, he gave a little grunt of satisfaction. In less than 15 minutes, he was certain that the painting was not in the storeroom. Using self-control, he curbed the urge to wreck the place. If the painting was going to cause a problem, it would be best if no one knew there'd been a break-in. He did another thorough tour of the shop, automatically picking up a few small trinkets as he went, including the jade foo dog Terry had tried to sell him. Resigned, DeCarlo headed upstairs. He cursed, but without much heat, when he encountered the lock on the door at the top of the steps. This one was basically for looks, and he was through it quickly. He listened, heard nothing, no radio, television, conversation. Still he moved silently down the hall, peering out the door to be certain the parking lot was still empty. 3 minutes later, he was inside Jed's apartment. That search was over almost before it had begun. There were no paintings on the wall, none tucked into the closets. He found nothing under the bed but a dog-eared paperback copy of Shirley Jackson's The Haunting of Hill House and a balled-up sock. He did find the .38 in the nightstand of some interest, but after a brief examination replaced it. Until he'd found the painting, he couldn't afford to steal anything noticeable. He gave the bench press and weights in the living room a quick glance on his way out. He was in Dora's apartment in a matter of seconds. She hadn't bothered to lock it. The search here was a different matter. Where Jed's apartment had held a minimum of furniture, Dora's was packed. The clutter in Jed's came from carelessness. In Dora's, it was a lifestyle. There were several paintings, a watercolor still life, 2 oval portraits, one of a stern-faced man in starched color, one of an equally stern-faced woman. Other art ranged from signed lithographs, advertising posters, and pen-and-ink sketches to the finger paintings stuck to the refrigerator. But the abstract wasn't on the wall. He moved into the bedroom to search the closet. Because he, too, had left the door unlocked, he barely had time to react when he heard it open. By the time it slammed, DeCarlo was deep in the closet, hidden behind a colorful assortment of outfits that smelled erotically of woman. "I have to be crazy," Dora told herself. "Absolutely crazy." She peeled out of her coat, laid it over the back of a chair, and yawned hugely. How did she let her parents talk her into it? Why had she let them talk her into it? Still muttering to herself, she walked straight to the bedroom. Her plans for the evening had been so simple, she thought. A nice solitary meal of grilled chicken and wild rice, a long fragrant bath with a glass of Chardonnay as a companion. She'd intended to top it all off with a good book by the bedroom fire. But no, she thought, and switched on the Tiffany lamp beside the bed. Oh, no, she had to fall into that old family trap of the show must go on. Was it her fault that 3 stagehands had come down with the flu? Was it her fault she'd let her father badger her into joining the union? Absolutely not, she decided, tugging her tight-fitting black cashmere sweater over her head. I didn't give them the damn flu. I didn't have to feel obligated to jump into the void just because I have an IATSE card. Sighing, she bent over to unlace her black chucks. Instead of a quiet, relaxing evening at home, she'd answered her mother's frantic call for help and had spent hours handling props and hauling scenery. She'd even reluctantly enjoyed it, standing backstage and listening to the voices echo, rushing out when the lights dimmed to make a scenery change, feeling a vicarious pride when the cast took their curtain calls. After all, Dora thought with a yawn, what's bred in the bone? Through the 2-inch crack in the closet door, DiCarlo had an excellent view. The more he saw, the more his annoyance at being interrupted faded. The situation had possibilities, previously unexplored ones. The woman who was bending and stretching at the foot of the bed had performed a very intriguing striptease and was now wearing only a couple of very tiny, very lacy black swatches. DiCarlo studied the smooth curve of her bottom as Dora bent to touch her toes. She was beautifully built, in a firm, compact style, and from the way she was moving, it appeared she'd be very, very agile. She'd changed his plans, but DiCarlo prided himself on creative thinking. He'd simply wait until the very pretty, very alone lady had gotten into bed. Dora turned, and he took the opportunity to admire the thrust of lace-trimmed breasts. Very nice, he thought, and smiled in the dark. Very nice indeed. And once she was in bed, DiCarlo figured it would be a simple matter, using his considerable charms and his .22 automatic, to convince her to tell him where the painting was. And after business, pleasure. He might not even have to kill her afterward. Dora shook back her hair, rolled her shoulders. It was as if she were posing, DiCarlo thought. The blood surged into his loins and throbbed impatiently. With her eyes closed and the beginnings of a smile on her face, she circled her head gently. She lifted her hands to the front hook of the bra. The pounding on her door had Dora jolting. In the closet, DiCarlo's breath hissed out in a combination of rage and frustration. "Hold on!" Dora shouted, grabbing a white terry-cloth robe from the foot of the bed. She struggled into it as the pounding continued. Switching on lights as she went, she hurried out to the living room. She hesitated with her hand on the knob. "Jed?"
Open up, Conroy.
"You gave me a start," she said as she opened the door. "I was just—" The look on his face stopped her. She'd seen fury before, but never quite so intense, and never aimed so fiercely in her direction. Instinctively, she lifted a hand to her throat and stepped back. "What?"
What the hell did you think you were doing?
Going to bed," she said carefully.
Do you think because I pay you rent, you can use your fucking key and poke through my things any time you want?
She lowered her hand again, gripped the knob firmly. "I don't know what you're talking about."
Cut the crap.
Jed snagged her wrist and yanked her into the hall.
I know when my place has been tossed.
"You're hurting me." Her attempt at sternness failed miserably. She was afraid, really afraid he could do a lot worse.
You took that risk when you messed with my privacy.
Enraged, he shoved her up against the opposite wall. Her muffled cry of surprised pain only added to his fury.
What were you looking for? He demanded. What the hell did you think you'd find?
"Let go of me!" She twisted, too terrified for denials. "Take your hands off me!"
You want to go through my things?
His eyes burned into hers. The animal was out of the cage, was all she could think.
You figure because you've got me churned up inside you can paw through what I keep in my drawers, in my closet, and I'll let it go?
He jerked her away from the wall and, pushed by his own demons, dragged her stumbling after him.
Fine.
He slammed his door open, shoved her inside. "Take a look now. Take a good one." Even her lips had lost color. Her breath shuddered in and out through them. He was between her and the door. There was no possible hope of getting past him toward escape. As her heart drummed hard against her ribs, she saw by his face there was no chance of reason. "You're out of your mind." Neither of them heard DiCarlo slip down the hall and away. They stood 2 feet apart, with Dora tugging with a shaking hand at the robe that had fallen off her shoulder. "Did you think I wouldn't notice?" He moved too quickly for her to evade, grabbing her robe by the lapels and yanking her to her toes. Seams gave way with quick pops. "I was a cop for 14 goddamn years. I know the signs." "Stop it!" She shoved against him. The sound of her robe ripping at the shoulder was like a scream. Tears of terror and rage sprang to her eyes, drenching them, clouding her vision. "I haven't been in here. I haven't touched anything." "Don't lie to me." But the first seed of doubt squeezed through his fury. "Let me go!" She tore free, falling back and ramming hard into the table. Slowly, like a woman waiting for the tiger to spring again, she backed away. "I haven't been in here. I just got home 10 minutes ago. Go feel the hood of my car, for Christ's sake. It's probably still warm." Her voice hitched and sputtered in time with her heart. "I've been at the theater all night. You can call. Check." He said nothing, only watched her edge for the door. Her robe had fallen open. He could see her muscles quiver and the sheen of panic sweat. She was crying now, fast, choking sobs as she fumbled with the doorknob. "Stay away from me," she whispered. "I want you to stay away from me." She fled, leaving his door swinging open and slamming her own. He stood exactly where he was, waiting for his own heartbeat to slow, waiting for some grip on control, however slippery. He hadn't been wrong. God damn it, he hadn't been wrong. Someone had been inside. He knew it. His books had been moved, his clothes run through, his gun examined. But it hadn't been Dora. Sickened, he pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes. He'd snapped. No surprise there, he thought, dropping his hands. He'd been waiting to snap for months. Wasn't that why he turned in his badge? He'd come home after a miserable day of dealing with lawyers and accountants and bankers, and he'd snap like a twig. And if that wasn't bad enough, he'd terrorized a woman. Why had he picked on her? Because she'd gotten to him. She'd gotten to him, and he'd found the perfect way to make her pay the price. "Nice going, Skimmerhorn," he berated himself, and headed for the kitchen. And the whiskey. He stopped himself before he poured the first glass. That was the easy way. He dragged a hand through his hair, took a long breath, and walked over to Dora's to take the hard way. At the knock, she stopped rocking on the arm of her chair. Her head jerked up. She scrambled to her feet. "Dora, I'm sorry." On the other side of the door, Jed shut his eyes. "Damn," he whispered, and knocked again. "Let me come in a minute, will you? I want to make sure you're all right." The silence dragged on, tightening his chest. "Just give me a minute. I swear I won't touch you. I want to see if you're okay, that's all." In frustration, he turned the knob. Her eyes widened as she watched it rotate. Oh God, she thought in panic. She hadn't locked it. A little sound caught in her throat. She lunged for the door just as Jed opened it. When she froze, he saw the wild fear on her face, something he'd seen on too many faces over too many years. He hoped he remembered how to diffuse fear as skillfully as he'd remembered how to incite it. Very slowly, he lifted his hands, palms out. "I'll stay right here. I won't come any closer." She was shaking like a leaf. "I won't touch you, Dora. I want to apologize." "Just leave me alone." Her cheeks were still wet, but her eyes were dry now, dry and terrified. He couldn't walk away until he'd eased that fear. "Did I hurt you?" He swore at the stupidity of the question. He could already see the bruises. "Of course I hurt you." The way she'd cried out when he'd shoved her against the wall played back in his head and made his stomach clench. "Why?" The fact that she would ask surprised him.
Does it matter? I don't have any excuses. Even an apology's pretty lame after what I did. I'd like to—"
He took a step forward, stopping when she flinched. He'd have preferred a fist to the gut.
I'd like to say it was justified, but it wasn't.
I want to know why. Her hand clenched and unclenched on the neck of her robe. You owe me why? It was a hot ball in his throat. He couldn't be sure which would be more painful, holding it there or spitting it out. But she was right. He owed her why.
Speck tossed my house a week after he killed my sister.
Neither his face nor his voice gave away what it cost him to tell her.
He left a snapshot of her and a couple of newspaper clippings about the explosion on my dresser.
The nausea surged almost as violently as it had all those months ago. He paled as he fought it back.
He just wanted me to know he could get to me any time. He wanted to make sure I knew who was responsible for Elaine. When I came home tonight and I thought you'd been in, it brought it back.
She had a beautifully expressive face. He could read every emotion perfectly. The fear and the anger that had been building to combat it faded away. In their stead were flickers of sorrow, understanding, and, like salt to his wounds, sympathy.
Don't look at me like that.
His tone was curt and, she thought, defensive.
It doesn't change what I did, or the fact that I was capable of doing worse.
She lowered her eyes. You're right, it doesn't. When you kissed me last night, I thought something was happening with us. Really happening. She lifted her gaze again, and her eyes were cool. But it can't be, or else this wouldn't have happened. Because you'd have trusted me. That hurts too, Jed. But that's my mistake. He knew what it was to feel helpless, but had never expected to feel it with her.
I can move out if you want, he said stiffly. I can leave tonight and pick up my stuff later.
It isn't necessary, but you do what you want.
Nodding, he stepped backward into the hallway. Are you going to be all right?
For an answer, she walked to the door, closed it quietly, and turned the lock. She found the flowers on her desk in the morning. Daisies, a little wilted and smelling of far-off spring, were stuffed into a Minton vase. Sternly, Dora quashed the first surge of pleasure and ignored them. He hadn't moved out. That much had been clear from the monotonous thud of weights bumping the floor when she'd passed his door earlier. She wasn't about to let that please her either. As far as she was concerned now, Jed Skimmerhorn was a paying tenant, nothing more. No one was going to terrify her, threaten her, and break her heart, then lure her back with a straggling bunch of daisies. She would cash his monthly check, nod to him politely if they happened to pass in the hall, and get on with her own life. It was a matter of pride. Since Terry and Leah were handling the shop, she took out her accounts payable, opened the checkbook for Dora's parlor, and prepared to work. A few minutes later, she snuck a peek at the daisies and caught herself smiling. Then the sound of boots coming down the stairs had her firming her lips and staring at her electric bill. Jed hesitated at the base of the stairs, searching for something reasonable to say. He would have sworn the temperature had dropped 10 degrees since he'd come into the storeroom. Not that he could blame her for giving him the chill, he decided, but it only made him feel more foolish for buying flowers on the way back from the gym.
If you're going to be working in here, I can finish up those shelves later.
I'll be doing paperwork for a couple of hours, she said. She didn't glance up.
I've got some stuff to do downtown.
He waited for a response, got nothing.
Do you need anything while I'm out?
No.
Fine. Great.
He started back upstairs.
Then I'll finish them up this afternoon, after I go out and buy myself a hair shirt.
Dora lifted a brow, listened to the top door slam. Probably thought I'd throw myself in his arms because he bought me flowers. Jerk. She looked over as Terry walked through from the shop. Men are all jerks. Normally, Terry would have grinned, agreed, and added her own examples. Instead, she stood in the doorway, wringing her hands. Dora, did you take the J-Dog upstairs?
The little Chinese piece. I know you like to shift things around.
The foo dog? Lips pursed, Dora tapped her pen on the desk. No, I haven't circulated any inventory since before Christmas. Why? Terry gave a breathless laugh, a sickly smile. I can't find it. I just can't find it anywhere. It probably just got moved. Leah might have— I've already asked her, Terry interrupted. Her voice sounded weak. I showed it to a customer the other day. Now it's gone. Don't panic. Dora pushed away from her desk. Let me take a look around. I might have moved it myself. But she knew she hadn't. Dora's parlor might have looked like a homey, cluttered space where treasure and trash were carelessly arranged side by side, but there had always been a method to the arrangement, Dora's method. She knew her stock and its place down to the last silk postcard. Leah was busy with a customer and only sent her sister a quick, concerned look, then continued to show tobacco jars. It was in this cabinet, Terry said quietly. I showed it Christmas Eve right before closing, and I'm positive I saw it here yesterday when I sold the Dalton figure. They were side by side. I would have noticed if it had been missing then. All right. Dora patted Terry's shoulder soothingly. Let's look around. Even the first glance was alarming. Dora homed in on a satin wood bonheur. She made sure to keep her voice calm and low. Terry, have you sold anything this morning? A tea set, the Meissen, and a couple of cigarette cards. Leah sold the mahogany cradle and a pair of brass candlesticks. You didn't sell anything else? No. Terry's already pale cheeks went whiter. What is it? Something else is gone? The vinaigrette, the enamel one that was there. Dora controlled a curse. And the inkwell that was beside it. The pewter? Terry turned to the bonheur, groaned. Oh, God, Dora! Dora shook her head to ward off any more comment and did a swift tour of the entire shop. The Chelton paperweight, she said a few moments later. The Baccarat perfume bottle. The Fabergé desk seal. That one, priced at $5,200, was tough to swallow. And the Bakelite cigarette case, which at roughly $3 infuriated her almost as much as the Fabergé. All small enough to fit into a purse or a pocket. We haven't had more than 8 or 9 people in all morning, Terry began. I don't see how— Oh, Dora, I should have watched more carefully. It's not your fault, but it's not. Though she felt sick with anger, she slipped an arm around Terry's waist. We can't treat everyone who walks through the door like a shoplifter. We'd end up putting in those damn security mirrors and shoving all our stock behind locked glass. It's the first time we've been hit this hard. Dora, the Fabergé! I know. I'll report it to the insurance company. That's what they're for. Terry, I want you to take your lunch break now. I couldn't eat. Then go for a walk. Go buy a dress. It'll make you feel better. Terry blew her nose. Aren't you mad? Mad? I'm furious. Her eyes narrowed and snapped. I'm hoping they come back and try to lift something else so I can break all their sticky little fingers. Now, go clear your head. Okay. She blew her nose again and left Dora alone in the small side parlor. Bad? Leah asked when she stuck her head in. Bad enough. Honey, I'm sorry. No, I told you to lock things up. Leah sighed. I figure this should prove I was right, but after working here these past few weeks, I understand why you don't. It would spoil the atmosphere. Yeah. Defeated, Dora rubbed at the beginning of a headache between her eyes. You can buy a lot of atmosphere for $10,000. $10,000? Leah repeated. Her eyes widened. $10,000? Oh, my God, Dory. Don't worry. I'm insured. God damn it. Look, put up the close sign for an hour. Go out and get some lunch or something. I want to go in the back and have a tantrum, and I'd like privacy. Are you sure? Leah took one look at the glint in her sister's eyes. You're sure? I'll lock up. Thanks. 12. Jed wondered if going back to the cop shop for the first time since his resignation was just another way to punish himself. He could have set up a meeting with Brent elsewhere and avoided the wrenching that he was now a civilian. But Jed walked into his old precinct, the place where he'd spent 8 of his 14 years on the force, because he knew he had to face it. After the way he'd spun out of control the night before, he admitted there were plenty of things he was going to have to face. Everything was the same. The air still smelled of spilled coffee, underwashed bodies, and stale smoke, all with a much nastier undertone of disinfectant. The walls had been painted recently, but the color was the same institutional beige. The sounds, all familiar, ringing phones, clattering keyboards, raised voices. The fact that he walked in this time without the weight of his weapon strapped to his side made him feel more than awkward. This time he felt naked. He nearly walked out again, but 2 uniforms turned toward the doors on their way to patrol. Recognition flickered on both of their faces. The one on the left, Snyder, Jed remembered, jerked to attention. "Captain, sir!" They were getting younger every year, Jed mused. This one was hardly old enough to shave. The only way through it was ahead. Jed nodded to both of them as he passed. "Officers?" He stopped at the desk, waited until the bull-shouldered sergeant turned. "Ryan?" The man might have had shoulders like a bull, but he had the face of a teddy bear. When he spotted Jed, that face creased into a smile so big his eyes seemed to disappear into the soft folds of ruddy Irish skin. "Captain, son of a bitch!" He reached over the desk to grasp Jed's hand like a vice-gripping steel. "Good to see you, really good. How's it going?" "Oh, you know, same old, same old." He leaned companionably on the counter that separated them. "Lorenzo got winged in a liquor store hit last week." "I heard about that. How's he doing?" "Milking it," Ryan said with a wink. "Time was a guy took a pop, he mopped up the blood and got back on the street." "After he chewed the bullet out with his teeth." "That's the way." Someone shouted for Ryan, and he shouted back that they should hold on. "We miss you around here, Captain," he said, leaning on the desk again. "Goldman's okay as an acting captain. I mean, he pushes paper with the best of 'em, but let's face it, the man's an asshole." "You'll break him in." "No, sir." Ryan shook his head. "Some you do, some you don't. The men knew they could talk to you straight. Knew they'd find you on the street as often as you'd be riding the desk. With Goldman, you gotta climb up the chain of command and tippy-toe through regulations and procedure." His genial face wrinkled into a sneer. "You won't catch him going through the door, not unless there's a camera and 3 reporters on the other side." Whatever Jed felt about Ryan's easy flow of information, he kept to himself. "Good press doesn't hurt the department. Is Lieutenant Chapman in? I need to talk to him." "Sure. I think he's in his office. You can track him down." Jed waited, then lifted his brow. "Give me a visitor's badge, Ryan." Ryan turned pink with embarrassed dismay. "Shit, Captain." "I need a visitor's badge, Sergeant." "Makes me sick," Ryan muttered as he pulled one out. "I gotta tell you, it makes me sick." "You told me." Jed clamped the badge onto his shirt. To get to Brent, he had to walk through the bullpen. He would have preferred a nice slow waltz on hot coals. His stomach clenched each time his name was called, each time he was forced to stop and exchange a word, each time he forced himself to ignore the speculation, the unasked questions. By the time he reached Brent's door, the tension was wrapping at the base of his neck like a dull spike. He knocked once, then pushed the door open. Brent was sitting at his overburdened desk, the phone at his ear. "Tell me something I don't know." He glanced up. Instantly, the irritation in his eyes cleared. Yeah, and when you're ready to shoot straight, we'll deal. I'll get back to you." He hung up and leaned back in his chair. "I thought the noise level out there rose a few degrees. You were in the neighborhood? Thought you'd drop by, right?" "No." Jed sat down, took out a cigarette. "I know. You needed a fix of cop coffee." "When I get that bad, I'll have myself committed." Jed struck a match. He didn't want to ask, didn't want to get involved, but he had to. "Is Goldman being as big an asshole as Ryan claims?" Grimacing, Brent rose to pour 2 cups of coffee from the pot on his hot plate.
Well, he's not exactly Mr. Popularity around here. I caught Thomas down in the locker room sticking pins in a Goldman doll. I recognized it because it had those little beady eyes and big teeth.
Jed took the coffee.
What did you do about the doll?
I stuck a couple pins in it myself. So far, Goldman doesn't seem to be in any particular discomfort.
Jed grinned. The first sip of coffee wiped that off his face.
You know, I could put in your name with the chief. I figure he'd listen to my recommendation.
Not interested.
Brent took off his glasses to wipe ineffectively at the smudges.
I'm lousy at delegating. Thomas might end up sticking pins in an incredibly handsome doll wearing horn rims.
He leaned against the edge of his desk.
Come back, Jed.
Jed lowered his eyes to his coffee, slowly lifted them again.
I can't. Christ, Brent, I'm a mess. Give me a badge right now and I don't know what I'd do or who'd pay for it. Last night,
he had to stop. He took a deep drag on his cigarette.
Somebody'd been in my place, in my things. You had another break-in over there?
Jed shook his head.
This was slick. A couple of things out of place, a drawer shut when I'd left it part way open, that kind of thing. I'd been out most of the day, Elaine's estate, the settlement on her house.
Weary, he kneaded the back of his neck.
After all that, I went and had a drink. I went to a movie. I came home, took one look around, and went after Dora.
He picked up his coffee again. It was no more bitter than the taste already lodged in his throat.
I mean, I went after her, Brent. Saw the crime, made the collar.
In disgust, he crushed out his cigarette and rose.
I pushed her around. Christ, Jed.
Stunned, he watched Jed pace the office.
You didn't hit her? No.
How could he be offended by the question, Jed wondered.
I scared the hell out of her, though. Scared myself after I pulled it in. I didn't think it through. I didn't keep it chilled. I just snapped. I'm not going to take the chance of doing something like that from behind a badge, Brent.
He turned back.
That badge used to mean something to me. I've known you almost 10 years. I never once saw you misuse it. And I don't intend to. Anyway, that's not why I'm here. Dora didn't go into my apartment. So who did? Might have been a return from whoever broke in the other night, looking for something to lift. I don't have a lot in there with me, but there was a couple $100 in cash in the drawer. My .38, a Sony Walkman. Dora's place across the hall's loaded. What about the security? I looked it over, couldn't find anything. This guy's good, Brent, a pro. It could be a connection to Speck, somebody who wants revenge. Speck wasn't the kind to inspire loyalty after death.
But like Jed, Brent wasn't willing to dismiss the possibility.
I'm going to do some checking. Why don't I put a couple of eyes on the building?
Normally, Jed would have cringed at the thought of protection. Now he merely nodded.
I'd appreciate it. If somebody wants me, I wouldn't like to have Dora caught in the middle. Consider it done. So, tell me, how are you handling things with Dora? I apologized.
He snorted, turned to study Brent's poster of Eastwood's Dirty Harry.
Big fucking deal. I offered to move out, but she didn't seem to care one way or the other.
He muttered under his breath, but Brent's ears were keen.
What was that? Did you say something about flowers? I bought her some damn flowers, Jed snapped. She won't even look at them. She sure as hell won't look at me, which would be just fine and dandy, except...
Jed whirled back, a bleak expression on his face.
God damn it, Brent. She's got me. I don't know how she did it, but she's got me. If I don't have her soon, I'm going to start drooling. Bad sign, Brent said with a slow nod. Drooling's a very bad sign. You getting a kick out of this? Well, yeah.
Brent grinned and pushed up his glasses.
A big one, actually. I mean, as I recall, you've always been smooth and on top of things, no pun intended, with women. Always figured it was all that high-class breeding. Now you're standing there with this hook in your mouth. It looks good on you.
Jed just glared.
So she's pissed, Brent continued. She'll make you sweat for a little while, beg a little. I'm not begging. Screw begging." He jammed his hands in his pockets. "I'd rather she be angry than frightened." No, he realized. He didn't think he could handle having her look at him with fear in her eyes again. "I thought I might pick up some more flowers on the way back." "Maybe you'd better think sparkles, pal. The kind you hang around your neck." "Jewelry? I'm not going to bribe her to forgive me." "What are the flowers for?" "Flowers aren't a bribe." Amazed that a married man could know so little, Jed headed for the door. "Flowers are sentimental. Jewelry's mercenary." "Yeah, and there's nobody more mercenary than an angry woman. Just ask my wife," Brent shouted when Jed kept going. "Hey, Skimmerhorn, I'll be in touch." Chuckling to himself, Brent went back to his desk. He called up the spec file on the computer. Jed was surprised to find Dora still at her desk when he returned. He'd been gone more than 3 hours, and in the short time he'd known her, he'd never seen her huddled with paperwork for more than half that time. Dora seemed to prefer the contact with customers, or perhaps it was the satisfaction of collecting money. Probably both. It didn't surprise him that she ignored him every bit as completely as she had that morning, but this time he thought he was prepared. "I got you something." Jed set the large box on the desk in front of her. When she glanced at it, he had the small satisfaction of spotting the flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "It's, just a robe, to replace the one that got torn last night." "I see." He moved his shoulders restlessly. He wasn't getting much of a reaction from her, and he figured he'd paid big time. Poking around a woman's lingerie department with the sales clerk beaming at him had made him feel like a pervert. At least he'd been able to settle for practical terry cloth. "I think I got the right size, but you might want to check." Carefully, she closed her checkbook and folded her hands on top of it. When she looked up at him, the curiosity had been replaced by glittering anger. "Let me get this straight, Skimmerhorn. Do you think that a bunch of pathetic flowers and a robe are what it's going to take to clear the path?" She didn't give him a chance. "You figure a handful of daisies will charm me into sighs and smiles? Is that what you think? I don't know how you've played it before, pal, but it doesn't work that way with me." She rose from the desk, slapped her palms down on the department store box, and leaned forward. If eyes were weapons, he'd have already bled to death. "Inexcusable behavior isn't reconciled by a couple of lame gifts and a hangdog expression." She caught herself on the edge of a shout and paused to fight for control. "You should keep going," Jed said quietly. "Get the rest of it out." "All right, fine. You muscle your way into my apartment flinging accusations. Why? Because I was handy, and because you didn't like the way things were moving between us. You didn't even consider that you might be wrong. You just attacked. You scared the bloody hell out of me, and worse." She pressed her lips together and turned away. "You humiliated me because I just took it. I just stood there trembling and crying. I didn't even fight back." Now that she'd admitted it, she felt calmer and faced him again. "I hate that most of all." He understood that all too well. "You'd have been crazy to take me on in the mood I was in." "That's not the point." "It is the point." He felt anger stirring again, viciously self-directed. "For Christ's sake, Dora, you were facing a maniac who had you by better than 50 pounds. What were you going to do, wrestle me to the ground?" "I know self-defense," she said, lifting her chin. "I could have done something." "You did." He remembered the way her terrified tears had diffused him. "You're crazy if you let yourself be embarrassed because you were afraid." "I don't think insulting me is going to smooth the waters, Skimmerhorn." She lifted a hand to push back her hair. It wasn't her usual casual gesture, Jed noted. It was a weary one. "Look, I've had a rough day." She broke off when he took her hand. Even as she stiffened, he gently straightened her arm. She'd pushed up the sleeves of her jacket to work. There was a light trail of bruises on her forearms, marks he knew would match the press of his fingers. "I can keep saying I'm sorry." His eyes were eloquent. "That doesn't mean a hell of a lot." He released her, tucked his hands away in his pockets.
I can't tell you I've never put bruises on a woman before, because I have, but it was always in the line of duty, never personal. I hurt you, and I don't know how to make it up to you." He started for the steps.
"Jed,"
There was a sigh in her voice.
"wait a minute."
"Sucker," she admitted, and flipped open the top of the box. The robe was nearly identical to hers, but for the color. She smoothed a finger down the deep green terry cloth lapel. They didn't have a white one.
He wasn't sure if he'd ever felt more foolish in his life.
"You wear a lot of bright colors, so—"
"It's nice. I didn't say I was forgiving you.
Okay.
I'd just prefer if we could put things back on some reasonable level. I'm not comfortable feuding with the neighbors."
You've got a right to set the rules."
She smiled a little. "You must really be suffering to hand over that kind of power."
You've never been a man buying women's lingerie. You don't know about suffering.
He wanted to touch her, but knew better.
I am sorry, Dora.
"I know. Really, I do. I was nearly as mad at myself as I was at you this morning. Before I could cool off, we had some trouble in the shop, so when you came back, I was ready for blood."
What kind of trouble?
"Shoplifting." Her eyes hardened again. "This morning, not long after you left to buy a hair shirt."
He didn't smile. Are you sure it was all there last night when you closed up?
That stiffened her spine. "I know my stock, Skimmerhorn."
You said you got in a few minutes before I did last night.
"Yes, what does—"
You were upset when I left you. You were still upset this morning. I don't suppose you'd have noticed.
"Noticed what?"
If anything was missing from upstairs. Let's go take a look now."
"What are you talking about?"
Somebody was in my place last night."
She caught herself before she spoke, but he saw the doubt on her face.
I'm not saying that to excuse my behavior, but somebody was in my place,"
he said again, struggling to keep his voice calm.
"Cops see things civilians don't. I had an idea that it might have been some of Speck's men dropping around to hassle me, but it could have been something else. Somebody looking for some trinkets."
"What about the alarm system? Those burglary-proof locks you put in?"
Nothing's burglary-proof.
"Oh."
She closed her eyes briefly as he took her hand and pulled her up the stairs.
"Well, that certainly makes me feel better. A minute ago I was happy being furious at a shoplifter. Now you've got me worried that I had some cat burglar prowling around my apartment."
Let's just check it out. Got your keys?
"It's not locked."
His look made her bristle.
"Look, Ace, the outside door's locked and I was right downstairs. Besides," she shoved open the door, "nobody's been in here."
Mm-hmm.
He bent down to examine the lock, saw no obvious signs of tempering.
Did you leave this unlocked when you went out last night?
"Maybe." She was beginning to sulk. "I don't remember."
Keep any cash in the house?
"Some."
She crossed to the knee-hole desk and opened a drawer.
"It's right where it's supposed to be, and so is everything else."
You haven't looked.
"I know what's in here, Jed." He scanned the room himself, skimming, identifying knickknacks as skillfully as he would faces in a mug book.
What happened to the painting? The one over the couch?
"The abstract? My mother thought she liked it, so I took it over so she could live with it a while." She gestured to the two portraits that replaced it. "I thought I'd like having those two for company, but I was wrong. They're entirely too somber and disapproving, but I haven't had the chance to—"
Jewelry?
"Sure, I have jewelry." Okay. She rolled her eyes and headed back to the bedroom. She opened a camphor wooden ebony chest that sat on a lowboy. "It looks like it's all here. It's a little tougher to remember because I lend Leah pieces and she lends me." She took out a velvet pouch and shook out a pair of emerald earrings. "If anybody was going to riffle through here, they'd go for these. They're the real thing."
Nice,
he said after a cursory glance. It didn't surprise him that she had enough jewelry to adorn a dozen women. Dora enjoyed quantity. Nor did it surprise him that her bedroom was as crowded and homey as her living room, or as subtly feminine.
Some bed.
I like it. It's a Louis XV reproduction. I bought it from a hotel in San Francisco. I couldn't resist that headboard. It was high, covered with deep blue brocade, and gently curved at the top. She'd added a lushly quilted satin spread and an army of fussy pillows. I like to sit up late and read with a fire going. She closed the jewelry box. One of the things that sold me on this building was the size of the rooms and that I could have a fireplace in my bedroom. It's, as my father would say, the cat's meow. She grinned. Sorry, Captain. It doesn't look like I have a crime to report. He should have been relieved, but he couldn't ignore the tickle at the back of his neck.
Why don't you give me a list of the stolen goods? Brent, can have some men check out the pawn shops.
I've already reported it.
Let me help.
This time he went with the urge to touch her, to see if she'd back away. But when he ran a hand down her arm, she only smiled. So he was forgiven, he thought, just that simply. All right, it wouldn't be smart to turn down the services of a police captain over a simple shoplifting. Let me... She started forward, but he didn't move with her or aside. All she accomplished was to come a step closer. Her heart stuttered in her chest with an emotion that had nothing to do with fear. Nothing at all. The list's downstairs.
I think you should know. You were right.
That's always good to know. What was I right about this time?
I was tangled up about what was happening between us.
Oh.
It came out shaky. She couldn't help it.
What was happening between us? His eyes darkened. She thought of the cobalt glass on display in the shop.
I was wanting you. I was wondering what it would be like to undress you and to touch you and to feel you under me. I was wondering if your skin tasted like it smelled.
She stared at him while her stomach muscles danced. Is that what was happening?
On my end, it was making me a little crazy.
And it's better now?
He shook his head. Worse. Now I can imagine doing all those things in that bed. If you want to pay me back solid for last night, all you have to do is tell me you're not interested.
She let out the air that had backed up in her lungs. Interested wasn't precisely the word she would have chosen. I think... On a weak laugh, she pushed both hands through her hair. I think I'm going to say I'm going to consider your offer carefully and get back to you on it.
You know where to find me.
Yeah, I do.
He hadn't expected to fluster her, but he was enjoying it. You want to have dinner? We could discuss the terms.
The quick, wild fluttering of her heart made her feel very young and very foolish. I can't. I have a date with my nephew. She picked up a silver-backed brush from her bureau, set it down again. He's at that stage where he detests girls, so every now and again I take him out to the movies or the arcade. A kind of guy's night out.
You're a girl.
Not to Richie. She picked up the brush again, twisting the handle through her hands. I don't mind sitting through 90 minutes of zombie mercenaries from hell. That makes me one of the guys.
If you say so.
He flicked a glance down to her nervous hands and grinned.
We'll try a guy's night out later, then.
Sure. Maybe tomorrow.
I think I can work it into my schedule.
Gently, he took the brush from her restless fingers and laid it aside.
Why don't we go get that list?
When they'd passed safely out of the bedroom, Dora let out a small, relieved breath. She was definitely going to think this over, as soon as some of the blood returned to her head.
Got your keys downstairs?
Chet asked her when they stepped into the hall. What? Oh, yeah.
Good.
He turned the lock before shutting the door. DeCarlo might have enjoyed his luxurious suite at the Ritz-Carlton with its soft, king-sized bed, a fully stocked honor bar, excellent room service, and masseuse on call. He might have enjoyed it if he'd had the painting in his possession. Instead, he fumed. Without the man in apartment 2's ill-timed arrival, DeCarlo figured he would have had the painting, or known its whereabouts. He hesitated to call Finley. There was nothing to report for the night's work but failure, and he still had until January the 2nd. Coming up empty for one night played hell with his schedule, but in reality it was only a delay, not a disaster. He chewed another nut and washed it down with the Beaujolais left over from his lunch. It baffled him that the man knew his apartment had been searched. Leaning back, DiCarlo went over his moves of the night before, step by step. He hadn't disturbed anything. He'd resisted taking even easily fensible merchandise from the two apartments. What he'd taken from the store below would be attributed to simple shoplifting. Since the man suspected the woman next door had entered his apartment, his plans didn't change. All he had to do was go back in, DiCarlo decided. He'd do exactly what he had planned to do the night before. Exactly. Only this time, he would go in knowing he'd kill the woman when he'd finished. 13. The temperature had dipped to a brisk 14 degrees under a dazzling night sky splattered with icy stars and sliced by a thin, frosty moon. The shops along South Street were locked up tightly, and traffic was light. Occasionally, someone stepped out of one of the restaurants, huddled inside a warm coat, and made a dash for a car or the subway. Then the street would be quiet again, with only the splash from the street lamps to light the way. DiCarlo spotted the police cruiser on his first circle of the block. His hands tightened on the wheel as he turned the corner to ride along the river. He hadn't counted on outside interference. Cops were usually too busy to stake out a building because of a possible minor break-in and a little shoplifting. So maybe the lady was boffing the chief of police, DiCarlo mused, or maybe it was just bad luck. Either way, it was only one more detail. And one more reason to take the shapely Miss Conroy out when he was finished with her. To calm himself, he tooled around aimlessly for 10 minutes, switching the radio off and running through various scenarios in his head. By the time he circled around to South again, DiCarlo had his plan formulated. He pulled to the curb in front of the black and white. Taking his Philadelphia street map out of the glove box, he climbed out of the car. DiCarlo knew the cop would see only a well-dressed man in a rental car, obviously lost. "Got a problem there, buddy." The uniform rolled down his window. The air inside smelled of coffee and pastrami. "I sure do." Playing his part, DiCarlo grinned sheepishly. "I was glad to see you pulled over here, officer. I don't know where I made the wrong turn, but I feel like I've been driving around in circles. Thought I saw you drive by before. We'll see if we can set you straight. Where are you trying to get to?" 15th and Walnut." DiCarlo pushed the map inside the window. "I found it on here fine. Finding it in the car has been something else." "No problem. You just want to go down here to 5th and make a left. You'll run right into Walnut at Independence Square. Make another left." He reached for a pen. "Let me show you." "I appreciate it, officer." Smiling, DiCarlo pressed his silenced pistol against the uniform's breast. Their eyes met for less than a heartbeat. There were 2 muffled pops. The cop's body jerked, slumped. Meticulously, DiCarlo checked the pulse, and when he found none, quietly opened the driver's door with his gloved hands, straightened the body into a sitting position. He rolled up the window, locked the door, then strolled back to his own car. He was beginning to understand why his cousin Guido got such a kick out of murder. Dora was disappointed that Richie hadn't taken her up on her invitation to sleep over. It seemed he'd had a better offer, so she dropped him off at a friend's after the movies. She wished now that she'd swung back by Lee and John's and picked up the other kids for the night. A nice, noisy pajama party would have calmed her nerves. The simple fact was she didn't want to be alone. No, she corrected. The complicated fact was she didn't want to be alone and a few easy steps away from Jed Skimmerhorn. No matter how attractive and charming he'd been that afternoon, she couldn't let herself forget that he was a man capable of wild bursts of temper. She believed and accepted his apology absolutely. She even understood a portion of his motivation. That didn't negate the fact that he was a crate of dynamite set with a very short fuse. She didn't want to be in harm's way when and if he exploded again. Then again, she had a temper of her own. She might have had a longer fuse, but pound for pound, she'd gauge her explosive quality equal to his. Maybe that was just what he needed, she reflected, a woman who would stand up to him, fight back, win as often as she lost. If he had someone who understood the need to kick inanimate objects now and again, it might help him open up. It might help him squeeze out the poison in the wounds that troubled him. It might— "Hold it, Dora," she mumbled. "You're getting this backwards. It's not what he needs. It's what you need." And what she didn't need was to take on a lover with more problems than a Eugene O'Neill play. She turned into the little gravel lot behind the shop, no matter how cute he was when he smiled. The T-bird was gone. Dora frowned a moment, then shook her head. For the best, she thought. If he wasn't around, she couldn't think about knocking on his door and inviting trouble. Her boots crunched over the gravel, clattered up the back stairs that she usually took in a run. After entering the code into the alarm system, she unlocked the door, then secured it behind her. She wouldn't tempt fate and listen for Jed's return, she decided, but make an early night of it. A pot of tea, a fire, and that book she'd been trying to read. The perfect remedies for a troubled mind. And with any luck, they would also erase the effects of Scream If You Dare, the horror movie she'd treated Richie to that evening. She let herself into her apartment and turned on the Christmas tree. The cozy colored lights never failed to cheer her. Once she had the stereo on low, she pried off her boots, peeled off her coat. Everything went neatly into her hall closet while she hummed along with Billie Holiday. In her stockinged feet, she padded into the kitchen to heat the kettle. Her hand on the tap jerked as a board creaked in the other room. Her heart made a beeline for her throat, so that she stood frozen, water splashing into the sink, listening to the sound of her own racing heart. "Get a grip, Conroy," she whispered. Imagine letting a silly film give her the willies. There wasn't any 7-foot superhuman psychopath in her living room waiting with a butcher knife. The building was settling, that was all. Amused with herself, she put the kettle on to boil, adjusted the heat. She walked back into the living room and stopped dead. It was pitch dark, dark as a cave, with only the thin backwash of light from the kitchen illuminating the silhouettes of furniture, which of course made the dark worse. But she'd turned the tree on, hadn't she? Of course she had, she assured herself as her hand crept up to her throat to soothe a jittery pulse. A fuse? No, the stereo was still playing, and they were on the same plug. She reasoned it out slowly, waiting for her heart rate to settle. The tree lights had probably shorted. Shaking her head at her overactive imagination, she started across the room to fix it, and the kitchen light went out behind her. Her breath sucked in on a gasp that she forced back out with a slow shudder. Slippery little fingers of fear slid over her skin. For a full minute she didn't move, listening to every sound. There was nothing but her own drumming heartbeat and shallow breathing. Lifting a hand to her head, she laughed. Of course there was nothing. A bulb blew, that was all. Creative imagination was a killer, she mused. All she had to do was— A hand clamped over her mouth, an arm snaked around her waist. Before she could think to struggle, she was yanked back against a hard body. "You don't mind the dark, do you, honey?" DeCarlo kept his voice at a whisper for practical purposes and to add another element to her fear. "Now you stay real still and keep real quiet. You know what this is?" He loosened his grip enough to slip his gun under her sweater, to run the side of it up over her breast. "It's a big, mean gun. You don't want me to have to use it, do you?" She shook her head, squeezing her eyes tight when he stroked her flesh with steel. All capacity for thought vanished. "Good girl. Now I'm going to take my hand away. If you scream, I'll have to kill you." When he removed the hand from her mouth, Dora pressed her lips together to stop them from trembling. She didn't ask what he wanted. She was afraid she knew. "I watched you the other night in the bedroom when you took off your clothes." His breath quickened as he slipped his free hand between her legs. "You had on black underwear. Lacy. I liked it." She groaned, turning her head away as he rubbed through the wool of her slacks. Watched her. He'd watched her was all she could think, repulsed.
You're going to do that little striptease for me again, right after we take care of a little business."
I have money," she managed. She kept her teeth clenched, her eyes straight ahead as she fought to distance her mind from what he was doing to her body. "A few hundred in cash. I'll give it to you."
"You're going to give me all sorts of things. Does this one fasten in the front, too?" He toyed with her bra as she whimpered. "Oh, yeah, that's just fine. What color is it?" When she didn't answer, he pressed the barrel of the gun against her heart. "You want to answer me when I ask you a question."
"Red."
"Panties, too?" A flush of shame rose up on her clammy skin.
Yes, they're red."
"You are a hot one." He laughed, finding himself amazingly aroused by her trembling plea to stop. It was a bonus he hadn't expected. "We're going to have a real good time, baby, and nobody'll get hurt, as long as you give me what I want. Say you understand."
"Yes."
"Yes, what?"
She bit down on the terror. "Yes, I understand."
"Good. Real good. First, I want you to tell me where it is. Then we'll get down to the party."
Tears were shimmering in her eyes, burning them. She thought she'd been scared the night before with Jed, but that was nothing compared to the ice-edged horror that clawed through her now. And she was doing nothing but whimpering, shaking, and waiting to be victimized. She forced her trembling chin to firm. She wasn't helpless, wouldn't be helpless. He might rape her, but she wouldn't make it easy. "I don't know what you're talking about."
She didn't have to fake the shudders and hoped he thought she was completely beaten when she went limp against him.
Please don't hurt me. I'll give you whatever you want if you don't hurt me."
"I don't want to have to." God, he felt hard as iron. Every time he slid the gun over her flesh, she quivered and his blood sizzled. Those bleeding hearts who called rape a crime of violence were full of shit, he realized. It was about power. All about power. "You cooperate, and we'll get on fine." He slipped the barrel of the gun under the front hook of her bra, sliding it slowly up and down the valley between her breasts. "Now, I looked all through the place and couldn't find it. You tell me where the picture is, and I'll take the gun away."
"The picture?"
Her frantic mind whirled. Cooperate, he'd said, and he'd take the gun away. So she'd cooperate. But she wouldn't be powerless.
"I'll give you the picture. Any picture you want. Please, move the gun. I can't think when I'm so scared."
"Okay, baby." DeCarlo nipped at her earlobe and lowered the gun. "That feel better?"
"Yes."
"You didn't say thank you," he said, and teased her by bringing the gun back up her torso again. She shut her eyes.
"Yes, thank you."
Satisfied that she recognized who was in charge, he moved the gun again. "Much better. Just tell me where it is, and I won't hurt you."
"All right."
She cupped her left fist with her right hand.
"I'll tell you."
Using the force of both arms, she rammed her elbow into his stomach. He grunted with pain as he stumbled back. Dora heard a clatter behind her as she raced for the door, but her legs felt numb with fear. She fell into the hall, nearly lost her footing. She'd reached the rear door and was dragging at the locks when he caught her. She screamed then, and with survival her only thought, turned to claw at his face. Swearing, DeCarlo hooked an arm around her throat. "We're not going to be able to be so nice now, are we?" Deliberately, he cut off her air and began to pull her backward toward the dark apartment. They both heard footsteps pounding up the stairs. With one desperate swipe, DeCarlo smashed the fluted hall sconce and waited in the shadows. Jed came in low, weapon drawn. "Toss it down," DeCarlo hissed, jerking on his arm to make Dora choke. "I've got a gun at her back. Make the wrong move and the lady won't have a spine left." Jed couldn't see a weapon, but he could see the pale outline of Dora's face and hear her desperate struggle for air. "Ease off." With his eyes fixed on DeCarlo, he crouched, set his gun on the floor. "She won't be much of a shield if you strangle her. Stand up, hands behind your head. Kick the gun over here." Jed straightened, linked his fingers behind his head. He knew Dora's eyes were on him, but he didn't look at her. "How far do you think you'll get?" "Far enough. Kick the gun over here."
Jed nudged it halfway between himself and Dora, knowing the man who held her would have to come closer if he wanted it. Close enough, Jed figured, and they'd have a chance.
Sorry,
Jed said.
looks like I missed the extra point.
Back against the wall, goddammit.
DiCarlo was beginning to sweat now. Things weren't going the way they were supposed to. But he had the woman, and if he had the woman, he'd get Finley's painting. Shifting, he began to sidestep down the hall toward the open door with Dora between him and Jed. When he reached for Jed's gun, he pulled her down with him as he crouched to retrieve it. The movement loosened his hold around her throat. Even as Jed prepared his move, she sucked in her breath. "He doesn't have a gun!" she gasped out, and threw her body back. Her foot hit the .38, sent it skidding out the door. Jed dragged her aside and braced for DiCarlo's attack. But rather than attack, DiCarlo ran. Jed tackled him at the door. They went through together in a violent tangle of limbs and curses. With a report like a bullet, the banister cracked in two jagged pieces under the weight. By the time they'd hit the ground, Dora was scrambling through the door and down the steps in search of the gun. A blow glanced off Jed's kidneys. Another caught him low in the gut. He plowed his fist into the other man's face and had the satisfaction of seeing blood splatter. "I can't find it!" Dora shouted.
Get the hell out of here!
Jed blocked the foot DiCarlo kicked toward his head and heaved his opponent backward. Instead, she let out an outraged howl when DiCarlo grabbed part of the broken banister, taking a vicious swing that missed Jed's face by inches. Teeth bared, she took 3 running steps and leaped on DiCarlo's back. She bit down enthusiastically on his neck and drew blood before he flung her aside. Pain exploded as her head hit the edge of a step. Dora reared up, managed to gain her feet again, but her vision doubled, tripled, then blacked out completely as she crumpled to the ground. When she opened her eyes again, everything swam in and out of focus, and it hurt. Dora let her eyes shut and tried to slip back into the void.
No, you don't. Come on, baby, open up.
Jed tapped Dora's cheeks with the back of his hand until the annoyance had her moaning and opening her eyes again. "Cut it out!" She shoved his hand aside and started to sit up. The room revolved like a carousel.
Not so fast.
Very much afraid her eyes were going to do that slow roll to the back of her head again, Jed eased her back down.
Try staying awake, but do it horizontal.
"My head!" She touched a tentative hand to the back of her head and hissed in reaction. "What hit me?"
It was what you hit. Just relax. How many fingers?
He held a hand in front of her face. 2. Are we playing doctor? Though he worried about a concussion, at least her vision and speech were clear.
I think you're okay.
The flood of relief was instantly dammed by temper.
Not that you deserve to be after that idiotic move of yours. What were you doing, Conroy? Riding piggyback?
I was trying to help. It all came rushing back, much too quickly, much too clearly. Her fingers gripped his, reminding him that he was still holding her hand. "Where is he?" This time, despite the flash of pain, she pushed herself up. "Did he get away?"
Yeah, he got away. Damn it. I'd have had him if you...
Her eyes narrowed. Dared him. "If I what?"
You went down like a tree. I thought you'd been wrong about the gun.
The memory brought on a fast, greasy wave of nausea.
The idea that he'd shot you kind of took my mind off bashing his face in. It turned out all you'd done was crack that amazingly hard head of yours.
"Well, why didn't you go after him?" She tried to shift, noticed she was wrapped in a crocheted afghan like a moth in a cocoon.
I guess I could have left you there, unconscious, freezing, bleeding.
"Bleeding?" Gingerly, she checked her head again. "Am I bleeding?"
You didn't lose much.
But he began to shift into his professional mode.
You want to tell me what that was about? I don't suppose it was another of your dates gone wrong.
She stared at him, then looked away. "Should we call the cops?"
I did. Brent's on his way.
"Oh." She glanced around the apartment. "He did have a gun before. I don't know what happened to it."
It was under the table. I've got it.
Her smile was weak and didn't last. "You've been busy."
You took your sweet time coming around. Another couple of minutes and I'd have called an ambulance.
Lucky me.
Enough stalling.
He sat beside her, took her hand again, too gently for her to refuse the contact.
Tell me what happened. Exactly what happened.
I guess you were right about somebody breaking in here yesterday. It seems he was in here, too. I really didn't notice anything moved or taken, but he said he'd seen me undressing. She hesitated. And since he described my style of underwear, I have to believe him. He recognized the signs, humiliation rushing through the fear, shame jockeying with anger.
Dora, I can have Brent call in a woman officer if it would be easier for you.
No. She took a deep breath. He must have been hiding in here somewhere. The bedroom again, maybe. I went right into the kitchen to make tea. I left the water on.
I took care of it.
Oh, good. I'm fond of that kettle. She began to toy with the fringe of the afghan. Anyway, when I came back in here, the tree was off. I just turned it on, so I figured the plug had come out of the socket or something. I started to go over and fix it, and the light in the kitchen went off. He grabbed me from behind. Her voice had started to shake. Nora cleared her throat. I would have fought back. I like to think I'd have fought back, but he put the gun under my sweater and started to rub it over me. She gave a weak laugh. I guess some guys really do look at a gun as a phallic symbol.
Come here.
He gathered her close, easing her throbbing head onto his shoulder. While his own rage ate through him, he stroked her hair.
It's all right now.
I knew he was going to rape me. She closed her eyes and burrowed in. A bunch of us took this self-defense course last year, but I couldn't remember a thing. It was like this sheet of ice slipped over my brain, and I couldn't get through it. He kept saying what a good time we were going to have, and I got so angry. He was slobbering on my neck and telling me I just had to be good. I just had to cooperate. I got so mad because he thought I wasn't going to do anything to protect myself. I guess you could say I broke through the ice because I rammed my elbow into his stomach and I ran. That's where you came in.
Okay.
He didn't want to think of what might have happened if he hadn't come in.
Did you know him?
I don't think so. I didn't recognize his voice. It was too dark in here to see, and he was behind me. I think I got a pretty good look at him outside, but he didn't seem familiar. She let out a cleansing breath. Your brand new banister's busted.
I guess I'll have to fix it again. Got some aspirin.
Bathroom medicine chest. She smiled when she felt his lips brush against her temple. That helped, too. Bring me a couple dozen, will you? Calmer, she leaned back when he stood up. The crumpled towel on the coffee table caught her eye. It was her satin-edged, hand-embroidered fingertip towel, and it was dotted with blood. Damn, Skimmerhorn! Did you have to use the good linen? Disgusted, she leaned forward to pluck it up. And it's wet, too. Do you know what wet cloth does when it's left on wood?
I wasn't thinking about the furniture.
He rattled around in the medicine chest.
I can't find any aspirin.
Let me. She'd been rather pleased to be able to stand and walk on her own until she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirrored cabinet above the bathroom sink. Oh, my God!
Dizzy?
Sharp-eyed for signs of fainting, he took her arms, prepared to sweep her up. No, revolted. The only makeup left on my face is what's smeared under my eyes. I look like something out of the Addams Family. Reaching up, she took a small blue apothecary bottle from the top shelf. Aspirin.
Why isn't it in the right bottle?
Because plastic aspirin bottles are ugly and offend my impeccable sense of style. She shook out 4, handed the bottle back to Jed.
How do you know they aren't antihistamines?
Because antihistamines are in the amber bottle, aspirin is in the blue one. She ran water into a porcelain cup and downed the pills in one swallow. She winced at the sound of the knock on her door. The grandmother of all headaches was setting up residence just under her skull. Is that the cavalry?
I imagine. Stay here.
She watched him, eyes widening as she saw the gun hooked in the back of his jeans. He reached for it and stood at the side of the door.
Yeah? It's Brent. It's about damn time.
He yanked open the door, and a portion of his bottled-up fury descended onto his former partner.
What the hell kind of cops are you putting on these days when an armed rapist can stroll right by them and break into a locked building?
Traynor was a good man. Brent's mouth was tight and grim. He looked over Jed's shoulder to where Dora was standing in the bathroom doorway.
Is she all right?
No, thanks to Philadelphia's finest. If I hadn't...
He broke off because the look in Brent's eyes had finally penetrated his temper.
Was?
Dead. Twice in the chest, close range. So close there are fucking powder burns on his shirt.
Dora's steps slowed as she saw the look they exchanged. What is it? What else happened?
I asked Brent to put a man on the building in case whoever broke in came back.
Jed took out a cigarette.
He came back.
He struck a match.
And the cop's dead.
Dead? The color that had come back into her cheeks washed away.
I want you to sit down, Jed said flatly, and run through the whole thing again, step by step.
How was he killed? But she already knew. He was shot, wasn't he?
Let's sit down, Dora.
Brent started to take her arm, but she shook him away and stepped back. Was he married?
That's not.
Don't tell me it's not my concern. She slapped a hand onto Jed's chest before he could finish the sentence. A man was outside trying to protect me. Now he's dead. I want to know if he had a family.
He had a wife,
Brent said quietly, while guilt gnawed at him with small, dull teeth.
2 kids, both in high school.
Hugging her arms, she turned away.
Dora.
Jed started to reach out, to touch her, but let his hand fall back to his side again.
When a man or woman joins the force, they know what the risks are.
Shut up, Skimmerhorn. Just shut up. I'm going to make coffee. She pushed back her tousled hair. We'll go over it again. Later, they sat at Dora's dining room table, going over her statement point by point.
Funny he'd come back. We've got to figure 3 times.
Brent checked his notes.
And taking out a cop to get inside. Not the pattern of your usual rapist.
I wouldn't know. The more frightened I was, the better he liked it. She recited the lines as if rehearsing for a play. I could tell he was excited, that he didn't want it to happen too quickly, because he kept talking. He said... She opened her eyes. I forgot. He said something about a picture.
He wanted pictures?
Brent asked. No, I don't think that was it. He wanted a specific picture, wanted me to tell him where it was. I wasn't really listening then because I knew I had to do something or he was going to rape me.
What kind of pictures do you have?
All sorts, I suppose. Family pictures, snapshots of vacations and birthday parties. Nothing anyone would be interested in.
When's the last time you took any?
Jed questioned.
What did you take them of?
I took some at Christmas at Leah's. I haven't even had them developed yet. Before that, she pulled a hand through her hair, holding it back from her face before she let it go. Christ, I don't know for certain. Weeks, probably months.
I'd like to have that film developed, if you don't mind.
Brent smiled.
It never hurts to check.
I'll go get it.
It doesn't fit,
Jed said when she left the room.
A guy doesn't kill a cop, then walk across the street to rape a woman and raid her photo album.
Well, we have to start somewhere. He wanted a picture. We'll look at her pictures. Maybe she took a shot of something she shouldn't have.
Maybe.
But he couldn't make the piece fit into the puzzle.
Did you get a good enough look at him for a make?
6 foot, 170, dark hair, dark eyes, slim build. He had on a cashmere coat, gray, and a navy or black suit with a red tie. Funny a guy wearing a suit and tie for a rape. It's a funny world.
Here's the film. She set the container on the table. There were a couple shots left, but I don't think I'll be using them.
Thanks.
Brent pocketed it.
I'd like you and Jed to work with the identikit. It's a little toy we have to help put together a composite.
Sure. The show must go on, she thought miserably. I'll get my coat.
Not tonight.
Brent adjusted his glasses and rose.
You need some rest. You do a better job of it tomorrow. If you think of anything else, you call any time.
I will. Thanks. When they were alone, Dora stacked the cups and saucers. It was still too difficult to look Jed in the eye. I haven't gotten around to thanking you.
You're welcome.
He put his hands over hers.
Leave them. I should probably take you to the hospital. Let them examine that hard head of yours.
I don't want doctors poking at me. She pressed her lips together to keep her voice from quavering. I don't want anybody poking at me. The aspirin's taking the edge off the headache.
It doesn't do much for a concussion.
Neither does anything else. She turned her hands under his, linked fingers in a plea for understanding. Don't push, okay?
Who's pushing?
He slipped his hands from hers to tip her head back and examine her eyes. What he saw was simple exhaustion.
Go to bed.
I'm not tired. All this coffee will probably keep me awake for... I nearly brought Richie back here with me tonight. That thought churned in her stomach. If he... That was one train of thought she couldn't afford to indulge. It should have been safe here.
It will be.
Gently, he laid his hands on her shoulders and kneaded the tight muscles.
Next time I go out for cigarettes and milk, I'll take you with me.
Is that where you were? Because she wanted to lean back against him a little too much, she picked up the cups and carried them into the kitchen. I didn't see any bag.
I left it in the car when I heard you scream.
The cups rattled when she set them down on the counter. Good thinking. Do you always take a gun to the market?
They really hose you for milk in those convenience stores.
He touched her hair when she managed a choked laugh. Don't worry. I'm not falling apart.
I'm not worried.
But he left his hand on her hair lightly.
Do you want me to call your sister, your father, or your mother?
No. Dora plugged the sink, flipped on the water. I guess I'll have to tell them something tomorrow, and that'll be bad enough. She wasn't fooling with dishes out of a sense of neatness, he knew, but because she was postponing that moment of being alone again. At least that was something he could take care of. Tell you what, why don't I bunk out on the couch for tonight? I promise not to leave shaving gunk in the bathroom sink. With one indulgent sigh, she shut off the tap and turned to bury her face against his chest. Thanks. He hesitated, then slipped his arms around her.
Don't thank me yet. I might snore.
I'll risk it. She rubbed her cheek against his. I'd tell you that you could share the bed, but...
Bad timing, he finished.
Yeah, the worst.
She eased away.
I'll get you a pillow.
14.
She looked good, really good. Jed hadn't spent much time observing sleeping women, and certainly not unless they'd shared the bed with him. But none had looked better than Dora in the morning. She slept sprawled on her stomach. Her hair, tousled from the night, was swept back from her cheek, leaving her face unframed but for the fringe of bangs. She looked enormously appealing. He'd thought it was because of those big dark eyes and the way they dominated her expressive face. But the eyes were closed now, the face at rest, and she still looked damn good. Maybe it was her skin. Dora's skin was like silk, smooth white silk faintly blushed with rose. He shook himself, both embarrassed and appalled by his train of thought. When a man started thinking up metaphors about a woman's skin, he was in deep. Jed walked over, set his mug on the nightstand, then sat on the edge of the bed. He could smell her, that carelessly sexy scent that always made his mouth go dry. Another problem, he decided, when a man fell into the obvious perfume trap. Isadora? He touched her shoulder over the thick quilt, shook lightly as he had every 2 hours through the night to be certain she was lucid. She made a sound that was caught somewhere between pouty and annoyed and turned over. The movement slithered the quilt down past her shoulders. Thoughtfully, Jed studied the flannel gown she'd chosen. It looked thick as a suit of armor and was an eye-popping blue. He made out 2 little pink appliques that looked like pig's ears. Curious, he lifted the quilt. Sure enough, a fat pink pig face grinned back at him. He imagined she'd selected it because she thought it would be warm and completely sexless. She'd been half right, he decided, and dropped the quilt. Isadora. He shook her shoulder again, then took hold of it to prevent her from turning aside. Izzy, he whispered close to her ear. Wake up. Go away, Dad. Grinning, he leaned closer and caught the lobe of her ear between his teeth. That had her eyes springing open. It also kindled a ball of heat in the direct center of her body. She blinked, focused, but before she could orient herself, found her mouth thoroughly captured. Dazed, she lifted a hand to his shoulder, fingers digging in as the ball of heat erupted. You awake now? Jed murmured, and pleased himself by nipping lightly at her lower lip. Oh, yeah, wide. She cleared her throat, but her voice remained sleepily husky. Who am I? Kevin Costner. She smiled and stretched her shoulders. Just a little harmless fantasy of mine, Skimmerhorn. Isn't he married? Not in my fantasies. Only a little miffed, Jed leaned back. How many fingers? 3. I thought we established I was all right last night. We're re-establishing it this morning. Her eyes were heavy, sexily so, he noted, but the pupils were normal. How's the head? She lay still a minute, taking inventory. Besides the tingling going on, there were aches, entirely too many of them. It hurts. My shoulder's sore, too. Try these. Dora looked down at the aspirin in his hand. 2? Skimmerhorn, I take 2 when I break a nail. Don't be such a wimp. He knew that would do it. She scowled, took the pills, then the mug of coffee he offered. Irritation turned to surprise at the first sip. Pretty good coffee. Almost tastes like mine. It is yours. Your beans, anyway. I watched you do it once. Quick study. Wanting to enjoy the moment, she plumped a pillow at her back and snuggled into it. Did you sleep okay on the couch? No, but I slept. I used the shower. Don't you have any soap that isn't shaped like little flowers or swans? I had some seahorses, but I used them up. She leaned forward, sniffed at him as she toyed with the dark blonde hair curled damply over his collar. Gardenia. He covered her face with his hand and gently shoved her back. Tell you what, she offered, the next time I'm out shopping, I'll see if I can find some shaped like a little weight lifter, with that appealing masculine aroma of sweaty gym socks. With the mug cupped in both hands, she sipped again, sighed. I can't remember the last time anyone brought me coffee in bed. Smiling, she tilted her head and studied him. With his hair damp from her shower, his chin shadowed with stubble, and his eyes nearly as annoyed as they were beautiful, he made a very appealing picture. You're a tough one to figure, Skimmerhorn. You had to know with minimal effort you could have been in here with me last night. You knew what buttons to push, but you didn't push them. You were hurt and you were tired. But he'd thought about it. Oh, yeah, he'd thought about it. I'm not an animal. Oh, yes, you are. You're this big, restless, ill-tempered animal, and that's part of the allure. She ran her fingers along the cheek he hadn't bothered to shave. All those hard muscles and that bad attitude. There's something irresistible about knowing you have an equal capacity for mean as you do for kindness. I'm a sucker for bad boys with soft hearts. He took the hand she pressed to his cheek, intended to push it away, but she linked her fingers with his and sat up to kiss him. very softly, very sweetly, so that every muscle in his body throbbed in reaction.
"You're pressing your luck, Dora."
"I don't think so." He could have proven her wrong, would have if he hadn't been able to see the headache so clearly in her eyes. He could have pushed her back on the bed, purging that feral need she'd built inside him. But he didn't, because there was no way to take what he wanted without hurting her.
"Listen to me."
He spoke carefully, keeping his eyes on hers.
"You don't know me. You don't know what I'm capable of or what I'm not capable of. The only thing you can be sure of is that I want you, and when I'm certain you're 100%, I'm going to have you. I won't ask."
"There's no need for that, since I've already answered yes."
"And I won't be kind."
He looked down at their joined hands and deliberately let hers go.
"It won't matter a damn to me if you're sorry after."
"When I make a choice, I don't play the hindsight game. I also know you're not warning me. You're warning yourself."
He dropped his hands and rose. "We've got other things to deal with today. What are you doing about the shop?"
"We're closed today."
"Good. We've got to get down to the station house. Get yourself together, and I'll make some breakfast."
"Can you?"
"I can pour milk on cold cereal."
"Yummy." She tossed the quilt aside as he started out.
"Oh, Conroy,"
he said over his shoulder,
"I like your pig."
While Jed and Dora were sharing a box of cornflakes, DeCarlo paced his New York apartment. He hadn't slept. He'd worked his way through half a bottle of Cutty Sark during the long night, but the effects couldn't dull his fevered mind or give him peace. He couldn't go back to Philadelphia. The dead cop was one thing, but he'd left behind 2 witnesses, 2 who had certainly seen his face well enough for an ID. They'd make him, DeCarlo thought grimly, and poured another glass. And they'd tie him to the dead patrol. If there was one thing DeCarlo knew about cops, it was that they were relentless in pursuing anyone who'd killed one of their own. So not only couldn't he return, but he'd need to go underground, at least until the weather chilled. A couple of months, he mused. 6 at the most. That was no problem. He had plenty of contacts, plenty of liquid cash. He could spend a nice warm winter in Mexico, swilling margaritas. Once the cops finished chasing their tails, he would return. The only hitch was Edmund J. Finley. DeCarlo studied the merchandise he'd stacked against the wall beside his Christmas tree. They looked like sad, neglected presents, unwrapped and unwanted. The bookends, the parrot, the eagle, Lady Liberty, the china dog. Counting the figurine he'd already delivered, that made 6 out of 7. Anyone but Finley would consider that a success. It was only one lousy painting, he thought. Christ knew he'd given it his best shot. He had a black eye, a split lip, and sore kidneys. His cashmere coat was ruined. He'd done more than his share to correct a mistake that hadn't been his in the first place. As soon as he had time, he was going to pay back Opal Johnson for that, in spades. In the meantime, he just had to figure out the best way to approach Finley. After all, Finley was a businessman and knew one had to take losses along with profit. So he would approach Finley just that way, businessman to businessman. It wouldn't hurt to put Finley in a cheery mood by personally presenting him with the 5 newly recovered items first, then elicit sympathy and admiration by detailing the specifics. He'd explain about the cop, too. Surely a man like Finley would understand the great personal risk taken by icing a badge. Not enough, DeCarlo admitted, and picked up his ice pack to press it against his bruised cheekbone. He crossed to his foyer mirror to examine himself. It was just as well he was too busy to celebrate New Year's Eve. He could hardly go out in a crowd of people since his face looked as though it had gone through a meat grinder. He was going to have to get back to the Conroy woman and the man across the hall as well. It would take some time. DeCarlo prodded gently beside his swollen eye, winced. He could be patient. 6 months, a year. They'd have forgotten about him by then. But he wouldn't forget. There would be no plans to kill her humanely this time. No, indeed. This was one vendetta that would be executed slowly and with great pleasure. The idea made him smile, then swear, as the movement opened his split lip. DeCarlo staunched the blood with the back of his hand, turned away from the mirror. She would pay, there was no question. But his first order of business was Finley. He knew he could run from the cops, but he wasn't certain he could escape his employer. He would use reason, practicality, and flattery. And DeCarlo pressed the ice bag against his mouth and smiled with his eyes only. Good faith. He would offer to put another man on the job at his own expense. Surely that was an offer that would appeal to Finley's business sense and his greed. Satisfied, DeCarlo went to the phone. The sooner he was finished in California, the sooner he could hit the beaches in Mexico. I want to book a flight, first class, New York to L.A., first available. Not until 6:15? He drummed his fingers on his desk, calculating. Yes, that will be fine. No, one way. I'll want to book another flight from L.A. to Cancun on the 1st of January. He opened a desk drawer, took out his passport. Yes, I'm sure the weather will be an improvement. I think his face was a little longer. Dora watched the computer-generated image change on the monitor to the quick rattle of the operator's fingers on the keyboard. Yeah, that's it. And thinner, too. Unsure, Dora shook her head and looked over at Jed. Did he have more eyebrows? I think I'm making him look like Al Pacino. You're doing fine. Finish going through your impressions, then we'll add mine. Okay. She closed her eyes and let the dark image come back, but the quiver of panic came with it, and she opened her eyes again. I only got a quick look. She reached for the ice water she'd requested. I think he had more hair than that, and it might have had some curl in it. Okay. The operator tried on a different hairstyle. How's that? It's closer. Maybe his eyes were heavier. You know, more lid. Like this? Yes, I think. She let out a sigh. I don't know. Jed moved behind her chair, laid his hands on her shoulders, and automatically began to knead out the tension. Thin out the lips and nose, he ordered. The eyes were deeper set. Yeah, that's it. She was right about the eyebrows, a little heavier. More. Square off the chin some. How do you do that? Dora whispered. I got a better look at him than you, that's all. No, that wasn't all, she thought. Not nearly all. He'd seen what she'd seen, but he'd absorbed and filed and retained. Now she was watching the image of her attacker taking shape on the monitor. Now, deepen the complexion, Jed suggested, narrowing his eyes, focusing in. Bingo. That's him. Shaken, Dora reached up to lay a hand over Jed's. That is him. That's incredible. Like a proud papa, Brent patted the monitor. It's a hell of a tool. Jed had to do some fast shuffling to get it in the budget. Dora smiled weakly and forced herself to stare into the computerized eyes. Better than Nintendo. Give us a printout, Brent told the operator. We'll see if we can come up with a match. I'd like a copy. Relieved to have it behind her, Dora got to her feet. I want to make sure Leah and Terry see it, in case they notice him hanging around near the shop. We'll get you one. Brent nodded to the operator. Why don't you come back to my office for a few minutes? He took her arm, guiding her out of the conference room and down the hall. She glanced at a door, read Captain J.T. Skimmerhorn on the glass. It looked as though the department was keeping a light in the window. She looked up at Jed. T for testosterone? You're a laugh a minute, Conroy. Oh, I forgot to mention it last night. Brent opened his office door and ushered Dora inside. I got a call from your mother the other day. My mother? Dora lifted a brow and chose a chair. An invitation to their New Year's Eve bash at the theater. Oh. Tomorrow, Dora remembered. She'd all but put it out of her mind. I hope you can make it.
We're looking forward to it. The Liberty Theater's New Year's Eve bash has quite a rep." Brent reached in a drawer and took out an envelope. "Your pictures. We're keeping copies, but there doesn't seem to be anything unusual about them." She slipped them out and chuckled. The first shot was of Richie's wide-open mouth, taken at super-close range. Self-portrait, Dora imagined. She'd have recognized that crooked eye tooth anywhere. Obviously, the little brat had gotten hold of her camera. Disgusting, but not unusual. She put the envelope inside her purse. "So, where do we go from here?" "You don't," Jed snapped. "The police do." "Oh, are you back in command, Captain?" She only smiled at the killing look he aimed at her. "Who exactly is in charge?" she asked Brent. He cleared his throat, pushed up his glasses. "Well, it's my case." "Well, then?" Dora folded her hands in her lap and waited. "Until we run this guy down," Brent began, watching from the corner of his eye as Jed paced. "We'll put a couple of guards on your building." She thought of the cop, of the wife, of the children. "I don't want anyone else put at risk." "Dora, there isn't a man in this precinct who wouldn't volunteer for the duty, not after Trainer. This guy's a cop killer." He glanced over at Jed. "Which is why it was easy for me to put a rush on ballistics. The bullet they took out of Trainer matched the ones we dug out of the wall in your building." "Surprise, surprise," Jed muttered. "I've got a case to build." Brent took off his glasses to polish them on his wrinkled shirt. "If we bring this bastard in alive, I want stacks of evidence. I'm sending out the ballistic report to other precincts throughout the city and the state. Something might match." It was a good move. Jed only wished he didn't feel so bitter at not being able to instigate it. "Where's Goldman?" "In Vale," Brent said under his breath. "Skiing. He took a week's vacation." If Jed hadn't been so angry, he'd have been stupefied. Son of a bitch! He's got a dead cop at his feet, one of his own men. He's got no business taking vacation during the holidays when his men are working double shifts. He had the time coming. Brent snatched up his shrilling phone. "Call back," he barked into it, and slammed it down again. "Look, I hope he breaks his candy ass. Maybe then you'll get off yours and come back where you belong. We got a dead cop, and the morale level around here is about butt high on a dwarf because we've got a commanding officer who's more worried about having his pretty teeth bonded than seeing to his men." He stabbed a finger at Jed. "What the hell are you going to do about it?" Jed drew slowly on his cigarette, exhaled, drew again. He didn't speak, didn't dare. Instead, he turned on his heel and walked out. "Screw it." Brent looked at Dora, grimaced. "Sorry." "Don't worry about it." Actually, she'd found the entire incident illuminating. "Do you think it did any good?" "No." It embarrassed him to lose his temper in public. It always did. A dull flush was already working up his neck. Once Jed's made up his mind, you couldn't change it with mortar fire. He dropped down into his chair. "Made me feel better, though." "Well, that's something. I'd better go after him." "I wouldn't." She only smiled and picked up her coat. "See you tomorrow night." She caught up with him half a block away. Dora didn't bother to shout his name and ask him to wait. She was quite sure it would have been a waste of breath. Instead, she trotted up beside him, matched her stride to his. "Nice day," she said conversationally. "The temperature's up a bit, I think." "You'd be smart to stay away from me right now." "Yeah, I know." She tucked her hand through his arm. "I like walking in the cold. Gets the blood moving. If we turn this way, we'll end up in Chinatown. Some great little shops." Jed deliberately turned the other way. Perverse," Dora commented. "You're not really mad at him, you know." "Don't tell me what I am." He tried to shake her off, but she hung on like a silk-covered burr. "Will you get lost, Conroy?" "Impossible. I know my way around this neighborhood too well." She studied his profile, but resisted the urge to stroke the tension out of his jaw. "You can yell at me if you think it'll make you feel better.
It usually works when I'm mad at myself.
Do I have to have you arrested for harassment?
She batted her lashes. Do you think it would work? A little thing like me molesting a big, tough guy like you? He shot her one brief, nasty look.
At least you could shut up.
I'd rather annoy you. You know, if you keep your jaw clenched like that, you're going to break a tooth. Leah used to grind her teeth at night, and now she has to wear this plastic thing in her mouth whenever she goes to bed. It's stress. Leah's always been a worrier. Not me. When I sleep, I tune everything out. I mean, that's the point of sleep, isn't it? Before they could round the next corner, Jed stopped, turned toward her.
You're not going to quit, are you?
Nope. I can keep this up indefinitely. Reaching down, she tugged up the zipper of his jacket, smoothed the collar. He's frustrated because he cares about you. It's tough being cared about because it loads all this responsibility on. You've had a pot full of responsibility, I imagine. It must be a relief to toss it out for a while.
It was tough to hold on to temper with someone who understood so perfectly.
But if he let go of temper, despair might creep in.
I had reasons for resigning. They still hold.
Why don't you tell me what they were?
They're my reasons.
Okay. Want to hear my reasons for leaving the stage?
No.
Good, I'll tell you. She began to walk again, leading him back around the block to where he'd parked his car. I liked acting. That's hardly surprising with all those hammy genes swimming around in my blood. I was good, too. Once I graduated from the kid parts, I took on stuff like Our Town and The Glass Menagerie. The reviews were terrific, but... She glanced up under her lashes. Piqued your interest yet?
No.
But, she continued, undaunted, it wasn't really what I wanted to do. Then about 5 years ago, I got an inheritance from my godmother, Anna Logan. Maybe you've heard of her. She made a big splash in B movies back in the 30s and 40s, then went into agenting.
I never heard of her.
Well, she was loaded. A car zoomed by, too fast, and sent up a breeze that fluttered Dora's hair. It was still flying when she turned her head to smile up at Jed. I was fond of her, too, but she was about 100 years old and had had a hell of a life. Anyway, I took the money and a couple of courses in business management. Not that I needed them. The courses, I mean. Some things are innate.
Is there a point to this, Conroy?
I'm getting to it. When I told my family what I was going to do, they were upset. It really hurt them that I wasn't going to use what they considered my gifts and carry on in the Conroy tradition. They loved me, but they wanted me to be something I couldn't. I wouldn't have been happy in the theater. I wanted my own shop, my own business. So even though it disappointed them, I went ahead and did what was right for me. It took a long time before I adjusted to the responsibility of being cared for, worried over, and loved. For a moment he said nothing. It surprised him that he wasn't angry any longer. Sometime during her monologue, his temper had dissipated, broken up like a nasty storm, and blown away on the wind of Dora's persistence.
So the moral of your incredibly long, convoluted story is that since I don't want to be a cop, I shouldn't get pissed because a friend wants to guilt me back onto the force.
With a sigh, Dora stepped in front of him, put her hands lightly on his shoulders. No, Skimmerhorn, you missed it entirely. Her eyes held his now, very sober and sympathetic. I wasn't cut out to be an actor, so I made a choice that my family didn't agree with, but that I knew inside was right for me. You're a cop right down to the bone. You just need to wait until you're ready to admit you made the right choice in the first place. He snagged her arm before she could walk again.
Do you know why I left?
His eyes weren't angry now, but dark and blank and, to Dora, frightening because of the emptiness of emotion.
I didn't have to kill Speck. There were other ways to bring him down, but I ignored them. I pushed the situation to the point where I knew one of us would die. It turned out to be him. I got a fucking commendation for it, even though I could have brought him in without firing a shot. If I had to do it over again, I'd do it exactly the same way.
You made a choice, she said carefully. I imagine most people would consider it the right one. Your superiors obviously did." Impatience vibrated from him. "It's what I consider that counts. I used my badge for personal revenge, not for the law, not for justice, for myself." "A human frailty," she murmured. "I bet you've had a hell of a time adjusting to the fact that you're not perfect. Now that you have, you'll probably be a better cop when you put that badge back on." He tightened his grip on her arm, yanked her forward an inch. When her chin angled up, he eased off but kept her still. "Why are you doing this?" For an answer, the very simplest answer, she grabbed a handful of his hair and pulled his mouth down to hers. She tasted that impatience in the kiss, but there was something else twined with it. The something else was need, deep and human. "There's that," she said after a moment. "And I guess we'd have to say that, despite what I've always considered my good common sense, I care about you too." She watched him open his mouth, close it again. "Take responsibility for that, Skimmerhorn." Turning away, she walked the few steps to the car, then pulled out his keys. "I'm driving." He waited until she'd unlocked the passenger door and had scooted over to the wheel. "Conroy?" "Yeah?" "Same goes." Her lips curved as she gunned the engine. "That's good. What do you say, Skimmerhorn? Let's go for a ride." 15. Finley's home was a museum to his ambitions, small and large. Originally built by a director of action films whose love of elaborate construction had soon outreached both his means and his skills, it was tucked high in the hills over Los Angeles. Finley had purchased it during a flat period in the market and had immediately set about installing a more elaborate security system, an indoor lap pool for those rare rainy days, and a high stone wall that surrounded the property like a moat around a castle. Finley was a voyeur, but he objected to being watched. In the third-floor tower, he revamped the director's lofty screening room, adding a bank of television monitors and a high-powered telescope. Gone were the wide reclining chairs. In their place, Finley had chosen a large, plush conversation pit in maroon velvet. He often entertained there, while home movies starring himself flickered on the screen. Naturally, he had hired decorators. He had gone through 3 companies during the 6 months it had taken him to furnish the house to his satisfaction. The walls in every room were white. Some were painted, some lacquered, some papered, but all were in pure virginal white, as was the carpet, the tiles, the bleached wood flooring. All the color came from his treasures, the figurines, the sculptures, the trinkets he had accumulated. In room after room there were acres of glass, in windows, in mirrors, in cabinets, in break fronts, and miles of silks in the drapes and upholstery, pillows, tapestries. Every table, every shelf, every niche held some masterpiece he had hungered for. When one began to bore him, as they always did, Finley shifted it to a less prominent position and set about acquiring more. He was never satisfied. In his closet, rows of suits were 3 deep, wool and silk, linen and gabardine, all conservatively tailored, all in deep colors, navy, black, grays, and a few more frivolous medium blues. There were no casual clothes, no sport jackets, no natty shirts with little polo players on the breast. 50 pairs of black leather shoes, all highly glossed, waited on glass shelves to be chosen. There was a single pair of white Nikes to go along with his exercise clothes. It was one of his butler's responsibilities to dispose of these every 2 weeks and replace them with another spotless white pair. His ties were arranged meticulously according to shade, the blacks giving way to the grays to the blues. His formal attire was kept in a stunning rococo armoire. In his bureau were neatly folded stacks of crisp white shirts, monogrammed at the cuffs, black argyle socks, white silk boxer shorts, and Irish linen handkerchiefs. All were lightly scented with the lavender sachet his housekeeper replaced weekly. The master suite included the dressing room, 2 walls mirrored from floor to ceiling. There was a small wet bar in case the gentleman grew thirsty while preparing for an evening out. There was a balloon-backed chair and a gilded console table with a Tiffany butterfly lamp in the event he needed to sit and contemplate his choice of attire. To the right of the dressing room was the master bedroom. Paintings by Pissarro, Morisot, and Manet graced the white silk walls, each with its own complementary lighting. The furnishings here were lushly ornate, from the Louis XVI Boule bureau to the cabriole nightstands to the gilded settee flanked by Venetian blackamoor torchères. Overhead, a trio of Waterford chandeliers sprinkled light. But the bed was his pride, his joy. It was a massive affair, designed in the 16th century by Wiedemann de Vries. It had 4 posters, complete with tester, headboard and footboard, constructed of oak and deeply carved and painted with cherubs' heads, flowers, and fruit. His vanity had tempted him to install a mirror in the tester, but the devaluation that would have caused brought him to his senses. Instead, he had a camera discreetly hidden by the carved lintel near the ceiling that aimed directly at the bed, operated by a remote control gun kept in the top drawer of his nightstand. He paused and flicked on the monitor. They were preparing lunch in the kitchen, the pheasant salad he'd requested. He watched the cook and the kitchen maid work in the sunny white and stainless steel room. Finley switched the monitor to the drawing room. He watched DiCarlo sip at the club soda and lime, rattle the ice, tug at his tie. That was good. The man was worried. Overconfidence displeased Finley. Efficiency was vital. Overconfidence bred mistakes. He supposed he should let the poor boy off the hook soon. After all, he had brought the merchandise 2 days ahead of deadline. Initiative was worth something. Perhaps he wouldn't have the boy's arm broken after all. DiCarlo tugged at his tie again. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The sensation had him checking his hair, the line of his suit, his fly. He took another swallow and laughed at himself. Anybody would feel as though they were being watched, he decided, if they were stuck in a room with 100 statues and paintings. All those eyes, painted eyes, glass eyes, marble eyes. He didn't know how Finley stood it. He must have an army of servants to dust all this junk, DiCarlo thought. Setting his glass aside, he rose to wander the room. He knew better than to touch. Well aware of how fanatic Finley was about his acquisitions, DiCarlo kept his arms at his sides and his hands to himself. It was a good sign, he concluded, that Finley had invited him to the house rather than demanding an office meeting. It made it friendlier, more personal. Over the phone, Finley's voice had sounded pleasant and pleased. With enough charm, DiCarlo figured he could smooth over the missing painting, convince Finley that it was simply a matter of a little more time. All in all, DiCarlo was certain that they would part amicably, and he could return to the Beverly Hills Hotel to find some willing woman to toast in the new year with him. And tomorrow, he thought, smiling, Mexico. "Mr. DiCarlo, I trust I haven't kept you waiting over long?" "No, sir. I've been admiring your home." "Ah." Finley crossed to a japanned liquor cabinet. "I'll have to give you the grand tour after lunch. Would you like some claret?" He held up a Victorian jug in the shape of a cockatoo. "I have an excellent Chateau Latour." "Thank you." DiCarlo's confidence began to soar. "Dear me." Finley lifted a brow and let his eyes scan DiCarlo's bruised face. "Did you have an accident of some sort?" "Yes." DiCarlo touched the bandage at the back of his neck. The memory of Dora's teeth sinking in had him steaming all over again. "Nothing serious." "I'm glad to hear it. It would be a pity if there was any scarring." He finished pouring the claret. "I hope your plans for the holiday haven't been upset by this trip. I didn't expect you for another day or 2. I wanted to bring you the results as soon as possible. I like a man with a sense of responsibility. Cheers." Well satisfied, he tapped his glass against DiCarlo's. He smiled as the door chimes echoed down the hallway. "Ah, that will be Mr. Winesap.
He'll be joining us to inspect the merchandise. Mr. Winesap is quite excellent with his lists, as you know. Now, I hope you'll both forgive me, but I can't stem my impatience any longer," he said as Winesap entered. "I must see my treasures. I believe they were taken into the library." He gestured toward the door. "Gentlemen." The hallway was tiled in white marble and wide enough to accommodate a huge box settle and hall rack, while leaving room for 3 to pass abreast. The library smelled of leather and lemon and roses. The latter were arranged in 2 tall Dresden vases set atop the mantel. There were hundreds of books, perhaps thousands in the split-level room, not on wall shelves but in cases and cabinets, some open, some glass-fronted. There was a charming 4-tier revolving bookcase from the Regency period, as well as an Edwardian model Finley had arranged to have stolen from a castle in Devon. He'd wanted the room to have the feel of a country squire's library, and had succeeded very well, adding deep leather chairs, a collection of antique pipes, and a hunting portrait by Gainsborough. In keeping with a cozy theme, the ubiquitous monitors were hidden behind a trompe-l'oeil panel of a bookcase. "And here we are." With a spring in his step, Finley walked to the library table and picked up a mermaid bookend. As instructed, the butler had left a small hammer, a knife, and a large wastebasket. Finley picked up the hammer and neatly decapitated a blue-eyed mermaid. "Mustn't move too swiftly on these," he said softly, and continued to chip away, delicately, at the cheap plaster. "This was made in Taiwan," he told his guests, "at a busy little plant I have an interest in. We ship merchandise primarily to North and South America and make a tidy if uninteresting profit. These, however, are what we might call one of a kind. Some are excellent reproductions of valuable pieces, excellent enough to fool even an expert." He took out a small square of bubbled plastic, tossing the rest of the bookend aside, then using the knife to slit the packing material open. Inside the plastic was a chamois cloth, and in that a small, very old netski. He examined it minutely, delighted. A woman crouched on hands and knees with a round-bellied man behind her, his hand clasped possessively over her breast. Her ivory head was turned slightly toward her left shoulder and up, so that it appeared she was trying to see his face as he prepared to enter her from the rear. "Excellent, excellent." After setting it aside, he carefully destroyed the second bookend. The next piece continued the theme, with a woman kneeling at a man's feet, her head tilting back and a smile on her face as she clutched his erect penis. "Such craftsmanship." Finley's voice shook with emotion. "Over 200 years old, and no amount of technology can improve on it. The Japanese understood and appreciated eroticism in art, while Europeans were covering their piano legs and pretending children hatched under cabbage leaves." He took the knife and disemboweled the parrot. "And here," he said, opening a velvet pouch. "And here." The lightest of tremors passed deliciously through him when he let the sapphire brooch drop into his waiting palm. It was set in an intricate gold filigree encrusted with diamonds, a stone of more than 8 carats, in a deep cornflower blue, square cut and majestic. "Worn by Mary, Queen of Scots." Finley stroked the stone, the setting, turned it over to admire the back, while she was plotting intrigue and her clandestine love affairs. It was part of the booty good Queen Bess took after she'd had her pretty cousin executed. He could all but smell the blood and betrayal on the stones, and it pleased him. "Oh, the trouble and expense it's taken me to acquire this bauble. It shall have a place of honor," he said, and set it gently aside. Like a spoiled child on Christmas morning, he wanted more. The engraved Gallet vase in the bowels of the Statue of Liberty thrilled him. Momentarily he forgot his guests as he cooed over it, stroking its long sides, admiring the lithe female forms decorating the Art Nouveau glass. His eyes had taken on a glassy sheen that had Winesap averting his in faint embarrassment.
From within the hollowed base of the bronze eagle, Finley released a padded box. Saliva pooled in his mouth as he tore the padding aside. The box itself was a smooth rosewood, lovingly oiled and polished. But the lid was the treasure, a micro-mosaic panel commissioned in Imperial Russia for Catherine the Great, perhaps by her canny lover Orlov after he'd murdered her husband and lifted Catherine onto the throne. More blood, Finley mused, more betrayal. Signed by the artist, it was a wonderfully delicate reproduction of the Imperial Palace fused onto glass.
Have you ever seen anything more exquisite? The pride of czars and emperors and kings. Once this sat behind glass in a museum where unwashed tourists could come and gawk. Now it's mine, mine alone. It's a beauty, all right.
DeCarlo hated to interrupt, but it was nearly time to make his pitch.
You know the value of art, Mr. Finley. What's the point in having something priceless if any jerk can walk in off the street and see it? Exactly, exactly. True art must be possessed. It must be hoarded. Museums buy for posterity, the soulless rich for investment. Both processes are abhorrent to me.
His eyes were very green now, very bright and a little mad.
To own, Mr. DeCarlo, is everything. I get your point there, and I'm happy to have played a part in bringing you your merchandise. Of course, there was some difficulty, I'm sure.
Finley waved him off before the mood was spoiled.
But we must finish here before we discuss your trials and tribulations.
He used the hammer on the dog, bursting its belly open. The hound gave birth to a gold cat.
It's quite solid,
Finley explained as he unwound the heavy wrapping.
A beautiful piece, of course, but all the more because of its background. It's said to have been a gift from Caesar to Cleopatra. Impossible to prove the validity of that, though it has been dated correctly. Still, the myth is enough,
he said softly, lovingly.
Quite enough.
His hand shook with excitement as he set it down.
And now, the painting.
It seemed a good time to stand.
There was a little trouble with the painting, Mr. Finley.
Trouble? Finley's smile remained fixed. He scanned the room, saw no sign of his final possession.
I don't believe you mentioned any trouble, Mr. DeCarlo. I wanted to get you this merchandise without any more delay. These pieces represent a great deal of time and money on your part, and I knew you'd want them in your hands at the earliest possible moment. We are speaking now of the painting.
And now the painting was all that mattered to Finley. Cleopatra, Catherine, and Mary of Scotland were all forgotten.
I don't see it here. Perhaps it's eye strain, an optical illusion.
The sarcasm brought a dull flush to DeCarlo's cheeks.
I wasn't able to bring it on this trip, Mr. Finley. As I started to tell you, there was a problem. A problem?
He continued to smile, pleasantly, though the acids in his stomach had begun to churn.
Of what nature?
Encouraged, DeCarlo resumed his seat. He explained briefly about the 3 break-ins, reminding Finley that the first had resulted in the recovery of the China hound. He made sure he highlighted his search for the painting at great personal risk.
So I'm sure you'll agree, sir, he concluded as though wrapping up a sales meeting, that it would be dangerous for all of us for me to return to Philadelphia at this time. I do have a contact who I can put on the matter, at my own expense, of course. Since you've recovered 6 of the 7 pieces, I'm sure you'll be patient. I see no reason why the painting can't be in your hands within, say, 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Finley nodded, tapped his forefinger to his lip.
You say you shot a police officer? It was necessary. He was watching the building. And why do you suppose he was doing that? I can't be sure.
Sincerity in every pore, DeCarlo leaned forward.
I left absolutely no sign of forced entry. I did overhear an argument between the Conroy woman and her tenant. He was violent. It might be that she asked for police protection. Interesting that she simply didn't have him evicted, Finley commented, very, very pleasantly. You did say the tenant was the one who battered your face. DeCarlo stiffened with wounded pride. It was probably a lover's quarrel. I figure the guy was getting more than a roof over his head out of her. Do you? Finley let the crudeness of the remark pass. We will have to discuss this further, Mr. DeCarlo. After lunch, perhaps. Sure. Relieved, DeCarlo settled back. I'll run through all the details with you. That will be fine. Well, shall we dine, gentlemen? They enjoyed the pheasant salad, along with a chilled brie fumée in the formal dining room with its Victorian furniture and sun-swept garden view. Throughout, Finley kept the conversation away from business. It interfered with the palate, as he explained to DeCarlo. He spent an hour playing jovial host, generously refilling DeCarlo's glass himself. When the last drop of wine and the final morsel of trifle had been consumed, Finley pushed back from the table. I hope you'll forgive us, Abel, but as much as I regret it, Mr. DeCarlo and I should conclude our business. Perhaps a walk around the grounds, through the garden, he said to DeCarlo. Pleasantly buzzed on wine, rich food, and success, DeCarlo patted his stomach. I could use a walk after that meal. Good. Good. I'm a bit of a fanatic about exercise. I'd enjoy the company. We won't be long, Abel. Finley led DeCarlo out into a solarium, complete with potted palms and a musical fountain, through the atrium doors and into the garden. I want to tell you how much I admire you, Mr. Finley, DeCarlo began. Running your business, having a home like this, you sure cut a wide path for yourself. I like to think so. Finley's shoes crunched lightly over the smooth white stones on the garden path. Do you know flowers, Mr. DeCarlo? Just that women are usually suckers for them. Laughing appreciatively, Finley led him through the garden, finally stopping to admire the view. Finley stood looking out over the Los Angeles basin, drawing deeply of the fragrances around him. Flowers, early roses, jasmine. The tang of freshly watered mulch and clipped grass. Your plans, Mr. DeCarlo, Finley said abruptly. What? Oh, it's all simple. I put my man on it. He'll take care of the Conroy woman. Believe me, after he gets through with her, she'll tell him anything. His lips thinned a moment as he grudgingly accepted he wouldn't have the pleasure of beating the painting's location out of her. Like I said, he might have to wait a week or two until things cool off, but he'll snatch her, put on the pressure until she leads him to the painting. And then? He'll whack her, don't worry. DeCarlo smiled a little, professional man to professional man. He won't leave any loose ends. Ah, yes, loose ends. Most inconvenient. And yourself? Me? I figured I'd take a few months in Mexico. Odds are they got a look at me. It was dark, sure, but I don't like to take those kind of chances. If they manage to make me, I'd rather be across the border. Wise, I'm sure. Finley bent over a rosebush, sniffed delicately at a pale pink bud just beginning to part its tender petals. It occurs to me, Mr. DeCarlo, that if they make you, they may involve me, however indirectly. No way, no possible way. Rest easy, Mr. Finley. They'd never tie a man like you with a couple of break-ins in a Philadelphia junk shop. Loose ends, Finley said with a sigh. When he straightened, he held a pearl-handled revolver in his hand, and he was smiling again, charmingly. It's best to snip them off. He fired, aiming just above DeCarlo's belt buckle. The sound echoed over the hills and sent terrified birds screaming skyward. DeCarlo's eyes widened with surprise, then glazed with pain. The unbelievable fire of the pain. Dully he looked down at his belly, pressing a hand against the spreading stain before his knees crumpled beneath him. You disappoint me, Mr. DeCarlo. Finley didn't raise his voice, but bent low to let the words carry. Did you take me for a fool? Did you think so much of yourself that you believed I would take your pathetic excuses and wish you bon voyage?"
He straightened, and while DiCarlo writhed in pain from the gunshot, kicked him viciously in the ribs.
"You failed!"
he shouted, and kicked again, screaming over DiCarlo's groaning pleas for mercy.
"I want my painting. I want what's mine. It's your fault. Your fault I don't have it."
Spittle ran from Finley's mouth as he shot DiCarlo's left kneecap, then his right. DiCarlo's thin scream of pain faded away into animal whimpers.
"I would have killed you quickly if you hadn't insulted my intelligence. Now it may take you hours of agony, and it's not enough."
He had to force himself to replace the revolver in his pocket. He took out a handkerchief and gently dabbed the perspiration from his brow.
"Not enough,"
he repeated. He bent down close again, pressing his face into DiCarlo's.
"You had your orders. Did you forget who was in charge?"
"Please," DiCarlo moaned, too deep in shock to realize his pleas were useless and that he was already dead. "Help me, please." In a fussy gesture, Finley replaced the handkerchief in his breast pocket.
"I gave you plenty of time, more than enough to redeem yourself. I'd even considered giving you absolution. I can be a generous man, but you failed me. Failure, Mr. DiCarlo, is unforgivable."
Still shaking with rage, he straightened again. He knew he would need an hour of meditation at the very least before he would manage to compose himself for the formal affair he was attending that night. Ineptitude, he fumed. Inefficiency in employees. He brushed dust from his sleeve as he walked back toward the solarium. Intolerable.
"Winesap,"
he snapped.
"Sir?"
Winesap tiptoed in, folded his nervous hands. He'd heard the shots and was very much afraid of what was coming next.
"Dispose of Mr. DiCarlo."
Winesap's shoulders slumped. "Of course, Mr. Finley. Right away."
"Not now."
Finley took out a genuine tortoise-shell comb to straighten his wind-blown hair.
"Let him bleed to death first."
Winesap glanced through the glass wall to where DiCarlo was lying on his back, babbling piteously at the sky.
"Should I wait in here?" "Of course. How else will you know when he's dead?"
Finley sighed, replaced his comb.
"I realize that tomorrow's a holiday, Abel, and I wouldn't dream of interfering with whatever plans you might have. So I'll ask that you focus your attention the following day on gathering all the information you can on this Isadora Conroy in Philadelphia."
He sniffed his hand, wrinkled his nose at the scent of gunpowder.
"I'm afraid I'm going to have to take care of this matter myself."
16.
"Happy New Year!"
Jed was greeted at the lobby doors of the Liberty Theater by a bald beanpole of a man dressed in a red leather jumpsuit studded with silver stars. Caught by surprise, Jed found himself bear-hugged and back-patted. His new friend smelled strongly of wine and Giorgio for men.
"I'm Indigo."
Since the man's skin approximated the color, Jed nodded.
"I can see that. Marvelous party."
Indigo took out a slim black cigarette, tucked the end into a gold cigarette holder, and posed with one hand on his narrow hip.
"The band's hot, the champagne's cold, and the women—"
He jiggled his brows up and down.
"All plentiful."
"Thanks for the update."
Cautious, Jed started to ease by, but Indigo was the friendly sort and draped an arm over Jed's shoulders.
"Do you need some introductions? I know everyone."
"You don't know me."
"But I'm dying to."
He steered Jed through the lobby crowd toward the concession stand, where drinks were being poured by two quick-handed bartenders.
"Let me guess."
He stepped back half an inch, cocked his head, drew once on the European cigarette.
"You're a dancer."
"No."
"No?" Indigo's mobile face creased in thought.
"Well, with that body, you should be. Gene Kelly had the most marvelous athletic build, you know. Champagne, here."
He waved his cigarette toward a bartender. "And one for my friend."
"Scotch," Jed corrected. "Rocks."
"Scotch rocks." Indigo's almond-shaped eyes danced. "Of course, I should have seen it instantly. An actor. Dramatic, naturally. Down from New York." Jed took his drink and dug out a buck for the tip jar. Sometimes he decided it was best simply to cooperate.
"Yeah, I'm between parts,"
he said, and escaped with his drink. The lobby of the Liberty Theater was fashioned in Gothic style, with yards of ornate plasterwork, pounds of curlicues, and gremlins decorating the gilded molding. Over the doors that led into the theater itself were bronze masks of comedy and tragedy. Tonight the area was packed with people who all seemed determined to be heard above the din. The space smelled of perfumes and smoke and the popcorn that erupted cheerfully in a machine beside the concession stand. Dora would have told Jed that it quite simply smelled of theater. Guests were milling around, and the attire ranged from white tie to torn Levi's. A group of 3 in somber black sat wedged on the floor in a corner and read aloud from a collection of Emily Dickinson. Through the open doors he could hear the band tear into a blistering rendition of the Stones' Brown Sugar. The winter ball, Jed mused, it wasn't. The house lights were up. He could see people crowded in the aisles, dancing or standing, talking and eating, while on stage the band pumped out rock. In the box seats and mezzanine and into the second balcony were still more partygoers, shooting the noise level towards sonic with the help of the Liberty Theater's excellent acoustics. An instinct in Jed gave a fleeting thought to maximum capacities and fire codes before he set about trying to find Dora in what seemed to be the population of Pennsylvania. Mingling had never been his forte. There had been too many enforced social occasions during his childhood, and too many humiliating public displays by his parents. He would have preferred a quiet evening at home, but since he dragged himself out for this, the least she could do was be available. If she hadn't left for the party so early with the excuse of being needed to help set up and keep her mother away from the caterers, he could have come with her, kept an eye on her. He didn't like the idea of her being alone when her attacker was still loose. Though he could hardly call a gathering of this size being alone, he was uneasy about her nonetheless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there. 2 parties in 1 week. Jed sipped scotch and worked his way toward the front of the theater. That was more than he'd chosen to attend in a year. He squeezed between 2 women, was offered and refused a spangled party hat, and gave serious consideration to squeezing his way back again and escaping. Then he saw her, and wondered how he could have missed her. She was sitting on the edge of the stage, dead center, in what had to be an avalanche of sound, holding what appeared to be an intimate conversation with 2 other women. She'd done something to her hair, Jed noted, piled it up on her head in a tangle of dark, wild curls that looked just on the edge of control. And her eyes, he thought, watching as she gripped one of her companion's hands and laughed. She'd painted them up so that they looked bigger, deeper, sultry as a gypsy's. Her lips, which continued to curve as they moved to form words he couldn't hear, were a bold, daring red. She'd worn a black and silver jumpsuit with a high neck, long sleeves, and sleek legs that fit like a second skin and should have been illegal. The silver beads splattered over it, caught the stage lights every time she moved, and flashed like lightning. As she'd known they would, he mused. She might have left the stage, but she still knew how to lure the spotlight. He wanted his hands on her. For a moment that thought and the accompanying slap of desire blocked out everything else. Setting his glass on the armrest of an aisle seat, he pushed his way forward against the current of people.
"But he's a method actor, after all," Dora said, grinning. "Naturally, if he's going to pitch the product, he'd want to catch the flu. What I want to know is what happened after he—" She broke off when hands hooked under her armpits and lifted her from the stage. She got a quick glimpse of Jed's face before he covered her mouth with his. Fierce, hungry, urgent need rammed into her, cartwheeling from her stomach to her chest so that her heart was stuttering when he released her. "Well, hi."
Staggered, she put a hand on his arm for balance. In her spike-heeled boots, she was nearly eye-level with him, and the intensity of his look had every pulse point jumping in time with the band's backbeat. "Glad you could make it. This is—" She turned to her two friends and went blank.
"Excuse us."
Jed pulled her away until he found a corner. He couldn't call it quiet, but at least they didn't have to shout at each other.
"What do you call that thing you're wearing?"
"This?" She glanced down at the spangled catsuit, then back up at his face. "Sexy. Do you like it?"
"I'll let you know as soon as I manage to roll my tongue back into my mouth."
"You have such a way with words, Skimmerhorn. Do you want a drink? Some food?"
I had a drink. I was met at the door by a 7-foot black man in red leather. He hugged me.
"Indigo." Her eyes sparkled. "He's a very sociable sort."
"He's got me pegged as an out-of-work actor from New York."
Experimentally, he touched a fingertip to one of her curls, wondering what it would take to have them all tumbling down toward her shoulders. "Indigo's a bit flamboyant, but he's an excellent director, and he has a very good eye. It's a good thing you didn't tell him you're a cop." She took Jed's hand and led him backstage, where another bar and a buffet were set up. "He doesn't like them."
"I'm not a cop."
He started to order another scotch, then opted for club soda while Dora chose champagne.
"Why doesn't he like them?"
"Oh, he used to work part-time at this club as a bouncer. The cops raided this crap game in the back room and hauled him in." She angled her head, shifted her shoulders, and did a dead-on imitation of Indigo. "Darling, it was a frightful experience. Do you have any idea what kind of people they put in those cells?"
"Yeah, criminals."
"Don't say that to him. I'm the one who bailed him out, and let me tell you, the man was wrecked." In an automatic gesture, she straightened the collar of Jed's shirt. "It would be difficult for you to sympathize, I imagine, as you've only been on the outside of the bars."
"I've seen them from both sides."
"Oh, well then." With a brisk, practical movement, she brushed the wind-swept hair from his forehead. "You'll have to tell me about that sometime."
"Maybe I will. Have you finished grooming me?"
"Yes. You look very nice in black. A bit of the rebel, maybe. Sort of James Deanish."
"He's dead."
"Yes, of course. I meant if he'd lived to see 30. Her smile was thoughtful and amused. "Are all cops so literal-minded, or is it just you?"
"It's a matter of fact and fantasy. I'm more comfortable with fact."
"Too bad. I spent most of my life steeped in fantasy. You could say laboring over it." She chose a radish rose from the buffet, crunched. "I prefer it to straight reality."
"When you were an actress."
Her laugh bubbled out, frothy as the wine. "Need I remind you I'm a Conroy? I may not be on the legitimate stages these days, but I'm still an actress." Leaning closer, she nipped teasingly at his earlobe. "If you ever decided to try the stage, I might be tempted to come out of retirement." The lance of heat arrowed straight down the center of his body.
"Why don't we just stick with who we are?"
"The world will never know what they missed." She glanced down at his drink. "You don't have to play designated driver, you know. We can cab back."
"I'll stay with this."
He reached out, cupped a hand under her chin.
"I want a very clear head when I make love with you tonight."
"Oh." She lifted her own glass with an unsteady hand. "Well."
He grinned. "Run out of lines, Conroy?"
Isadora!" Jed saw a statuesque redhead poured into a glitter of green that slicked down a regal body, then frothed out in stiff fans from the knees to the ankles. As she bore down on them, she looked exotically like a ferocious mermaid. Blessing Trixie's timing, Dora let out a pent-up breath and turned to her mother. "Problem? That caterer is a beast. God knows why I continue to hire him." She aimed a look over her shoulder that could have melted steel. "He refused, absolutely refused to listen to a word I said about the anchovy paste." Since it had been Will's shift to keep their mother separated from the caterer, Dora took a quick glimpse around. Her little brother was, she decided, a dead man. "Where's Will?" Oh, off with that pretty girl he brought with him from New York. Trixie tossed up her hands. The movement sent the colored beads that dripped from her ears dancing. A catering crisis left her no time for remembering names. The model! Miss January, Dora said under her breath. Now, the anchovy paste, Trixie began. She drew in a deep breath, preparing to launch into an indignant speech. Mom, you haven't met Jed. Jed? Distracted, Trixie patted her hair. Her face transformed when she took her first good look. Subtly, she angled her chin, swept her mink lashes, and peered at Jed from under them. Flirting, in Trixie's opinion, was an art. I'm thrilled to meet you. Jed understood what was expected when he took her offered hand. He kissed her knuckles. The pleasure's mine, Mrs. Conroy. Oh, Trixie, please. She nearly crooned it. Otherwise, I'll feel old and staid. I'm sure that would be impossible. I saw you perform Hello, Dolly last year. You were magnificent. Trixie's smooth cheeks pinked with pleasure. Oh, how very kind of you to say so. I do adore Dolly Levi. Such a full, richly textured character. You captured her perfectly. Yes. She sighed at the memory. I like him, Dora. Tell me, Jed. My, you have very large hands, don't you? Mom. Since he'd behaved so nicely, Dora took pity on him. Jed's the tenant Dad found for me. The tenant! The tenant! Instantly, maternal instincts outweighed flirtations. Oh, my dear, dear boy! Overcome with gratitude, Trixie threw her arms around Jed's neck. She had a grip like a linebacker. I am so completely, so irrevocably in your debt. Dora simply ran her tongue around her teeth when Jed shot her a helpless look. It was nothing, he said awkwardly, patting Trixie's back. I just answered an ad. You saved my darling Isadora from that horrible burglar. Rearing back, Trixie kissed both of his cheeks. We'll never be able to repay you for chasing him away and keeping our little girl from being robbed. He narrowed his eyes at Dora over her mother's heaving shoulders. Dora looked aside. I keep an eye on her, Jed said meaningfully. Don't worry. Worry is a mother's lot, dear. With a sad smile, Trixie sighed. There you are, passion flower. In white tie and tails, Quentin swaggered up, still steady after keeping two bartenders hopping. He gave his wife a long, lingering kiss that had Jed's brow raising. I've come to claim my bride for a dance. Of course, dear. Trixie slipped her arms around him, and they began to glide, tango style. Have you met the young man I picked out for Izzy? Yes, just now. On the turn, Trixie tossed back her head and beamed at Jed. He wouldn't have been surprised if a rose had suddenly appeared between her teeth. You have such excellent taste. Izzy, show Jed around the theater. There's more to our humble abode than a simple stage. Quentin winked, dipped his wife, then tangoed her away. Passion flower? Jed asked after a moment. It works for them. Obviously. He couldn't remember ever seeing his parents exchange the most impersonal of embraces, much less a smoldering kiss. The only passion he had ever witnessed between them had been hurled insults and crockery. You never mentioned you'd been here before. What? To the theater, she said, drawing his attention back to her. Hello, Dolly? You didn't ask. He guided Dora away from the crowd near the bar. You didn't tell her, did you? I don't want to upset her. Don't give me that look, she snapped. You saw how she acted when she thought about the break-in. Can you imagine what would happen if I told her some maniac held a gun on me? When he didn't respond, she tapped her foot. I'm going to tell her, in my own way. Your business, Jed said, and took out a cigarette. But if she catches wind of it from someone else, it'll be worse. I don't want to think about it right now. She snatched Jed's cigarette, took one brisk puff, then handed it back. I'll show you around. The building's mid-19th century. It used to be a popular music hall. She headed away from the stage down one of the narrow corridors. It started getting run down after Vaudeville died, barely escaped the wrecking ball a couple of times. After, she pushed open the door to a dressing room. Putting her hands on her hips, she watched Will untangle himself from a torrid embrace. "Desertion," she said, "is a hanging offense." Will grinned and slipped his arm around a curvy woman in a tiny red dress. "Lorraine was helping me run lines. I'm up for a mouthwash commercial." "You were on duty, Will. I've had my shift, and Leah doesn't come on until after midnight." Okay. With his date in tow, Will squeezed through the door. "Catch you later." Jed didn't bother to disguise his admiration of Lorraine's pendulum-swinging hips. "Pop your eyes back in your head, Skimmerhorn," Dora advised. "Someone might step on them."
"In a minute."
He turned back to Dora when Lorraine had swiveled out of view.
"His shift for what?"
Jed asked. "For keeping Mom out of the caterer's hair. Come on, I'll take you up to the fly floor. There's a wicked view of the stage from there." Darling, it was a frightful experience. Do you have any idea what kind of people they put in those cells?
Yeah,
Criminals. Don't say that to him. I'm the one who bailed him out, and let me tell you, the man was wrecked. In an automatic gesture, she straightened the collar of Jed's shirt. It would be difficult for you to sympathize, I imagine, as you've only been on the outside of the bars.
I've seen them from both sides.
Oh, well then. With a brisk, practical movement, she brushed the wind-swept hair from his forehead. "You'll have to tell me about that sometime."
"Maybe I will. Have you finished grooming me?"
"Yes. You look very nice in black. A bit of the rebel, maybe. Sort of James Deanish."
"He's dead."
"Yes, of course. I meant if he'd lived to see 30. Her smile was thoughtful and amused. "Are all cops so literal-minded, or is it just you?"
"It's a matter of fact and fantasy. I'm more comfortable with fact."
"Too bad. I spent most of my life steeped in fantasy. You could say laboring over it."
She chose a radish rose from the buffet, crunched.
"I prefer it to straight reality."
"When you were an actress."
Her laugh bubbled out, frothy as the wine. "Need I remind you I'm a Conroy? I may not be on the legitimate stages these days, but I'm still an actress." Leaning closer, she nipped teasingly at his earlobe. "If you ever decided to try the stage, I might be tempted to come out of retirement." The lance of heat arrowed straight down the center of his body.
"Why don't we just stick with who we are?"
"The world will never know what they missed." She glanced down at his drink. "You don't have to play designated driver, you know. We can cab back."
"I'll stay with this."
He reached out, cupped a hand under her chin.
"I want a very clear head when I make love with you tonight."
"Oh."
She lifted her own glass with an unsteady hand.
"Well."
He grinned. "Run out of lines, Conroy?"
Isadora!" Jed saw a statuesque redhead poured into a glitter of green that slicked down a regal body, then frothed out in stiff fans from the knees to the ankles. As she bore down on them, she looked exotically like a ferocious mermaid. Blessing Trixie's timing, Dora let out a pent-up breath and turned to her mother. "Problem? That caterer is a beast. God knows why I continue to hire him." She aimed a look over her shoulder that could have melted steel. "He refused, absolutely refused to listen to a word I said about the anchovy paste." Since it had been Will's shift to keep their mother separated from the caterer, Dora took a quick glimpse around. Her little brother was, she decided, a dead man. "Where's Will?" "Oh, off with that pretty girl he brought with him from New York." Trixie tossed up her hands. The movement sent the colored beads that dripped from her ears dancing. A catering crisis left her no time for remembering names. "The model." "Miss January," Dora said under her breath. "Now, the anchovy paste," Trixie began. She drew in a deep breath, preparing to launch into an indignant speech. "Mom, you haven't met Jed." "Jed?" Distracted, Trixie patted her hair. Her face transformed when she took her first good look. Subtly, she angled her chin, swept her mink lashes, and peered at Jed from under them. Flirting, in Trixie's opinion, was an art. "I'm thrilled to meet you." Jed understood what was expected when he took her offered hand. He kissed her knuckles.
"The pleasure's mine, Mrs. Conroy."
"Oh, Trixie, please." She nearly crooned it. "Otherwise, I'll feel old and staid."
"I'm sure that would be impossible. I saw you perform Hello, Dolly last year. You were magnificent."
Trixie's smooth cheeks pinked with pleasure. "Oh, how very kind of you to say so. I do adore Dolly Levi. Such a full, richly textured character."
"You captured her perfectly."
"Yes." She sighed at the memory. "I like him, Dora. Tell me, Jed. My, you have very large hands, don't you?" "Mom." Since he'd behaved so nicely, Dora took pity on him. "Jed's the tenant Dad found for me." "The tenant! The tenant!" Instantly, maternal instincts outweighed flirtations. "Oh, my dear, dear boy!" Overcome with gratitude, Trixie threw her arms around Jed's neck. She had a grip like a linebacker. "I am so completely, so irrevocably in your debt." Dora simply ran her tongue around her teeth when Jed shot her a helpless look.
"It was nothing,"
he said awkwardly, patting Trixie's back.
"I just answered an ad."
"You saved my darling Isadora from that horrible burglar." Rearing back, Trixie kissed both of his cheeks. "We'll never be able to repay you for chasing him away and keeping our little girl from being robbed." He narrowed his eyes at Dora over her mother's heaving shoulders. Dora looked aside.
"I keep an eye on her,"
Jed said meaningfully.
"Don't worry."
"Worry is a mother's lot, dear." With a sad smile, Trixie sighed.
"There you are, passion flower."
In white tie and tails, Quentin swaggered up, still steady after keeping two bartenders hopping. He gave his wife a long, lingering kiss that had Jed's brow raising.
"I've come to claim my bride for a dance."
"Of course, dear." Trixie slipped her arms around him, and they began to glide, tango style.
"Have you met the young man I picked out for Izzy?"
"Yes, just now." On the turn, Trixie tossed back her head and beamed at Jed. He wouldn't have been surprised if a rose had suddenly appeared between her teeth. "You have such excellent taste."
"Izzy, show Jed around the theater. There's more to our humble abode than a simple stage."
Quentin winked, dipped his wife, then tangoed her away.
"Passion flower?"
Jed asked after a moment. "It works for them."
"Obviously."
He couldn't remember ever seeing his parents exchange the most impersonal of embraces, much less a smoldering kiss. The only passion he had ever witnessed between them had been hurled insults and crockery. "You never mentioned you'd been here before."
"What?"
"To the theater," she said, drawing his attention back to her.
"Hello, Dolly?" "You didn't ask."
He guided Dora away from the crowd near the bar.
"You didn't tell her, did you?"
"I don't want to upset her." "Don't give me that look," she snapped. "You saw how she acted when she thought about the break-in. Can you imagine what would happen if I told her some maniac held a gun on me?" When he didn't respond, she tapped her foot. "I'm going to tell her, in my own way."
"Your business,"
Jed said, and took out a cigarette.
"But if she catches wind of it from someone else, it'll be worse."
"I don't want to think about it right now." She snatched Jed's cigarette, took one brisk puff, then handed it back.
I'll show you around. The building's mid-19th century. It used to be a popular music hall." She headed away from the stage down one of the narrow corridors. "It started getting run down after vaudeville died, barely escaped the wrecking ball a couple of times. After—" She pushed open the door to a dressing room. Putting her hands on her hips, she watched Will untangle himself from a torrid embrace. "Desertion," she said, "is a hanging offense." Will grinned and slipped his arm around a curvy woman in a tiny red dress. "Lorraine was helping me run lines. I'm up for a mouthwash commercial." "You were